Hot shield comes out from Daly into a full blind on the trinket. Beautiful punish. Target acquired going after the road, but Laner's getting shattered in the backline. Avisura gets polymorphed out of nowhere. Shadow Priest Clickers have done it. Too slow. Frost Nova, big crits. Frank goes down. 2v2 time.
Using his prep vanish. Honestly, this rogue year 5 right here, he's dead.
Go Cleveland an early death here. Year 5 in so much trouble. Try to get damage on the Sandman. Look like he's going to go down in the note.
So he has to kill Balling right here. He closes it out and gets the kill on match point, pulling it off.
Oh my goodness.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Championship Sunday of the Classic Arena Tournament. My name is Aya. I'm going to be your host today on Sunday, and we are joined with Venruki, Zico, and SNUTZ. Just a quick breakdown if you're just now tuning in. Best of 7 matches today. We're starting off the morning with Europe and then heading over to North America. We're going to be crowning our champion in both regions. And don't forget, we will have an interview that was conducted by Venruki with our classic lead software engineer, Brian Birmingham. You excited for, should people be excited for that one, Ben?
Of course, it's a great interview with lots of little tidbits. I had a lot of fun conducting it. I think it's definitely something if you're a classic fan, you're definitely going to want to stick around and listen to it a little bit later on today.
Yeah, make sure you guys are tuning into that. Just a reminder, it is right before the finals in Europe. So we're starting off the day in Europe, and then we're heading over to North America. We can take a look at the prize pool breakdown. It is a combined prize pool of over $100,000. So not bad for a weekend's worth. First place, $17,000. And I feel like the level of competition that we've been seeing both on Friday and Saturday has been so high. And now we are down to only 4 teams in both Europe and North America, Zico.
Yeah, this is the final 4 here, and I mean, we can see it right here. This is the North American bracket. We have Subfresh with that RMP yesterday looking stellar, FISHSTICK Gaming, as well as Kicked Aim Shot and Surfs Up. Still in that lower bracket, been surfing through there. It's been very exciting to see. Yesterday we had some phenomenal games. We even had a game that went down to a Warlock 1 versus 1 between I think it was Kicked Aim Shot and FISHSTICK Gaming over there in that quarterfinal in the upper bracket. So lots of great games, and now we're down to the final 4. Today we're going to be crowning 2 champions.
And we can also look at the European bracket and the teams that we're going to be seeing today. We're starting off the day with NAIXI Demon King versus SCARABS. And I feel like last time we saw both of these teams, NAIXI Demon King and SCARABS, are kind of on fire, Ben.
SCARABS definitely had some close calls. You can see every single one of their series was a nail biter, going 4-3 against Czechoslovakian Pumpers and going 4-3 against Bald Python. So, they've been cutting it extremely close in their series. Their composition, I would say, is strong, but it's not necessarily the most well-rounded with that turbo cleave. They're definitely going to have their hands full with NAIXI Demon King running that RMP, who's been kind of just dominating every single match that they've played so far.
Yeah, looking forward for that one as well. And then also in the EU upper final, the second match of the day, we've got Blackwater Gaming versus Got Renamed. SNUTZ, what do you want to see from those 2 teams?
Blackwater Gaming is going to be more of the RLD domination, the Roguelock Druid composition, whereas the opposing team Got Renamed is going to be running with the Shadow Priest. They're the wild card team, in my opinion, kind of the dark horse. If they manage to make it all the way to the finals, I feel like that may be considered a bit of an upset, especially considering the meta compositions of TBC in general. While it's a strong comp, it's not supposed to really stand up toe-to-toe. So I'm very curious to see if they can kind of like have an underdog Cinderella story here.
Yeah, curious as well. Both of these teams are from our first bracket, our first matchup. They're in the lower bracket, so the first loser of this series coming up here knocked out of the tournament. So they've got quite, they've had to battle it out, Zico, for quite a ways to, make it back up to that grand finals position, because there's some hard contenders down there in the lower bracket.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of sharks down here in the lower bracket. NAIXI Demon King and SCARABS. These are veteran players. You got Shaz, not only the best dressed player in the broadcast so far, but also a literal world champion in the AWC, as well as SCARABS. They got Blizzo. a person who came second in the AWC finals as well at BlizzCon. So, and the signups for AWC are actually open right now, aren't they?
Yeah, very true. Make sure you guys are tuning in for that. You can check out more information on that at the WoW Esports Twitter page. 9.2, is coming, so it's gonna be really good. I'm excited for the season to start. I know that Waz, he announced his roster the other day. He was gonna announce his org yesterday. I'm not sure what happened to that, so maybe it'll be in the coming week. But lots of good stuff with AWC coming up. So I know we're all really excited for that, Ben.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. It's a good time to be a fan of Warcraft. Super excited for today as well. Like we kind of mentioned, we're going to be crowning 2 champions, one in North America and one in Europe. And it's been kind of a treat. It's been a real treat seeing these players play, all these compositions that have been around for a long time in the Burning Crusade. And at this point, they've kind of mastered it with all the strategy and the amount of preparations that they've put in. So it's cool to see these players really play close to that skill cap and see what they can get done.
Mm-hmm. And, from Friday and Saturday's game, Super Tees, do you have a favorite match or a favorite moment that we saw?
I mean, Beck and Sale, the WLD mirrors were definitely matches to watch. Even into PhD, the double healer, like watching their team transition from just losing, what's going on? Like, we're going to be out of the tournament here soon, and then just flipping a switch and taking the risk to play all-out offense to be able to pull off a win. I found really impressive.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that was definitely the best example of a team just like completely flipping the switch, as you said, giving us a total 180. And I feel like we saw a lot of those moments, especially within the European region, Zico. It seemed like some of these teams were kind of playing comps that we weren't expecting from a specific team, and just kind of tried something new.
Yeah, definitely. There was a little bit of multi-comping coming out from a lot of these guys. And in general, I think the variety has been really good. Both regions, they've had, plenty of different comps. We've seen pretty much every class, every healer being implemented. We even saw I think the one healer we haven't seen that much is Holy Paladin, but we did see it tagged in actually from SCARABS here. They did immediately lose, but they ended up winning that series anyway. But yeah, it's been a lot of variety. We got Shadow Priest Mage, we got RMP, RLD, Warrior Lock Druid, all these things. And even now we have a turbo matchup here going up against the RMP, most likely, unless SCARABS are going to swap it up here, because it is a bad matchup for the turbo. And if there's anybody who can punish a bad matchup, it is going to be the Demon Kings here.
Very true. Let's see what they decide to bring to the table. It's Grand Arena game number 1, first series of the day. Loser of this one is knocked out.
All right. I'm excited to see what are they going to break out for comp. So Walrick is coming in on the Warlock, running the non-traditional Warlock Warrior Priest. You would normally see this with a Druid. Interested to see how it plays out in this matchup, as it isn't considered standard. Perhaps they can throw a curveball here onto the Demon King, Blaze, Chaz, and laners. But they have just been unstoppable in the European region in this lower bracket. They have come for basically the entire thing here, just running through every team they meet. And we'll have to wait and see. Chaz dressing for success once again here on Championship Sunday, and his team is ready to go. I'm curious to see what type of gear or faction pick we get from this Warlock team. Are they going to be running the Dwarves to try and deal with the wound poisons and no warrior to get out of the extra crowd control and shatter combos? So they're intervening the Warlock to try and get across the map, but not able to find the sap here. Blaze got pulled out of combat. He's moving back behind the pillar. Chaz has already popped his Skull of Gul'dan. He's just purging down Walrix, removing all of the hots, all of the shields, setting up for a massive burst opener onto the Warlock. Pain suppression from knees immediately activated for this exchange of cooldowns. Now we see Blizzo going after Chaz, cleaving down laners a little bit in the midfield, but it looks like he wants to come back and support Walrix. Walrix is getting overwhelmed here in the midfield. Polymorphs onto Blizzo during those mace stuns. He's not getting too much pressure. Walrix could flounder. He's on critically low health, activating that Battle Master, but it's not going to be enough. They're trying to fear them off. He's holding on by a thread here, but Chaz is on top of him as well. And they go all in for the kill. Not running with that Restoration Druid means they're going to be so much more fragile in this specific matchup. They can get so much more control. Blizzo still trying to play it out, trying to put the team on his back. He was hard carrying yesterday. Definitely the one doing most significant amount of the damage in the matchup, so I'm not surprised to see him try and play this out, but from this position I would say it's incredibly unlikely that they pull this off. Tries to intervene the sap just to impress here, but game 1 going to be going to the Demon King. and I think it's going kind of as expected.
Yeah, in this particular matchup, if you're playing the Warrior Lock Priest, basically your only option for a win is to all-in the Priest. So we'll see it right from the start. They didn't have ideal positioning. Blizzo tried to get over to Chaz, but he was just out of line of sight. There was no damage over time effects on him, and as that Warrior, it's going to be really difficult to solo him unless he has dot. So take a look. We get the sap over onto Walrick, and it's just such a clean opener here from NAIXI Demon King.
Yeah, they get that sap onto Warwick, and that's going to just allow Chaz to get perfect positioning here. And Laner's doing a lot of work here. He gets spell locked on that polymorph, trying to peel off Blizzo here. He's just going to put up some debuffs there, and then instead he can start casting Frostbolts. And Laner's role here is just to make sure that Warwick is snared as much as possible. You can see him spamming out those Frostbolts. That's a rank 1 Frostbolt coming through, another rank 1 Frostbolt, just making sure that his rogue gets that uptime, because the rogue is going to be running those double wound poison weapons. So a lot of the time it's going to be laners trying to just snare the target. Basically laners holds and the rogue punches, and he did a great job with that here, and also did manage to get out a significant amount of damage as well and just shutting down Warwick's.
Wrapping that up pretty swiftly for game number 1, NAIXI Demon King taking that first victory. SCARABS now going to be choosing their map, as they did just lose that first one. So, I mean, you guys said that it seems like what you're saying then, Supatees, is that that's just kind of a bad matchup. Like they only really have like one small win condition. Is there something that they could do maybe as we head into game number 2? Like, is there like a comm swap we can do with them? Or, I mean, I guess what are their options? Is it just try it again?
I mean, having Walrus get sapped is kind of bad. He didn't get to do any part of the fight with his shield. He just got clean stripped of all of his buffs right away without getting any damage out. Like, it's not normal that we see Walrus at the bottom of the meter. So they just controlled him out of the game, purged him down, and just executed for it. Going after the Priest is probably their only option, like Venruki said, for the Warlock Warrior team. So getting Walrus out of that sap, getting him in combat faster, getting them on top of the Priest, dotting, mace stunning, into Death Coil, just Imp CS, just throwing everything at the Priest to kill the Priest. Is likely going to be their only option. So I would imagine Runes of Lordaeron, something like that, running a straight beeline across the map, trying to avoid the rogue and delay the sap as much as possible. If they can pull the rogue out without getting sap, that's going to be a great opener as well. Maybe just start with a disarm, remove the option to peel with stuns just right off the bat, and get to the Priest.
Well, I mean, at the moment, definitely looking up for NAIXI Demon King. Is it too early? I mean, given the performance that we just saw for them for game number 1, Zico, is that... I know that you guys said that you're expecting this. Do we expect them to win this whole series? Do we think SCARABS can take a game off of them? What are you predicting?
I think the Demon Kings are looking very, very sharp right now. I'm not sure if SCARABS can do too much, just because of the compositions that they're running. They're running, a Warrior Priest X, basically. Unless Neez pulls out a Resto Druid out of his back pocket, or unless actually Blizzo plays like a Resto Druid and they go double heal a Warlock, I just don't see them having too many great options. RMP is just so strong right now, and there's a couple of things that can beat it. And I just don't think SCARABS really have those options available. Turbo gets kind of hard countered by RMP and Warrior Lock Priest. I mean, it's not impossible that they get a win. It is TBC. You can get some good resists on the stuns. You can get some good mace stun procs and things like that. And also, of course, if you can find the rogue, anything can happen, right? But I think the chances that the Demon Kings walk away with this one are extremely high, especially when Chess is dressed like that.
Yeah. Dressing for success for sure. We I don't know if you guys saw the WoW Esports Twitter, 50 retweets Chaz said for him to wear the suit again today, and they kind of knocked it out of the water. I think that's like 80 or something like that, but either way, showed up in the suit today, winning game number 1. He's ready to win game number 2 and just quickly move forward to the upper bracket. So let's see if they can do that, or is SCARABS going to make a comeback here on Blade's Edge?
Honestly, I wonder if Walrus should go human. I mean, it might be too little too late, but if he pops a Perception with Paranoia and kind of just runs in, maybe he can avoid getting sapped, because if he gets sapped and he gets cleaned, I feel like the game is as good as over, in all honesty, with how much momentum NAIXI Demon King is going to have. But we'll see what they can do on Blade's Edge. A bit of a better map, less pillars that we could see Chaz potentially utilize. And the name of the game for SCARABS is get dots on Chaz, coil him, spell lock him, Blizzo all in him as much as possible. And that's really the only way they're going to win. They are on a time limit. without the Restoration Druid abolishing poison and curing poison on Walrix, that Warlock is going to take a ton of damage from this Rogue Mage.
Yeah, and they're going to open up immediately. Counterspell, Nova, Seer Sheep, and they don't get the Lucky Devour.
No.
Oh, that is disaster right now. Warwick is going to be by himself here. They can get a full Fear here onto knees. They're trying to purge off the Fear Ward. They don't get it, though. Just yet here, Chaz being a little bit unlucky. And that would have been very nice because the pet is downstairs, so the pet wouldn't have been able to dispel that one, but Knees with a little bit of his own luck here. But now finally the Fear Ward is gone, and they does resist the Fear right there. Knees now in a counterspell, gets immediately devoured there by Warwick. Very nicely done here. Still, Knees not able to cast anything. Look at that kick coming out from Blaze there on the Master Spell very, very swiftly. And Blaze just staying on target here, keeping up those poisons here onto Warwick. And Warwick could be in massive, massive trouble here.
Yeah, definitely. Warwick down to 50% health, a full expose, a full blind on Blizzo. Blizzo's not going to be able to help him out whatsoever. They're just going for pure control in this match. A Fear, Kneester gets out of it, but he just cannot top off Walrick. These wound poisons are not going anywhere, and Walrick gets absolutely crushed. And immediately, Scarabs will leave the game. Blizzo holding it down by himself, looking for a little bit of damage here onto Blaze, but not going to be able to accomplish too much. Great control there from start to finish. I mean, the momentum was just so good. Laners did a great job at the beginning, getting the double Pet Nova into silence on the Priest, getting a full sheep there. That's just, like I talked about, this matchup is so much about momentum. When you have a start like that, where your Priest is getting fully dispelled, Chaz is there to Fear. Unlucky for Chaz that it resisted, or it would have been even more one-sided, but you could tell NAIXI Demon King is here to play.
Absolutely. 2 very swift victories in a row. It's best of 7 as well. So once they get to 4 victories, that does mean they move forward and win this series. But let's check out this replay, Supa.
And right here was the unlucky Devour. Doesn't remove this polymorph, so Walrick jumps off. He's all by himself with a rogue on him in the bottom. Right here, they're purging. This is Zico was talking about. He needs his buffs there. They get Fear Ward off. And then Chaz goes for Fear there. It resists. And then here at the end, Blaze got a really nice kick on a Master Spell, which really put Walrick's behind. So right there, instant kick. Look how fast that Master Spell is. Blaze landing that while staying on target, and wills out of this Fear. I think he kidney shots a Fear, wills out of a Fear, and just stays on target, vanishes to stop a Fear. They're just preventing Walrick's from doing anything that could really assist his team. So he's chucking out a couple of dots. They're playing a slow game, which I don't think is going to work. Many is just going to bounce for Chaz. Dotting the Mage and the Rogue is just, I don't think they're ever going to be able to win that race on that clock. If Blizzo could have gotten back here, he actually has a disarm and he has a Fear, and there's no will, I believe. So maybe Blizzo could have healed, but he's just caught in that blind. And you can just see how well they're removing Walrix from the fight, because Walrix is usually on that Warlock, like top of the damage meter on these scoreboards, but they're doing so much to lock him down, committing everything. It's just like one stop after another, and he's not able to get to the target he wants to get to. He's always on the back foot. But if we see another game and that resist doesn't, or the Devour hits the polymorph, then it could be completely different. Maybe they can play on top of the bridge and run the Priest down. It seems like they wanted to pick Blades Edge Arena because it's that narrow top bridge, so they could use Paranoia and kind of dogpile the center of it and stop Blaze from getting through for a sap, which he didn't actually get. But they just went for the Imp Counterspell Nova Sheep instead. So it was like, okay, if we can't sap you, then we have this tactic instead. Now they're going to have to adapt to that.
I mean, that's got to be a frustrating situation to be in. Like, you know, you're kind of doing everything right. Your comp is just like kind of a huge deterrent, and they're shutting down one of your best players, Wally, right, Ben? I mean, like, what do you even do mentally in a situation like that? You just kind of got to press forward, I guess.
Hey, what else can you really do? I mean, that's the problem. Scarabs, they're not running that kind of tier 1 composition like we see, like they talked about it, throughout the weekend. Compositions like RMP, like RLD don't really have counters. You have a really fair shot into any matchup. If you're Scarabs right now, your turbo, you're gonna lose to RMP. Let's be honest, a really good RMP is gonna beat you. So they're kind of forced into a situation where they have to play what would normally be WLD, the Warrior Warlock with a Druid. They have to play with the Priest, which is significantly worse as you're not immune to polymorph like the Restoration Druid is going to be. You don't have any way to remove poisons. You're not as mobile, so you're much more susceptible to fears. It's just kind of a nightmare situation. Basically, for Scarabs to win, NAIXI Demon King is going to have to play significantly worse. Like, it's NAIXI's Demon King series to throw at this point. If they mess up and allow Blizzo to get too much uptime, then I think that they could lose. But if they play well, I feel like this is going to be a 4-0.
And I feel like that's not something we're going to see either. I mean, there's so much, I mean, obviously like on SCARABS too, but there's just so much competitive history with like so many players in this matchup alone. It's just not often I feel like that you see any of these players really, screw up or something like that. But they're used to these situations, they're used to high pressure situations, or they're going to be drawing from that experience of being in a high competitive environment such as this. But it's game number 3 here. NAIXI Demon King up 2-0. They could just put themselves on match point here on Blade's Edge.
All right, they're going to go with Blade's Edge once again here. Going to see if they can mix it up. Did they maybe swap any races around or anything like that? Maybe we'll see when the gates do open, but that alliance is pretty good. I'm wondering maybe if Warwick just plays Orc and just prays for some stun resists, and Blizzo plays Tauren. We'll see when the gates open, but for now it's going to be the Horde side once again for NAIXI Demon King, which is the right play in my opinion. Going to see them charge in just the same as in that last game, and NAIXI is Dwarf right there, so they are playing that alliance still. Blizzo on that Gnome Warrior. Oh, they get a nice opener here onto NAIXI actually. They're going to go after NAIXI. He's in the middle of the map here. They get a charge disarm there onto Blaze, but NAIXI already forced to trade out his Trinket and Pain Suppression. They could just fully blind him and then send him. No, he didn't even Trinket the kidney shot. NAIXI is in a lot of trouble here. They could decide to go after somebody else, but Chaz now also getting big pressure on him. Blizzo actually having a little bit of uptime here. It's going to be a bit of a race here. Blizzo now finally in a sheep, NAIXI going out there to try to dispel it, and he does finally land it. DR sheep coming through, and NAIXI is pretty much through here as well, unless he can recover somehow. He's on 1%. Icelands connects. Beautiful howl here from Warwick. Can they stop Blaze here for just a split second? NAIXI, the next time he gets kidney shot, he's dead. He resists it, and I think he might survive because of that. It depends. He does fear Blaze. He does get feared on low HP, and I think it's over for NAIXI, sadly. And it just shows how many ways the NAIXI Demon Kings can win. They can kill Blizzo, they can kill Warwick, they can kill NAIXI. And in this game, it was a little bit more risky, but it's all because of NAIXI's positioning. The Warrior and the Luck just stayed back, and then NAIXI just kind of ran into the middle of the map, and they were able to take him down.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly were. If you're a priest, that's I'll say this: if you're a mage and you see a priest in the middle of the map and you're able to get a blizzard on him, that physical snare he can't get out of, and Chaz is able to just pop his power infusion and spam dispel, I mean, that's looking like a pretty prime target to go after. Definitely not going to be complaining about that one. So yeah, NAIXI Demon King, like Zico mentioned, they have so many different options for winning this one. They can go after the Warrior, they can go after the Warlock, they can go after the Priest. It's a pick your poison situation, and yeah, it's just one of the reasons why RMP is so strong, because you're always keeping your opponents guessing. As soon as they get used to one strategy, maybe we see Blizzo and Warwick sit backs, all of a sudden they switch it up and they go after a different target, and you're constantly playing from behind.
I mean, you see it. Blizzo didn't want to get Frost Nova. They thought NAIXI was going to get CS Sheep, so they sent NAIXI by himself. And they're like, oh, you're just sacrificing your priest to us, are you? Okay. We're just going to run down the priest instead. So they just immediately adapted to that. Blizzo didn't want to get crowd controller off the rip of the game, but they did manage to get on Chaz here. And I almost feel like they just should have never got off him. I guess he got Sheep. Where was the Devour on that? Maybe potentially resisted. And NAIXI was able to dispel, but I feel like NAIXI needs to focus on healing. They're focusing so much on peeling because, I mean, it feels like you have to, but at the same time, do you really have a shot here in the long game? I feel like the RMP just gets better and better the longer the game goes. Like, they're not on Chaz and they're not killing Chaz and getting ahead. I'm not sure how they're planning to pull this off, but even if they do cross-kill priests, I think I'd still rather be the rogue mage in the 2v2 than the lock warrior. Could be circumstantial if laners uses blocks to break CC before it and he's fully dotted or something towards the end of the game. But they're at such a disadvantage in the matchup that I think they're going to just have to take like full risk, run the riskiest line, hope you resist the most crucial spells, and just go for it on Chaz at this point, having seen it play 3 games now.
It's not going to work, though.
Probably not, but they might be able to get a kill at least.
I'm laughing because of the how stoic you said that, not because I am being toxic here. But SCARABS, you know, obviously they're doing their best. It's just unfortunately Demon King totally dominating in this series, and I love how casual Chaz looks throughout all of it as well. It just seems like just kind of another day in the office. They're just waiting to get through this series before they can move on in the bracket, but looking really strong. I'm curious. Obviously, I don't want to like assume that they're going to win this series just yet, but let's say that NAIXI Demon King does. How do we feel like they contend against the rest of the teams in the bracket? I mean, is this a team that we potentially see back into that grand final, Zico?
I think there's a pretty high probability that we can see the NAIXI Demon King make it to the finals, but it's been kind of similar in North America as well. Actually, we've had one RMP down there in the lower bracket that in Surf's Up that you just don't want to face. They've been looking super stellar down there in the lower bracket, making a deep run there, and it's been the same for the Demon Kings here. I do believe they got knocked down by Hydra's double heater Hunter, and then they knocked them out. So the team that did beat NAIXI Demon King aren't in the tournament. So for them, it's all going to be fresh games. We're going to see, how each and every single one of these teams can deal with them. And so far, no one has really been able to test them.
Yeah, you're right, especially on broadcast play for NAIXI Demon King. They were the first series that we saw back on Friday, having won against Poland Mountain, and then they just kind of kept going through that lower bracket, not dropping a game on tournament play. So, they've kind of had a long way to get here, and they are showing up once again, making those plays, getting those wins in, and just kind of business as usual for these guys. But it's game number 4, Blaze Edge Arena. Let's see if SCARABS can turn this around.
Wonder if they got any curveballs. I kind of doubt it with how fast they just locked that in. I don't think they're going to be making any changes specifically compared to yesterday, where it seemed like they wanted to really consider their comps. So this Warlock, Warrior, Priest is just going to be what they're going to try and make the run with. Otherwise, it's looking likely that they're going to be going out of the tournament in 4th place. Considering their compositions, they're a team that's going to do well into Warlocks, but not so well into things like RMP. And oh no, a sap onto Walrix. He's already getting purged down by the Skull of Gul'dan of Chaz. He's stripped of all of his buffs, all of his shields. Blizzo intervenes over, disarms, trying to prevent damage onto Walrix in the opener. A decent peel from Blizzo so far. They actually get Blizzo out of the polymorphs. This is actually not that terrible of a start if they can get Blizzo back onto Chaz. But I'm not sure if they're going to play that strat. It seems like they just want to focus on peeling, staying alive, trying to get dots out, trying to win an attrition fight. That's going to be the biggest challenge for them against Chaz's Prayer of Mending. They're still continuing the pursuit of Walrix at the pillar downstairs. Looks like he may have resisted a kidney shot here from Blaze, which is going to be in his good graces if he had any chance of winning this game, but he's still just under so much pressure. Knees is right next to him, just can't heal him up. Battlemaster Hellstone. Walrix is using his last lines of defense. Blizzo's popped Death Wish to try and get pressure, but Blaze just evasions it, totally ignoring Blizzo. Walrix at 20% on match point, facing tournament elimination. Ice Lance after Ice Lance, Kona Cold after Kona Cold. They're trying to slow down the pressure. Chaz sweeps in with a Shadow Word Death. Knees is doing what he can to line of sight the rogue with Walrix, trying to pick him up. YOLO Howl of Terror doesn't get it, gets clipped by Chaz's Fear. Knees is CS. He goes for a first aid at 10%, but Walrix's pet is dead. He needs to Fell Dom, but he doesn't want to get purged. He's drain lifing on the water Ellie. He Fell Doms out the Fell Hunter. He's still somehow alive, but he's out of mana. Blizzo's in a polymorph. There's no mana left for Knees. There's nothing left for SCARABS on match point. Blizzo's taken out of the fight. Walrix is praying that he can stay alive right now and still have a shot in the tournament, but it's looking like it's lights out for him. Still holding on, but not able to ultimately. They played it out to the bitter end. They burnt all of their resources to stay alive, but it wasn't enough to slay the Demon King.
Chaz. I mean, this is one of those matchups where, this is probably the least convincing game for NAIXI Demon King, but I don't even think they got crowd control on Knees that he wasn't able to trinket, so he just burned through his mana trying to heal his Warlock through Wound Poison, and they just put control on Blizzo, put maximum damage on the Warlock, and it's really hard to develop any kind of counter pressure here. NAIXI Demon King seems like they're very experienced in this matchup because this seems like a pretty easy series for them.
Yeah, they had just a great opener here as well. They got the sap onto Warwick, and then later just starts hard casting a Frostbolt. And if you get rid of that spell lock, it's not actually too bad here. You just get some sheeps on Blizzo. It's okay if they get this spell because they're, Warwick's going to be forced to jump down, and Blizzo is going to be stuck up top here for a little bit. And then after that, you can just free cast as a mage. This was, I think, a crucial moment where Warwick actually gets away and his wound poisons drop. But the problem is Knees was just completely out of mana at that point. And it's all about Blaze. It's all about Blizzo proccing improved hamstrings on Blaze. You can see Warwick is just trying to line of sight him. Laner's just trying to slow him. And then eventually you can see Blaze here just getting stuck here in that improved hamstring right there. That improved hamstring is what keeps Blaze off of Warwick. And you can see those those wound poisons right there falling off, and Warwick here going for the little drain life here with no wound poisons. He's actually healing a significant amount, healing up on that water alley, and he's just line of sighting now. And as long as Blaze never connects on Warwick, they're in a good spot, but eventually he will. And kind of cold right there, Lane is spamming that Winter's Chill, and he just doesn't have enough mana really to do anything at this point. Blaze reconnect, and the first thing he does is put up a crippling, put up those wound poison effects, and they are able to take that win. And of course, Chas making sure that his hair is looking prime as well.
I mean, it's the most important. That's the
I
checklist,
agree.
right? You got to make sure your add-ons are good, your macros are all good, all your keybinds, and then the hair. That's number one, really. But anyways, we are going to be moving to a game number 4. They are on match point now on the side of NAIXI Demon King. There we go. Yeah, see, you understand the importance, Zico.
Absolutely. This is why he's 4-0.
What did you think of his technique?
Yeah.
No,
Let's hear
it was
that.
good. It was good. You could tell the way he was twisting and the way, the rotation he used as well. It was all approved, yeah. I actually discussed this with Chas and give him some of my tips as well. Not to be that guy, but yeah.
I hope this becomes a tradition with him, with Chaz. Like somewhere BlizzCon sometime in the future, hopefully, like he's on the AWC stage and they're all wearing their jerseys from the org, and he's got the suit on, because clearly it's like some kind of good luck charm for him.
Yeah, I think it's been working for him.
I think so. All right, well, anyways, well done to them. Unfortunate for SCARABS, they're going to be knocked out of the tournament, but they had a good run. I mean, they made it this far. I don't know if you guys saw the little breakdown we had earlier on in the day. Over 200 teams signed up for it, and they made it all the way until Championship Sunday, so well done for them. It's always an unfortunate situation when you see really high-skilled players just kind of get outmatched on comp alone, because we know how much skill is on that team between those 4 players, so... that's it for them, but NAIXI Demon King will be moving forward. And up next, we've got Blackwater Gaming versus Got Renamed. We are going to head to a break. When we come back, it's going to be that upper finals match for you guys soon. Welcome back, everyone. We are now on our second series of the day. It is the European Upper Finals. We've got Blackwater Gaming versus Got Renamed coming up. Yesterday, apparently on Chaz's stream, they were talking about the Love Rocket mount, where it's like a 0.03% of a drop rate. And Chaz was quoted saying, "Oh, that's interesting. That's the same chance that Chan has to win the European Finals." So some harsh words, but what do you guys think about that, Ben?
I think Chaz is going to have to back up that talk a little bit because I'm not so sure it's going to be easy for them. Honestly, my favorite still after watching the games yesterday. I mean, in North America, we got a bit of a preview of what the Rogue Lock Druid versus RMP matchup looks like. The RLD from North America lost to both RMPs, and it was kind of a brutal loss in both cases. But I think it's going to be a bit different potentially when it's CHANIMAL, Mir, and Minpoike. Those guys are looking pretty polished, and if there's any RLD that's going to be beating these top tier RMPs, it's going to be them.
Okay, so just to clarify, Blackwater Gaming is kind of your favorite in this one, or?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, just making sure. I mean, do we agree with that, Zico, Supatees? Any comments on it?
I don't bet against Rogue Mage.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay.
All right. Well, I do want to say though that was said in jest by Chaz, so please don't come for him. But we'll have to see if his prediction is correct. In the Grand Arena, game number 1, it's Blackwater Gaming versus Got Renamed. Winner of this one, moving on to the Grand Finals.
Curious to see how they're going to deal with the opener here against the Shatter play, because that Bloodlust, the Skull of Gul'dans, all that spellcast speed. Are they just going to pull away, retreat? How are they going to navigate this? Fortunately, they do have a Rogue, which is kind of the best class you could have for this matchup into the Shatter play. Obviously, if they had a Warrior or something, this would be a lot more difficult for them, but I think they could pull it off.
I was going to say, they have both of the classes you do not want to see. You don't want to see, if you're playing Shatter play, I personally feel like the most horrifying thing you can run into is an Warlock, and if that Warlock's named CHANIMAL, it becomes even more horrifying. You have Mir on Rogue. There's just no good targets. Who do you go after if you are Got Renamed? Potentially they could do something with Spell Pen and go after the pet. Likely they're going to have to try to go after Mir, but if Mir plays this really defensive and he's really intelligent with his Cloak of Shadows, with his Vanish, plays defensive when he needs to, Got Renamed is going to really struggle to find momentum in this match.
All right, let's see if they can build that momentum. They already got a sap, but Polymorphs are coming out onto CHANIMAL. Not able to land the Devour, it seems, so he's going to be out of the game for some time here. We see Got Renamed for the first time posted up defensively. They're not playing all-out aggression with that early Bloodlust. They're trying to pick their moment here, and it's mostly because they don't want to attack the Warlock, I would imagine. They're waiting for Mir, who's still in stealth at this time, now deciding to open up with a blind on Shaman, cheap shot on Shadow Priest, Trinket out of blind, but Kidney hasn't been used yet. Mir could make a swap to the Shaman here. Bloodlust is rolling, Icy Veins popped. Desley needs to get damage out during this time. How much pressure can he get out during this window onto Mir? They need to at least force a Cloak of Shadows here onto Mir. They're not finding it, even with the silence onto Minpoike. Loading up full hots here. Still stay on the Shadow Priest. Nice banish on the Water Elemental from CHANIMAL. Removing a lot of Desley's damage. CHANIMAL willing out of the fear, trying to stay aggressive. Full kidney shot here, but Minpoike MCS'd. Big heal comes out with that Swift Mend. Now fear spam onto the Shadow Priest while Mage is in an ice block, and they're just tanking the Bloodlust. They haven't even used a Cloak of Shadows. They're not even scratching them just yet. As I say that, Mir goes down to 10%, but Nature Swiftness backs him up from Minpoike. Mir is going in for the kill. Cheap shot onto the Shaman, into a Gouge, into a Fear, into Snipe on the Tremor, into a full clone. Nice teamwork here by Blackwater Gaming on their offense while they're pushing for the kill as the Shadow Priest is out in midfield, fully dotted, taking tremendous amounts of damage. Minpoike on top of the Shaman, war stomping his heel, fearing him afterwards. Tremors down, CS onto the Shadow Priest, and I think that's it. That's going to be a KO in game 1. Blackwater Gaming looking solid.
Yeah, there was no Cloak of Shadows during that game except at the very end. And Minpoike doing a great job. It's a combination of multiple things. So you have Mir kind of shutting down the scary damage. We saw at one point when he was going to get shattered, he actually shadow stepped behind the Mage, so the Frostbolt didn't go off. And it's just really good coordination. If you can avoid that really high burst damage, the Restoration Druid healing will be able to kind of support you. And this is just a really, really clean game from Blackwater Gaming.
Yeah, 100%, leaving no room for Got Renamed to really do anything. We can see that being implemented right here as well. This is the replay from game number 1.
Yeah, and that was the shadow step that Benruki was just talking about right there. He gets a gouge on Desolate. He ice blocks. They just build up, wound poison stacks, get that crippling poison rolling, make sure that you have everything going there. And Poike as well doing a great job there. Decursing Mirror on that Hex of Weakness, which is a troll racial actually, because priests, depending on what race you pick, they have different racials in TBC, and the troll one is that you get a mortal strike effect at 20%, which is why Drank is actually playing that troll. And of course Mipoika just removes that, gets a big nature swiftness, and also Mipoika there at the end using the rank 1 Moonfire on the fear, because again, priest in the Burning Crusade, they can dispel, freely. They can dispel whatever they want. It's not like on retail where you have to mass dispel to remove certain things. So a priest can actually just dispel his teammates infinitely. So Mipoika putting up a rank 1 Moonfire to not break the fear. That's why he's using the rank 1, and because it's cheaper mana-wise. And then also putting up extra debuffs there with the fear. So instead of just having the fear as a debuff and you just instantly dispel it, it's going to be a Moonfire, it's going to be a Insect Swarm maybe, as well as a Fairy Fire. And Mipoika just trying to add up as much different debuffs to bolster his RNG there to kind of make that fear last longer for CHANIMAL.
Very, very quick victory for Blackwater Gaming here in game number 1. They definitely showed up today. It got renamed. It just didn't seem like they had any options in that last game. But moving forward, Supatiz, what can they do that maybe we didn't see for that first game?
I mean, it feels like everything is stacked against them. Like, you've got will to get out of fear, so the Shadow Priest is kind of just like, can't do much. If you're not able to blast somebody with silences on the Druid, then what are your options? Really, not really too many. And for one silence chain, it's going to be a cloak if necessary, and then another silence chain is going to be nature swiftness if necessary. If you ever lose the RNG on Devour and CHANIMAL just gets himself out of polymorph, then you just got this rampaging warlock. The fact you can decurse that hex, it's just going to put them so far behind. Like, they're losing their mortal strike effect. They have no CC. They can't really cast because there's a rogue on them. It just seems like this matchup is impossible for them. Maybe a map like Runes of Lordaeron, you go after the Druid in the open, you try and get Mipoika to run out into the open, silence him up and blast him or something. But even that, I feel like Blackwater Gaming are going to be more than ready for it.
What's even more discouraging about this matchup, not to kind of just keep piling it on, not to keep piling it on, but at any moment, Mir can just go run behind a pillar, and CHANIMAL can quite literally 1v3 their team. Like, it is so difficult to take down an SL Warlock as a caster cleave. So you can kind of just default, like, if Blackwater Gaming ever does get scared in the match, they can just run away and just let CHANIMAL just throw up tongues on everyone, put dots on everyone, fear everyone. It's going to be really difficult for Got Renamed to kind of deal with that. So they are on a time limit. I feel like if they want to win this matchup, they have to play very aggressive. Probably can't just go after one target. I think if they just go after Mir, it's likely going to be a loss for them. With how they're playing it, I think they have to hit multiple targets, but if Mipoika has good positioning, it's going to be difficult. Mir is going to be moving in here. He does get the sap on the mage, and we'll have to see who they decide to open up on. Looks like they are going to be going after the priest. Full cheap shot, immediate bloodlust coming in from Got Renamed as they're looking to get aggressive onto Mir once again. A silence on Mipoika. Mir down to 20% health, but he gets topped off. A huge heal there by Mipoika. Healthstone as well. So Mir commits the Healthstone so he can stay aggressive and hold on to that precious Cloak of Shadows.
Yeah, and he's got that Hex of Weakness on him right now, so he will be taking a little bit less healing there from those healing over time effects. But Drink the One might just go down here. Mipoika moving in for crowd control. Counterspell is going to fade, and they do get the fear there. Now they need to dispel it, but Mir is just doing a great job covering it and making sure that the Shadow Priest can't access his dispel, and that is a swift victory right there for Blackwater Gaming.
That's just brutality. Like, that is not...
I'm telling you, Shadowplay is really good into like RMP. So if we see this team play against RMP, I think it's going to look a little different, would be my guess. But against a Roguelike Druid, I feel like Roguelike Druid might be the hardest counter you can fight as Shadowplay. Like, you just have no options. You can't really go after anyone. The Warlock's super difficult to take down. The Druid's super difficult to take down. The Rogue as well. Out of all the melee is going to be the most durable here.
Let's look at the replay. Like, they don't get any cooldowns from Blackwater Gaming. I'm looking at Nature Swiftness from Mipoika, Cloak of Shadows from Mir. Those are like the main objective points. And they didn't hit either of them. So here during the silence, this is when they need to be doing the most amount of damage. They don't even scratch the surface of Blackwater Gaming right there. They didn't even get their toes wet in this game, really. It was just impossible. When Poike charges in to stop crowd controls the shaman on his trinket, sets up for a full fear from Chanimal. They cover with the death coil. They cover with Howl of Terror. Like, they just got bodied. There's no way, man. Like, I want to try and say there's some hope at the end of this tunnel here, but like, I really don't. I think their hope is like, all right, let's try and beat Chaz. Like, that's their best hope right now.
There's no like comp swap they could do. I'm not sure. I don't remember what they have.
I don't think they have anything else. Like, I'm trying to think what would be.
It's one of those things too. It's one of those things too when it comes to like comp swapping is you could try a comp swap. Maybe there'd be something that's a little better, but if you're not good, if you're not like insanely proficient, you're not going to be Mirror Chanimal and Minpoike. Like, you just aren't, like, as any composition. So unless you're like literally the best in the world at it. So I think they kind of have to stick with their main composition here. I don't really see them switching it up. I don't know if they even can. But yeah, I'm trying to think of what their options are, because this is seeming really, really difficult. They could try something super cheeky. Zico, what are your thoughts on like super high spell pen and try to like take down the Warlock pet? Might be difficult if he's running Void Star Talisman.
I thought about it, and I mean, it could work, but I just think the games are going way too fast for that to work out for them. I think positioning, if they're going to be playing on this map, I think they need to position differently. The Shadow Priest needs to be at the, like, kind of outside the room. If the Priest goes into the middle, it just gives the enemy team so nice position, specifically Mirror. Whereas if you play kind of in the room, and you have your mage, maybe your shaman push forward a little bit, that's actually going to force Mirror to either not go on the Shadow Priest or commit to the Shadow Priest kind of in open field. And I think the way that they're doing it, like they're going for those all-ins very, very early on. I think maybe try to control Mirror and then go for an all-in. Try to slow down the game a little bit, because I do think the weakness of the RLD is that they only have one Dispel. So if they can get a sheep onto Mirror, with Drake being really far away, I think that's what maybe could lead them to a victory, because playing on the Tomb, it just doesn't seem to work unless they go all in on Chan. Mirror's just going to always be next to a pillar. I just don't ever see him dying in this situation, let alone he's not even using Cloak of Shadows here. Going to open up here onto Drank, and immediately here, massive pressure to get a spell lock onto Chi-Chi. They already burned through the Nature Swiftness. Coil coming out from Chan. Look at Minpoike as well in the back line. He has his bash. Actually, I think he got resisted right there. Drank still down to 50%. Minpoike going for the War Stomp. Actually getting counterspell right there. He's War Stomp resisted as well. He does get the full Cyclone now with the full kick, and that's immediately going to be game over for Drank.
Just stop it. He's already dead, man. Just stop it. Make it stop. This is just brutality right now. Like, stop kicking him. It's already over. Oh my goodness. There is no way, like, Blackwater Gaming lose this right now. I think Chaz might be the next one that's kind of in line for this team. It's going to be a better matchup for them, but like, this one, there's no way. Like, there's no way they have alts they can pull out. They can play the same caliber as Blackwater Gaming. And even if they do, RLD is not like a comp that you're going to counter outright. So there's just no way. Like, they're not getting any cooldowns now in any of these games. They're getting sapped. Again, as Zico's saying, playing on the Tomb. I don't think it's going to be a good plan for them, Ven.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, it's just from start to finish, you're on the back foot if you're got renamed. Draining the one, just immediately getting interrupted, down to 50% health, a coil on the trinket of Chi-Chi, and out of that, I mean, it's just so difficult. I can tell you from experience, when you have a Restoration Shaman on your team, Animal is exceptional at kind of bullying him and not allowing him to get off heals. Minpoike adding insult to injury there with the Feral Charge. And a big problem that we're seeing here for Got Renamed is their only win condition is silences. So they have to use both the counterspell as well as the silence to try to generate any pressure. But it is something that backfires hard, because when you commit your counterspell to just a blanket, because that's the only crowd control you have, as soon as those are gone, both Minpoike and CHANIMAL are just more than happy to just spam out Cyclone, spam out Fear. That's where the game just totally unravels, and Chi-Chi just basically can't play his character.
It's reminding me of your Death Star metaphor a little from yesterday, Super Tease. Was that yesterday?
This is like
Worse
being
than
an
that?
Ewok with a slingshot trying to take down the Death Star. you're not even gonna hit it. You're not even gonna get close. You're not
Oh
even
my
gonna get
God.
close. Man.
That was good.
Yeah.
Not happening.
It's really rough. Got renamed. They're certainly doing their best here, but it's just a difficult matchup for them, and it was going to be from the beginning. I know that there was a vote in chat for what team you guys thought was going to win, and I think it was overwhelmingly on the side of Blackwater Gaming. I want to say somewhere in the 90% mark, but yeah, well, I mean, they've got one more chance left. Blackwater Gaming, they are on match point. It is best of 7, so they've got a chance to maybe turn it around. But if they lose this next one, they are dropping down to that lower bracket, and they'll be facing off against Chaz, like Soup T has already mentioned. That's NAIXI Demon King in that EU lower final. I think we've got a little bit of time here before this next game starts. Soup T's, I'll throw it to you. How do you think they fare against that team?
It's a better matchup for sure, but still, with how well the Demon King has been playing, they might just completely dismantle them right off the bat here with amazing crowd control. And we've seen the Shatterplay matchup in North America, although EMCL isn't like a main resto shaman, so maybe that changes things for them in this matchup. But it still didn't look great for it over in North America, so they're definitely the underdogs. Like got renamed, they're gonna do their best. But this matchup for sure, I don't know what Mir, Minpoike, and Chan would have to do. Like, he'd have to cloak in the starting room, or like cloak as the door opens, and even then, even giving cloak as a handicap, I don't think would be enough for Got Renamed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for underdogs, they did make it a pretty long way. This is the European upper finals, so that's nothing to laugh at for sure. But game number 4, it's on the Grand Arena, Blackwater Gaming on match point.
All right, well, this is going to be an interesting one. Let's see if Got Renamed has any tricks up their sleeves. And actually, Blackwater Gaming is going to be bringing in double rogue druid.
They're memeing them, man. This is BM.
It is, and it isn't. This is actually not a bad composition. I know it sounds silly. It's something you don't see a lot, but it's similar to like the warrior rogue I was talking about. It's something that can work. I still honestly would give the advantage to Blackwater Gaming in this matchup. But I think at this point, they're trying to just get stop points.
That is the biggest slap, dude, though. I kind of want Got Renamed to win. A little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, this one. Let's see. They're going to play more aggressively, though. There's no Warlock,
Let them
right?
win.
So they're trying to find the rogues in stealth. And Mir is crossing, dodges Blizzard really close to it. They're going to sap here on the Shadow Priest. They just open. Misery Stun procced instantly on the cheap shot. Maybe a little bit unlucky there for CHANIMAL, but both rogues now are on the Shadow Priest. And Poike fakes out the counterspell, I believe, looking for a feral charge here to set up crowd control. Let's see if they can win here. After that diminishing return, it could be lights out for the Shadow Priest without any defensives here. CHANIMAL caught in polymorph, though. Trinkets out of the polymorph, setting up for the blind here, I would imagine, pretty soon. Mir down at 30%. Chi-Chi bombing in big lesser healing waves. Needs to stay max range from the blind here. Shadow step kick onto the heal from Mir. Getting right back on the Shadow Priest. Poike pushing forward. Fear onto CHANIMAL. Trying to crowd control, but there's the next blind. Drain is trying to run away from the rogues. CHANIMAL caught in a fear. Mir trying to sap his blind. Sap onto the blind. CHANIMAL connects. Mir's moving in. It's match point. Double rogue.
Game over.
CHANIMAL and Mir taking him out. 4-0 to the grand finals.
I'm not joking when I say this, but it's actually a good comp into this because of the double blind sap. So you just blind one rogue if he needs to, can commit his vanish sap, and you can, as a Shadow Priest, you're not going to live against 2 rogues hitting you. I mean, it's really, really difficult. So he trinkets out of the first blind, and then you kind of just know it's already over at that point. The next blind, unless we're seeing a bunch of polymorphs come in from the mage, it's going to be an unwinnable situation. And CHANIMAL brings in the rogue, which is something I know he wanted to do in this tournament that Mir was very against, but it's nice that he let him do it.
What is this little emote that Chan has where it's like the little piggy peeking out of the corner? As soon as he won that game, he's coming in chat and spamming it, huh?
Oh, that's the swine. Yeah.
The swine.
The swine.
All right. Lots of Chan fans in the chat apparently, because that is getting spammed right now. But here's the replay.
Yeah, we got Adam Chan coming out to play here. He actually does play rogue. He did get rank 1 on it last season. Adam Chan, a very known rogue on the NA ladder. He kind of terrorized that place for a long time last season. And finally, it does come out here. Get the Shadow Step kick onto Chi-Chi. They use the first blind to force Chi-Chi's trinket. Mir blinding that next heal there. And at this point, Mir still has his cloak. He uses the cloak, does a little bit of damage, and then on the last second of the cloak, he goes for the Vanish before he can get dotted, gets the sap, makes it back to his target, and Minpoike just standing here interrupting Desolate because they don't have a Dispel, right? So Minpoike, he needs to be the goalie. He needs to make sure that no polymorphs come through, and Adam Chan and Mir. Actually, Adam Chan topping the damage right there. Ooh.
Oof.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
are we surprised?
Not entirely surprised here. Adam Chan gonna out damage Mir here on his own class. I mean, he did go for the CC there with the blind and everything.
Mir was doing all the work, man.
Yeah.
He went for the Shadow Step kick, out of the Shadow Step kick. He went for the blind. He's the one that did the Ninja Cloak Vanish Sap,
Listen,
Padding
Manuki,
his damage.
Adam Chan did more damage because he's better, okay? That's all I see.
Okay.
All that matters is the scoreboard, nothing else.
No. The
Exactly.
PvP scoreboard.
That's why I fight
All right.
off bases. I fight off flags just to top the meter. I'm just dotting healers uselessly so that I can. That's all that matters is your top damage.
Yep.
Never queuing up a BG with you, Sid. Just kidding. All right. Well, anyways, well done to them, Blackwater Gaming. They are going to be moving on to the grand finals, and they're going to be playing the winner of this next up match. We know, of course, got renamed, just dropped down to the lower bracket. They're going to be facing off against NAIXI Demon King. We've talked about how we think this series is going to go, but I would love to hear your thoughts in chat. Who wins this next one? Who wins the EU lower finals and moves on to the grand final? And who gets knocked out of the tournament on Championship Sunday for the European region? We are almost there. We're almost to the grand finals. We've just got this last one to get through, and then we will know who makes it back up to the grand finals to face off against Blackwater Gaming. We could have a rematch, or we could have a new champion. We will see. Any predictions from you guys? We kind of heard Sid's, but Ven, Zico, I don't think I remember what you were thinking about this one.
Well, I think it's a hard matchup.
The lower
actually.
finals, not the grand finals.
Yeah, I think it could be a very even game. But if I have to guess, somebody's gonna win. I mean, I haven't seen the equipment that everybody's wearing in real life, but I think Chaz right now is just looking on another level. So I would have to give it to the Demon Kings here. Got renamed. I mean, we didn't have a player camp, but I just don't feel like there's any way that they're better dressed than Chaz right now. So yeah, I'm gonna give it to Chaz and the Demon Kings.
I think that's a safe guess. Ven, quickly, what about you?
I think it's so there's two things going on right now. Got renamed is probably extremely sad. They just got 4-0'd.
Yeah.
It was brutal, absolutely brutal. So for got renamed, their headspace might not be the best. NAIXI Demon King, they haven't lost yet. On Friday, today, every single one of their series was 4-0. So they're 12-0 on broadcast so far, looking really, really good in terms of momentum. You got to give it to NAIXI Demon King. I think if got renamed, and kind of just shake off that last loss, focus up, play their game without being tilted. I think they have a fair shot in this one, but I think it'll be fairly obvious within the first couple of matchups if it's going to be a close series or if NAIXI Demon King is just going to absolutely dominate pretty much.
I like the juxtaposition in the answers that we've got from Zico and Ven. Like Zico, we've got Chaz is best dressed better, so he's gonna win, and then Ven goes into a very honest, the mental headspace of everyone. But we'll see. Maybe their predictions will be right based on who knows. But coming up next, we do have that EU lower finals. Winner of this one moving on to the grand finals got renamed versus NAIXI Demon King. And don't forget, before the European finals, we do have that interview with lead software engineer Brian Birmingham. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. It is the EU lower finals. Winner of this one moving on to the grand finals to face off against Blackwater Gaming. It's game number 1. Got renamed versus NAIXI Demon King.
Ooh, double
This is
healer rogue?
Yeah, I was gonna say this is another one. This is another one of those compositions that I swear was popular in season 3, season 4 that I haven't really seen anyone play. The double healer rogue, and I mean, if you're got renamed, I don't want to say it's gone from bad to worse, but it's gone from bad to bad. Like this is not a matchup you want to see either. Another one of those situations where you don't really have too many people you can go after. I think Chaz is going to be the best target here. If they can get a polymorph on Chaz and set up on him with silences, that is their best option to win this game.
But Laner's rogue? I mean, I know Laner's her mage. I'm not sure. Maybe he's like CHANIMAL. He's just secretly one of the best rogues in the game. We'll have to wait and see here. Switching roles here. Blaze is now going to be the resto druid. A change of pace for a rogue player. We see Sap and a blind and a Desley getting trinket out of the way there. They don't want the mage going for polymorphs, but a blink in. Blaze shuts it down with a bash on that MCS into a cyclone. Nice shutdown by Blaze. That's going to alleviate a lot of time here for his team to get aggressive. Chaz is pushing forward over on top of Blaze. Not going to be, Chaz pushing with Blaze off of the pillar at the moment, trying to reposition and not stack. But he's got to be a bit careful here. Laner's pulling back behind the pillar, lining the water elemental for now. And just avoiding that wave of bloodlust seems to be their goal, but they're dogpiling on top of him. They fear Chaz into a polymorph, and they could set up with a silence out of this, as Venruki was suggesting, but Chaz is just going to trinket in fear. Desley wills out for a Frost Nova MCS. They need a double silence, maybe? They're lining up a lightning bolt out of the polymorph. They're trying to get some chain lightnings out as well from the Restoration Shaman, but Drain is just CC'd. He can't chain anything. Desley's in a clone, and they just can't connect.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a nightmare situation. They're just not giving any openings here. That being said, got renamed. In terms of mana, they still have a little bit left, but Laner's just being as annoying as possible in this match, just going for the cheap shot, the gouge to slow them down. He's playing mind-numbing poison as well, so Drain the One definitely having a really difficult time getting anything kind of rolling here. Chaz going for mana burns, going for Daz. Desley down to 40% mana. Blaze still has his trinket. He's got Innervate. Everyone's got full mana. If you're got renamed, you are definitely in a bit of a panic right now. Your bloodlust is gone, and these last two teams have just been able to outlast the kind of scary moment of the Shadow play. The Shadow Priest Mage, you're definitely on a timer with that bloodlust. It's a very aggressive composition, and when you find yourself in these situations where you're playing matchups, you don't really have a good target, it is so difficult to win.
Let's see if they can turn it around here with their limited options. Another kidney shot into the Shadow Priest. If Chaz finds any mana burns here onto the Shadow Priest, it's going to be so tough for them to actually do anything for the rest of the match. Desley into another Cyclone. Chaz is drinking up to full mana. They still have Innervate. I don't even think they've gotten a cloak yet from laners. This is not looking good for Got Renamed in this matchup. Chi-Chi's trying to get aggressive. Knows they're on a short clock, tossing out the lightning bolts, trying to assist with damage onto the rogue here, at least get a Cloak of Shadows. Double Fear MCS, nice setup by Got Renamed. They do at least net a Cloak of Shadows, showing some potential here for burst damage, but it might be too little too late. Laners rolls up, kicks the Evocate, cheap shot, Shadow Step onto the Shadow Priest, locking down the whole team right now. Kidney shot for follow-up. Chi-Chi's mana is critically low. Nature Swift is his last line of defense here. Keep his Shadow Priest going, but that Shadow Priest is out of mana. Another mana burn lands, and now the Shadow Priest is helplessly flailing around with his slingshot, waiting, trying to find a shot, but I think he's just going to tap out at this point. There's nothing that he can do. The Demon King had a composition, had a strategy in mind, and just tap out Got Renamed. 3 players out of mana and no hope.
I mean, I'm going to be honest, if you got renamed, you're now 0-5 on the day, and every single one of these matchups, I don't want to say it's impossible to win, but it is so difficult to win, and that is the problem. When you only have one composition, it's kind of a specialized, aggressive composition like them, teams can counter-comp you, and that's where we're kind of seeing the flexibility coming in from teams like Blackwater Gaming as well as NAIXI Demon King.
I feel like it's kind of the theme of the day, Ven. We're just seeing so many hard counters that are really difficult to overcome.
Yeah. It's just they have so much defense, and we can kind of see how this one does play out here, Zico.
Yeah, I mean, actually, to your question earlier on, does laners play Rogue? He did, in fact, get rank 1 as Rogue last season. I think he was playing with Morrow and Chaz, so he has a lot of experience playing Rogue. And I mean, obviously not as much as on his mage, but he definitely is well well versed on that rogue. And I actually haven't seen a single double healer rogue. This is literally my first game watching a double healer rogue. So it was a very popular comp back in the day. And it's kind of interesting to see it being brought back. I mean, the strengths here are kind of obvious. The druid and the priest are going to have plenty of mana, whereas the shadow priest is not going to have any. They did get one cloak of shadows out of laners, but that's about it. Laner's going to be very mobile on that rogue, keeping up 5 wound poison. Just look at all the poisons that Drake has here. He had the crippling, wound, 5 stacks, and mind-numbing poison. The whole game, he's just not doing anything, and at this point he just gives up. Got no mana left. He's being spam burned. His shaman is out of mana. His mage has been kicked on Evocate, and he's basically out of mana as well. And Drake getting drained.
Well, that is gonna wrap up game number 1, and it sounds like it's just gonna be kind of difficult from here on out for Got Renamed. So certainly curious if they maybe figure something out here in this series, or it's just gonna be another 0-4 loss on the side of Got Renamed, and that would be another 0-4 loss, 2 in a row for them. And that is, Ben, you kind of said it already, very difficult for them. It's just got to be something that's really difficult mentally to recover from, Supatis. I mean, you kind of just gotta keep your head up high in moments like these and persevere.
Yeah, I mean, you're coming into a tournament with a composition that's not the most meta comp against teams that have practiced its direct counters and are the best of those direct counters. So it's like, it's kind of coming as would be expected. So for me, it's like from this point onward, if you're Got Renamed, sure, you can come in with the Shadow Priest Mage if it's a comp that you really enjoy playing, but you're going to need some backup comps as well for these situations if you're going to go the distance.
And how difficult is it to sort of multi-class and have multiple comps for a team in Burning Crusade?
It's pretty challenging. You're going to be putting in a lot of time to gear up a character at the moment, especially multiple characters. You're going to be looking at trying to raid on all those characters. A lot of players are doing it though. Like, I'm sure Laners has put in the time on all of those characters to be able to rogue at rank 1 range. Like, you're gonna need to be doing it, but it is going to take quite a bit of time to do that. It's nice to get the tournament realm, so maybe if they get access to that earlier or something, they could try and practice on there. Maybe set up war games instead to skip a little bit of the grind for the tournament. But at the moment, their comp is just going to be outmatched by the caliber of players playing the counters to it at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, that is a really good point, though. I mean, I think that is one of the really fun parts about competing in these tournaments. If it's open signups, anyone can sign up and compete in Burning Crusade as well as retail, and then you get access to that tournament realm, and you're allowed to sort of experiment with different comps and different specs that you may not have on your live account. So that's definitely an advantage. And EWC signups are coming up soon. I'm going to throw that plug in there when I can. But it's game number 2, Ruins of Lordaeron. NAIXI Demon King up 1-0.
All right, let's see what they can do here. If Got Renamed, maybe got another composition in their pocket, because this one is going to get hard countered. Doesn't look like it. They're just going to go for that next match. There is some strategies that they maybe want to try out here. The map is certainly going to be a lot better for them than Nagrand. Nagrand's going to be the best kind of defensive map compared to something like Blade's Edge or something like Ruins. And I'm surprised a lot of people are going for Ruins. I think Blade's Edge wouldn't be. I mean, Blade's Edge is kind of a Druid's playground, but do you think it's a lot easier to actually close the distance and land fears on Blade's Edge? But I guess Drake is going to be getting trained here by laners on that rogue, so might not be able to land those fears. Let's see what they end up doing here. They're going to go for the sap here in the opener. Daisley trinkets out, gets the full out of the full sap. The ice blocks the blind right there. And Laner's just going to line of sight here and maybe actually go after the mage. Daisley's playing very aggressive. He gets a full sheep on the Chas. He's actually doing a great job so far. They're going to be able to get some pressure because of this. Can they go after the Druid, though? Blaze. It looks like they're going to go for it. The Bloodlust comes in very late there. They might go after Blaze here. They need a resheep. Laner shuts it down. Blaze on actually very low HP here. Does get the pain suppression there from Chas. They actually purge it off. Blaze still taking decent damage here. Great opener so far. Desolate doing what he needs to do here, playing very aggressively, trinket out of the sap, get laners out, block the blind. He knows that he's not really going to be a great target for them, and then he try to play a fast game. They get another sheep on the Chas. He trinkets out of it, and Chas actually has no cooldowns left, so if they get another sheep on the Chas, they could set up a kill onto him, or they could go after Blaze. So far, got renamed, playing a counter matchup very well.
Yeah, they're just playing really aggressive, and this is kind of exactly what you need to do. Desley not wanting to fall behind. That's why he trades out his Trinket and his Ice Block so early on. This positioning, there's a decent chance maybe they could go after Blaze. No, he's going to cross the map and get away. It's very, very important. Laner's just doing what he can with the deadly throw, with the kick, with the gouge, just trying to slow down that damage, but he's a little bit susceptible. He does still have Cheat Death as well as his Vanish. He's going to use his Preparation and his Vanish to escape. Likely Vanish is going to break. He has to hold on another 6 seconds. Needs to be a bit careful. Blaze gets a big regrowth, and that should be more than enough to keep laners alive with the Priest and Druid healing. Another blind goes out onto Desley. He's going to be blocking out of that one also. So now there's no Ice Block available. Laner's doing what he can to still just try to slow them down. And that's really the big advantage of having a rogue over, say, the traditional warrior in this double healer composition is you have the ranged interrupt, you have more defense with the Cloak of Shadows, a lot of lockdown. It's a lot easier to kind of outlast these kind of types of compositions.
Yeah, Desley out of mana right now, and I don't think he's going to be able to find that Evocate very easily. They get the full fear here onto Chaz. They need to get something onto Laners here. Laners knows he is a man on a mission. If Desley gets away and gets his Evocate off, they actually have a decent shot at winning this game. And Desley trying to kite into the room here. He's going to go for it. Blink, Evocation coming out. Laners realizing he's not going to be able to stop that one. Going to go after Drank instead, and now they're burning Drank here with the trinket here from Chaz, that Skull of Gul'dan, that mage trinket being utilized on a priest right now, getting decent burns here onto Drank. He's going to be completely tapped. Desley's going to come back with good mana though. Full counterspell secured onto Chaz, into a full fear. They get a fear onto Blaze as well. Blaze is going to be trinketing out of this one, and Drank here looking like he could use a drink right there, but I don't think Laners is going to let him have it. Another Cyclone comes out onto Desley, entangling roots coming out. Chaz now potentially getting rooted or Cyclone here. Looks like he will actually be on diminishing returns. Drainer or Laners going after Drank here. Drank able to get just one little sip of mana there. And another problem now in terms of mana here for got renamed is Chi-Chi's mana. And now once again, Drank going to be forced to tank the damage here. Kidney shot secured, and Chi-Chi in a full blind. That should potentially be the game here. Chaz not even going to be going for the damage there. Goes for the the mana burns here, just adding insult to injury. Could just go for, you know, the Mind Blast, Shadow with Death, and the smites there, but just goes for the safe play. Spam burn, even though he's 0 mana. Just keep burning him anyway, in case he gets enough mana to do a shield or anything like that. And the Demon Kings didn't look as pretty as that game number 1, but they are able to secure the game 2 dub as well.
They certainly did, Zico, well on their way to securing yet another victory. And, you know, regardless of maybe how we thought they did in that game number 2, I feel like this team is just so, you know, consistent. They're on a roll here. They're getting that momentum, and they're just, obviously, they're cleaning it up here, and we can see them do it right here.
I like that they were setting up on Blaze as he's running the Moonkin farm, so he's running a Dream State kind of hybrid Druid build. So, and also trying to go after him, maybe being on an ult a little more. It's easier, doesn't have the Cloak of Shadows. It's a good map pick. I actually really like what Got Renamed did in this game specifically. It felt like they had a strategy that could have possibilities to have a win, so they can keep going back to this map for the rest of the series if they need to. They got Desley away. I like that Desley was actually just trading cooldowns, because I feel like getting the pressure off the Shadow Priest is more important in this matchup. So just blocking blinds, trinketing CC, just getting out and getting aggressive to almost bait them to go after him. But it's just at this point where you're at the point of no return, where your Shadow Priest is out of mana, and they're just trying to get Drain into the room to get a drink. They're spamming out crowd control on the whole team, but he's just getting Deadly Throw slowed. He gets in the room, but still doesn't have any mana. So it's like Desley's got to solo someone with a Shatter combo. That's not going to happen right now, I really don't think, especially without the Water Ellie. So it's basically game over once that Shadow Priest hits 0 mana, and that's why Chaz is just going for mana burn rather than Mind Blast. They've got the Devouring Plague up. There's a Boomkin free casting Wraths off screen from Blaze. Like, you know it's over once the Shadow Priest hits 0 mana like that. They need to get a kill before that point.
You wanna try another Star Wars metaphor, Sid?
This one's like C-3PO versus Darth Vader.
Okay, that works. I got a nice visual. What about you guys?
I think so. It gives me a better understanding of the matchup for sure. But yeah, this is this one is definitely going to be difficult for Got Renamed. I think they need to go back to Runes of Lordaeron. I think going after the Druid probably is their best line of play. But I mean, you have NAIXI Demon King. it's clear what they want to do. They're literally committing every single blind onto the mage, so they just want to slow down the DPS. They're not even going for crowd control on the shaman. Eventually, offense just takes care of itself once the Shadow Priest is out of mana. So all it is about living. Keep up the mind numbing. Use Deadly Throw to interrupt important spells. Kick to interrupt important spells. Anytime they have pressure, that's when you're going to commit your Vanish to try to slow them down with a cheap shot Kidney. And so far, Laners has been doing a great job on that Rogue, denying these Wizards. And it's always nice to see when you have someone who's traditionally a mage player play kind of the opposite role in a matchup, but he has the perspective of the enemy mage, so he knows how to kind of like lock him down and be as annoying as possible.
Yeah,
that's your favorite thing to do, right, Van?
Have a better one.
Play
100%,
play it into mages.
Have a better
sir.
one. Have a better
Let's hear it,
metaphor.
Sid.
You know, it's like you remember when the garbage compactor that's like inevitably going to squeeze you and you're going to get closed in on like that? That's the mana bar of the Shadow Priest. Like the Shadow Priest is pushing against the mana burn wall. Like, please don't
But they
squish
escaped.
don't
They
squish me.
escaped, though.
In the movie they do, but movies aren't real. So
Okay.
he's going to have a hard time pushing back these like compactor walls that are just slowly squeezing all the mana out of him until he's dead.
Okay. It's more like the scene in Jaws with a similar contraption. Or not Jaws. Saw. Anybody see that?
I mean, it's definitely torture for their team in this series. Basically, the whole day has been torture for them, I think.
Yeah. Certainly a rough one. I mean, you got to give them credit that they're keeping their heads up high. They're still going in there doing their best. But game number 3, Chaz, all ready to go in that suit. We are on Ruins of Lordaeron. Let's see if they put themselves on match point here.
All right, the gates are open. They're gonna stick to that same comp here. Let's see what they can do. Deslate Trinket out of the sap, gets sapped on his Trinket, sap onto Drain, and they're gonna go after Deslate here. Laner's setting up his team for success. Look at Chaz already getting prime position here on the tomb, already using his Skull of Gul'dan and getting ready potentially to just spam out those mana burns. He dodges the fear there, or might have resisted there for Chaz. Either way, laners would have taken, not going to be committed there. Instead, they are just going to take the Trinket from Desolate, take the Trinket from Drank, and that next time the Kidney Shot comes around, it is going to be a lot of mana burns coming out. Desolate taking massive damage already here in that cheap shot. And going to see here Chi-Chi going for some heals there. Desolate actually line of sighting them, trying to just get something going here. They're trying to get some CC, and now here comes the burns. Actually, Chess doesn't want to expose his Shadow School because Desolate wants to sheep him, and if he gets locked on Shadow, then he can't do anything about that. Oh, nice Shadow combo coming out onto Blaze here. Big damage coming out here, but Blaze should be fine, honestly. He can just Feral Charge to the Shadow Priest and potentially get away. He's just going to use that small little pillar in the room to line of sight. I think this is a big mistake here. Blaze finally coming out now into Shadow's line of sight. Can he survive? It doesn't look like it, and it looks like the garbage compactor. The trash compactor finds nothing here.
I predicted it!
UI bug? Is that a UI bug, or did he actually not bark skin that entire time?
Sometimes I think it's a UI bug. I've seen it a couple times now. Some spells don't track on it, so I would imagine there's no way, unless he got purged on it, maybe that would happen, and it reset the timer because he got purged.
I'm actually kind of blown away that he made that decision at the end. I mean, when we look at the replay, I feel like he was in a kind of an okay position. He had that little pillar in the room he could work with. Just, even if he's getting purged, just spam the life blooms, avoid the cast of the Shadow Priest. But as soon as he tried to rotate from the room into the middle of the map, I feel like that was the most questionable decision we've seen so far today. And he got punished for it in a big way.
I really think the opposite, actually. I think Blaze should have just instantly, as soon as they came into the room, should have just Feral Charged the Priest and peaced out.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll see exactly how everyone is positioned here on this replay. But immediately, drain the one down. His Trinket, he gets sapped on his Trinket, so not a bad start here for NAIXI Demon King. But here we see Blaze in the open. He gets silenced. He has the Nature Swiftness. I still don't think he's used the Bark Skin. He throws in a Nature Swiftness, and I feel like he could just use this little pillar. He's so far away from Chaz, though. Chaz really isn't able to help him whatsoever. But here we go. He goes for the War Stomp, and he tries to get over to Chaz, is what happens. And Chaz gets feared. He trinkets out, but I guess he just doesn't actually have the globals to keep him alive. So the big thing there was just Chaz and Blaze getting separated in such a huge way. Chaz tried to come in with the pain suppression. He got feared on it. He trinketed out maybe a little bit too late. And yeah, there was just a lot of momentum. And that's what can happen against Shadowplay. When they get ahead of the damage, when they get ahead of the defensive dispels, it can be really hard to recover, even if you're playing a double healer composition. So that was just a great game by Got Renamed.
Great setup, obviously, by Got Renamed, but also are we potentially seeing maybe just like a little bit of overconfidence, Ben, with NAIXI Demon King?
It could be, yeah. I mean, I don't like when the Druid is kiting in the open against this composition. Like, I feel like you can just play really, really slippery. At least one of the DPS is always going to have crippling poison on him. So realistically, you should be able to just like power shift around a pillar with heal over time effects on you, and then at least you're always going to be close to Chaz for him to kind of back you up and heal. But I don't like the fact that he's kiting in the open like we're seeing. I feel like that's exactly what you want if you're playing the Shadow Priest Mage.
Okay, well, Got Renamed taking a game off of NAIXI Demon King. Now NAIXI Demon King a little bit on the back foot. They're going to choose their map because loser does choose a map in the draft. So we'll see what they do. We'll see if they bounce back, or maybe we'll see Got Renamed kind of figuring something out here in this matchup. Looks like we're going to Nagrand for game number 4.
All right. Excited to see if they can manage to pull this back. If they can win on Nagrand, then maybe they have potential for the series, but the strategy Ven is talking about is really easy to do on Nagrand because there's a pillar like 5 yards away from the starting gate for the Druid to just run around. So this is going to be their toughest match. Like this is kind of their proving point. Can they turn it around? Can they escape and defeat the Empire here against the NAIXI Demon King or not is the question. Or will they meet the same fate as Alderaan? You're too short to be a stormtrooper, I think, but I honestly don't remember. But the game is about to begin here. It looks like combat possibly grabbed here, so no sap at least. So they're not going to get trinkets for free like in that last game, although they even lost that game, getting trinkets for free. They're right on top of Chaz. They fear Chaz, get Will immediately, but they're going to open up on the Mage, blind the Shadow Priest to bait a trinket here, gouge the Mage, completely defuse their opener. They haven't committed any cooldowns, though. That's not Bloodlust, it's not Icy Veins, it's not a Silence, so they still have some big punches left to throw. Chi-Chi into the Cyclone. Laner's going to re-stealth here behind the pillar, it looks like, or at least attempt to. Chi-Chi's trying to chase him in Ghost Wolf to stop that from happening, and they do manage to stop Laners from re-stealthing, dropping that Poison Cleansing Totem, trying to get those cripplings off so his team is free, but he's just constantly babysitting Laners, trying to stop Drinks on the opposite side. Going to be quite a challenge for their team here on Nagrand, but so far, they still have 2 medallions. Oh no, but an opener on the Shadow Priest. Mana Burn, nice counterspell on the Mana Burn. Desley setting up for a Polymorph. War Stomp going to resist, it looks like, on Desley, or it just missed from Blaze here. Chaz's crowd control. This is the best shot they've got to try and get some pressure out. They need more crowd control. Now the Psychic Scream going to be willed out. They get 2 trinkets there. Bit of a mistake here on the side of Demon King, and Got Renamed. They're playing patiently. Oh my goodness, this damage on the laners. This is a completely different team right now from Got Renamed.
Yeah, they're picking their moment a lot better. Chi-Chi, actually, if you take a look at his character, he's running full raid gear, so I don't think he has any PvP gear on at this point, just playing pure mana regen, pure plus healing to keep his team in the fight as long as possible. I don't know if he could be a potential swap target. I don't think so, so really good heads-up play there by Got Renamed. I like the way they're playing this one. You can see Blaze in the open. He gets feared off the pillar. Big damage incoming.
That could be
He's going to try to peel. Blaze is just so incredibly low. A beautiful gouge. Blaze has to try to get to the pillar. He's so low. Pyramid comes in. Purge after purge after purge by Chi-Chi, just holding him in place. His health is basically frozen at this point of the game. A full blind goes out onto Desley, and I think with that full blind, Blaze should be able to recover. No more purges incoming, and Laners is actually going to be the one that gets swapped to. He does have Cloak of Shadows in about 7 seconds. Just going to trinket out of a Nova to avoid getting Ice Lance there. Wants to deny any kind of instant damage from Desley. Kind of a good heads-up play. And I feel like NAIXI Demon King, they may have weathered the storm. Chi-Chi almost out of mana. Desley, no ice blocks left. There's no water elementals. There's no veins. And it looks like, unfortunately, for them, this could be a loss, but we'll see if they're going to be able to recover. Desley's going to have to get a full evocate. He's going for it right now, and if they don't interrupt it, that could put Got Renamed back in the game.
They get a fear on it halfway through. He's only got 30% mana, but their Shadow Priest is in a decent spot as far as mana is concerned. They have a silence here. They get crowd control, but I think Chaz and Blaze are so far, there's not going to be any double fears. A full polymorph, a good opportunity. 26 seconds left on Cloak, but they can't find a target. They're going to go after Chaz. They might double silence, one-shot Chaz here, but no, it's Cyclone of the Shadow Priest. He trinkets. He needs to get his silence out before he's kidneyed. Silence goes out. They need to kill Chaz here and now. It's all or nothing. Can they pull it off? Down to 30%. Blaze repositions to get some massive heals, and now Drain is gouged up at critically low health. His entire team is out of mana, and I think their opportunity has been lost. Chi-Chi's trying to fake a kick, potentially. Earth shocks the mana burn, trying to keep up with the pressure, trying to line the mana burn. Drain actually got some mana back here amidst all of the chaos, but Desley is still totally out of mana. Chaz is mana burning him for insult to injury, and here Laners is just pushing for the win, slowly compacting the Shadow Priest into nothing but dust in game number 4, looking to move to match point. They're holding on, they're clawing for their lives right now at the edge of a cliff, but it is not enough. And this is going to be match point for the Demon King.
Okay, kind of stumbling just a little bit. You know, we saw them lose that last game against got renamed, having taken that victory. NAIXI Demon King, a little bit a struggle in there. They did manage to pull out a victory, but it kind of seems like maybe something's going on behind the scenes. Zico, what do you think?
I mean, honestly, the Demon Kings, they made a lot of mistakes this game. I think Blaze should have died there when he was crossing the map there and he barely got around the pillar. I'm sure we're going to see it on a replay, but that was a super close moment where he easily could have just died straight up. And I think this is actually one of those moments where they get 2 fears, or they get 2 trinkets with 1 fear, and that 1 fear, yeah, right here, they get Chaz trinket and Blaze's trinket. This was a very, very crucial moment in the match. And this is probably one of the biggest mistakes you can make as a double heater team. And they get the cloak as well here from laners. So massive pressure coming out from Got Renamed. They played this game beautifully. I really like what Chi-Chi did here with his gear as well. And this is the swap I'm talking about. Here, it's just pure luck that Blaze lives, honestly. He does lead summon his pet. He goes for the Pet Nova Lance, and Blaze barely survives right there. Chi-Chi was purging him, and if he purges that NS, if he just has a little bit different timing there on that purge, he could purge the NS before the heal goes off. Blaze is just dead. So definitely very close call there on Blaze. And if they won this match here on Nagrand, that's when things are going to become very interesting. But unfortunately for Got Renamed, they didn't have quite enough mana left in the tank here to be able to pull out a win, but it was very close. Nice recovery as well there from the Demon Kings. Another close call here onto Chaz as well. If they had a Earth Shock maybe on that heal from Blaze, they could have maybe taken down Chaz right there as well. And Laner's been doing a pretty good job here on the Rogue as well with these gouges, with the defensive blinds, kidney shots, etc. Just trying to slow down a lot of these attacks. And at this point, I mean, look at Chi-Chi here. He's actually just trying to drop combat, just sitting around the corner here, just sitting up for a sip. And then actually Deslate going for the Nova CS sheep right there, gives Chi-Chi enough time to get a sip. And then he comes out with the Skull Gul'dan, gets a heal off. Then he gets blinded on the next heal right there. And then he trinkets into a Cyclone there. So nicely done there by Blaze as well to help his team secure the kill. But that was a close match. And this is supposed to be the hard counter. So I think Got Renamed are just getting better and better at this matchup.
Yeah, they certainly are. That was definitely way too close for comfort on the side of NAIXI. I mean, they better clean things up if they do win the series and move on, because I don't think the performance that we saw from that last game then is going to win them a series or win them a tournament.
Well, here's the thing. They're playing an alt composition. Like Blaze normally plays Rogue, Laners normally plays Mage. So all things considered, they need to kind of just do the bare minimum in this matchup, to be frank. If they can do the bare minimum quite nicely, you have Chaz on the Priest, who's obviously a phenomenal player. I don't think anyone's dropping the ball too bad. It's just a little bit of mistakes, and you can tell they're not nearly as polished on this composition. But luckily for them, they really don't need to be, because this is a very favorable matchup for them. But you're right. If we're going to see them go into the finals, go up against Blackwater Gaming, they're going to have to bring like their A game if they want to win, because that's going to be an incredibly difficult matchup. Can't be overlapping trinkets, making mistakes like that, or you're going to get punished in a big way.
Mm-hmm. Love the confidence though that we're seeing coming out of Got Renamed. I think Zico definitely said it. Like they're for sure kind of finding their momentum, finding their stride a little bit within this series. I would love to see them maybe win this next game, maybe even tie it up. Super Tees, what about you?
Yeah, definitely. They're putting on a show here. It went from absolutely zero hope to like maybe the last hope for them because they pulled off a win on runes. They're getting close now on the grand. If they can keep it clean like this, the gear switch seems to be very important for them. It's getting them a couple extra seconds on the clock. They're picking their timings better. They're not just kind of like throwing everything out right away and trying to zerg down a kill. They're waiting and trying to find these exact moments where it would be the maximum value, which I really like. So they're adapting for late game. They're picking better timings, and this is their hardest matchup that we can probably theory craft for their composition. So they're really putting on a show. Like if they could do it, it feels like this is going to be their day that they would be able to do it.
I think so too. We're seeing a little bit of a change in pace here with Got Renamed. They've got this next game coming up. NAIXI Demon King, they are on match point, so they can't afford to lose any other games on the side of Got Renamed, but maybe they just turn it around here. I think regardless of what happens though, they should be proud of themselves. They made quite a long run in the lower bracket, sending some really good teams out of the tournament, and no matter how it wins, both of these teams are definitely putting on a show here. But it's game number 5, Ruins of Lordaeron. NAIXI Demon King, 1 game away from moving on to the grand finals.
All right, let's
see if they can do it. Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, this is going to be a much better map for them. What this matchup comes down to for me is not only do I feel like Got Renamed has done a much better job kind of picking their moment. I mean, it's very kind of typical for a Shatter play to just get aggressive right away, but I think in this matchup you can slow it down a little bit, get the crowd control out, bait some trinkets, and that's when you kind of go in for an all-in. I think that's when it's going to be really, really strong. But for NAIXI Demon King, we really got to see Blaze with his positioning. It's going to be important. You can't play too close to the tomb because you're going to get feared. It's difficult. It's not a super easy thing, because if you play too close to the Shadow Priest, you're going to get feared out into the open anyways. But if you play too far away from Chaz, you're not going to have any help, and that's where you're just going to get purged out, and you're not going to be able to really recover, especially as that Dream State build. So we'll see. Laner's going to be moving in. Going to be going for an early sap here. Let's see if he can find it. Gets it on Drain the 1. GG moving forward, just spamming out some purges. Really, once again, just want to shout out his gearing. I think it was really, really smart to mix it up like that.
Yeah, definitely big, but this opener is quite big as well here. Already getting that full cyclone on Chi-Chi. Oh, you love to see that blackout proc right there on the cheap shot if you are Drank, but they get the kidney shot here, and they do get a lot of wound poisons here. Laners going for a blind there, and actually Drank is going to be the target of that blind, and he's going to trinket out immediately. You got a kick here onto Desolate, and they're just playing it kind of slow here on the side of the Demon Kings. Chaz not going for any burns yet, and look at Blaze. This is the same situation we saw earlier on Ruins. Chaz actually getting slowed here by the Blizzard of Desolate. They're isolating Blaze, they're spamming out the purges, and now this time he's going to cross the map much earlier. He gets dispelled by Chaz, but Chaz gets caught up in a polymorph. Blaze needs to survive on his own here. And this is kind of what I want to see in this situation. Blaze, go to the room, and then when the enemy team gets to the room, Feral charge somebody outside and then cross the map to the other room. That way, every time you get caught up in a fear, anything like that, Chaz is going to be in your range to dispel you, to keep your pain suppression, anything like that, and then make it back out here. And Blaze is going to do exactly that. He's going to run once again back to the other room here. Actually sticks around here. I don't really like to see that positioning. I think he needs to cut even further back. It's okay, in my opinion, to play in the open as long as you are max ranging. And right now, you want to be max ranging Drank here. And now Chaz here could be the target, getting swapped to, gets shatter comboed, and he will trade out the pain suppression. Blaze, though, in healing range, and now Blaze is going to be the target as well. Going to drag them all the way into the room here. Blaze getting counterspelled. He's in the room here. Can he make it out, though? That is the question. Now he needs to make it out to Chaz here. He goes into Moonkin for him, a bit weird there, but Chaz should be able to keep him back up here. Blaze, mana not looking too good. They do force out the Ice Block here from Desolate, and now once again, they are able to reposition. This gives laners a lot of time as well to abuse that crippling poison, make sure that everybody is moving slowly when they're crossing the map, and that's what I want to see here. Oh my goodness, Laners has no Cloak of Shadows. He has no Vanish as well. Laners is in big trouble here. They could actually take him down. They do have the Nature Swiftness to work with. Laners there with a full blind onto Desolate. Beautiful play there, and he almost got taken out, and now he actually re-steps and gets a sap here onto Drake. Drake actually trinketing out of that one. Crippling poison gets shivved here onto Drake once again. Laner's gonna have that cloak in 10-15 seconds, and he should be okay for now. Deslate reloading with that evocation, and so far Mana's still looking good for Got Renamed.
Yeah, got renamed. Not doing too bad here, but there's no more outs, so that's huge. Desley has no more ice block. Without the water elemental, without icy veins, his damage is going to be significantly reduced. A full cyclone now on Chi-Chi, and Drain K, the one, is getting lower. Polymorph's coming in from Desley, but I feel like NAIXI Demon King, they've kind of weathered the storm. Laner's all over the Shadow Priest right now. He's got 5 wound up, and this is where Chi-Chi's not going to be feeling nearly as confident to push forward and just spam out purges. Potentially big damage here on laners, but he's got that Cloak of Shadows back up and available. Desley gets interrupted. A full kidney shot here on Drain K, the one. Big heals coming in from Chi-Chi. He's going for the healing waves. Does manage to actually get out significant heals, but he's slowly working through that mana bar. And I feel like we need about another 50 seconds before Got Renamed really has a good shot at offense here again. A sap! Oh no, a devastating sap. Laner's landing that on Chi-Chi. Now Drain K, the one, could be in a lot of trouble. The full kidney actually gets resisted. That's huge for this priest as he's going for a fear. He's pushing forward, trying to get some damage over onto Blaze. He gets full silence, going for a Mind Blast. Can he get interrupted? Laners does not get faked on his interrupt. It's still available. And Drain K, he's out of mana. I mean, this is what Sid was talking about. And when you've got no mana left on that Shadow Priest, it's basically a GG. He's not going to be able to get away from this rogue. I think NAIXI Demon King has done it, unless Desley can go for some massive pressure by himself, or maybe Drain K, the one's going to be able to escape. Are you kidding me? Is he actually going to get away and drink? This is not something you would typically expect, but Laner's just caught into polymorphs. Desley's going to try to be the one that soaks up a lot of the damage, but his mana is not looking good. Drain K, the one, needs to be careful. He wants to get as much mana here and recover as much as he can, but if he leaves Desley alone for too long, Desley's just going to be tapped on mana.
Yeah, and they are going to make it back. I think Desley might have a mana gem coming up soon here in his back pocket, and that's going to be really the remainder of the mana for these guys. They have enough to go for one more push. Chaz has no trinket. Gouge into mana burn, into a silence there. Defensively onto Chaz. Blaze completely tapped here. Chaz not working with too much either. There's going to be a trinket coming out from Drain K, the one, and we're going to see some dots now onto laners. Big shadow combo coming out from Desley, and another Ice Lance there. That's the second or the third water elemental coming out here from Deslate. Can they finish off laners? He used the Cloak of Shadows right there, so now they have a window here. Full cheap secured onto Chaz. Blaze is drinking with basically no mana. Laners needs to be careful, but Drain K, the one, is very low on mana. Nature Swiftness available here for Chi-Chi, and he will go for it. Drain K still taking decent damage. Full blind secured here onto Chi-Chi. Can they get anything out? Chi-Chi actually in Ghost Wolf, so they can't sap this one, but I do think they have enough damage here potentially to work this kill here. Blaze going for the Cyclone, gets it on Deslate, and that is going to be Got Renamed, tapping out. But what a nice last game from these guys. These guys played their hearts. Chaz is gonna that's some, yeah,
I'm not gonna lie,
good. Tastes like victory right there.
I don't feel like that series was like justifiable of tea time. I feel like they had to work for that. There's like sweat, you know, like I don't know. I don't know if that was the tea time
That's
series.
exactly why he needed it. He earned it. You don't think so?
I don't know.
I think he's saying he did it. I mean, they got the victory. They got the job done. It wasn't clean. It was a little bit messy, but they brought the composition. They were at least prepared in that way, because I think if they had played the RMP, it would have been potentially a lot scarier. There would have been more opportunities in the match for Got Renamed to actually pull out a win, but we can kind of see how this one played out in the replay.
Yeah, and it's like Zico said early on in the analysis, Blaze is kiting. So he's running from that starting room all the way to the pillar and then all the way back to the other starting room. And you'll see that in a moment when he leaves the tomb. And the kiting made it really difficult for them to get on top of him. And every time they run out in the open, Chaz is mana burning targets. You see Blaze 40 yards at the starting room again, Chaz at the pillar. If they chase Blaze out in the open here, he can run into the room, and if they dogpile in the room, he can cross the map again. It's like right here where it's their kill moment, and they try and go for it. They get him down pretty low. Again, he's kind of greedy with his bark skins, but as soon as they're in the room, he repositions, runs back across center field. Chaz can assist him. He can fear DPS, kidney shots the mage. Desley almost goes down. It's that moment of interception where they start to get pressure. Got Renamed did a phenomenal job, though, like against a double healer, maintaining their resources as long as they did. They actually tapped the druid a few times, and it was here at this moment when they purged the innervate where I was thinking that maybe they could actually win this. with how much damage and pressure they had, and the fact that they had actually made the Druid innervate himself and still purged it. So I thought they had hope here. But I think it's around here where we see Drain start to get drained on mana burn. He is just completely and he got this like hero sneak away moment where even though he's getting mana burn, he's looking hopeless. I'm not sure if this was the end of the game or the moment where he got to get that drink, but he had I think it's just the end of the game. He had a moment where he had this hero drink, but then they just turned around and mana burned Desley instead. So it's like, okay, your Shadow Priest drank to half mana, but now your mage can't do anything. As soon as your Shadow Priest comes back in the midfield, he's going to be out of mana. So it's like you're just tagging in and out and drinking the whole fight. And here it's just cross CC central. I think that we see a clone here on the mage eventually, blind on the shaman, and they're just completely locked out of the fight, and they're able to finish it and secure a spot in the grand finals. But this was the first team, I think, to take a game off of Chaz so far in the lower bracket, like other than Hydra's team that we talked about in the top 200 bracket. So they definitely put on a show. They were a really impressive team considering they're playing like a non-standard comp with the Shadow Priest Mage Shaman. They were really entertaining to watch. I'm happy that they didn't just give up, even though I was looking at it with like no hope. Like this is going to be they're just going to get brutalized for the day. Like they put on a show.
100%. I mean, there are teams that would have done just that. Supatees, I think, saw that situation and just, kind of not put up a fight at all. But they managed to take one game off, and they managed to, I think, make them a little nervous. We saw that sigh of relief from Chaz at the end there as they, they finally won that very last game. So well done to them. You're absolutely right, Supatees. They did put on a show, but that is going to be the end of Got Renamed. So hopefully we will see them again for for another BC tournament if we have the next one. But NAIXI Demon King, they're going to be moving on. They're going to face off against Blackwater Gaming in the grand finals. And I know that they've kind of been the favorite, but can we make a prediction, Zico? I mean, I feel like NAIXI Demon King, they've had a pretty good couple series in a row here.
I think I'm going to stick with my original prediction that Blackwater Gaming are going to win this, but I don't know. You can't really count out the Demon Kings. Their RMP looks very deadly. We'll just have to see. But yeah, my prediction, Blackwater Gaming.
Okay, Ven, Supatees, want to make a quick prediction?
I don't bet against RMP.
Are we sticking with our...
So you're going with RMP, huh?
If they play RMP. But I don't think
things
there's
in
anything else
Europe.
they would play.
Things in Europe are a little different. We could go to a history lesson, but the first Classic Arena tournament was actually a Warrior Lock Druid that won. So the finals was WLD versus RMP. Is it? All right, well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. I think this is a matchup that can go either way, but when you play RLD at the level of Blackwater Gaming, I think it has a slight edge over RMP. I might, get in trouble for saying that, but that's really what I think. I think they have a lot of control of this matchup. And I'm really just excited to see this one play out because this is basically the best players in the game bringing the best compositions. I think this is going to be a fantastic series.
Yeah, I think so as well. Definitely stick around so we can see the grand finals for the European region. And then we've got North America grand final or championships after that. However, before we do see that grand finals from Europe from Blackwater Gaming versus NAIXI Demon King, we do, of course, have that interview that I know a lot of you guys in the chat are really excited to see. It was Ven interviewing the lead software engineer for Classic, Brian Birmingham. So we're going to head to that instead of a break, and that is going to be right now. Let's check it out.
Hey everyone, I'm joined by lead software engineer Brian Birmingham on the WoW Classic team. Hello, Brian. As a quick kind of introduction to yourself, how did you start on the WoW Classic team?
Oh gosh, that was at the very beginning. They were looking for someone to do the project, and they opened up a position internally and externally, and I applied for it. I was actually working on Hearthstone at the time. I had worked on Hearthstone for about 3 years at that point. And I was really excited to come back to work on World of Warcraft, Classic. It was really a dream opportunity.
Oh, that's awesome. What are some of the more memorable moments you have playing Classic or leading the Classic team?
Oh gosh, there's a lot of memorable things, but I remember one thing that was kind of memorable to me was when we were talking about the feeling of like getting that that tornadoes back in Nagrand Arena was one of the things that we were kind of like tossing around as kind of like whether or not we should do it or not. It was one of those things where we all remembered that it was something that happened and was only around for a short period of time. And when we looked into it, we dug into it. A lot of times there's this kind of like Mandela effect, where like you think you remember something and you don't. And we looked into it to make sure we understood what happened with the tornadoes. And they were in at the very beginning of the first season and taken out during the middle of the first season. But we decided to leave them in for the entire season because they were something that was so memorable. Everybody remembered that there were tornadoes. Even if they hated them, if they loved them, if they hated them or not, like everybody remembered them. And it was one of those things that was exciting to be able to bring back something that could make new memories for people about those kind of like crazy strategies trying to avoid them, or like crazy happenstances when they happen to catch you when you're in the middle of something else. So there's a lot of good moments from that, and I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think it's one of those things where when the tornadoes work in your favor, you love them, but they kind of spawn and work against you, then they can be quite the nuisance. But it was fun to bring them back and get to play around with them a little bit because, like you said, everyone kind of had those fond memories. But kind of going into Burning Crusade Classic Season 3 and some of the changes that were added as of recently, including some of the item restrictions. So some of the level 60 items actually got disabled, like the Mind Quickening Gem, for example, the queue time updates. What were some of the team's reasonings behind some of these changes?
So there's a couple of those. One of them was like kind of going back to the tornadoes. We decided that one of the things that was interesting over the arena seasons originally was the meta would shift a little bit with each new patch, and we would do like balance changes, but we weren't planning to do any balance changes this time. We had already settled from the beginning we were going to use the final 2-4-3 version of the classes, and so then there wouldn't be any class balance changes going into each of the seasons. Like we'd have new gear available, but from new raids unlocking, but without that we were wondering if there was a way to mix it up season to season. And so the tornadoes was our first suggestion. Like we had this like, okay, we'll put them in for season 1. We'll leave them in for the entire season. And then we know we have a change planned for season 2. We'll take the tornadoes out. And then the idea with restricting some of the items was the same kind of thing. We wanted this sense of a little bit of a new experience in an area that was familiar. This is something that we're kind of finding is an exciting thing to explore with Classic in general. Go someplace familiar, and then put a little bit of a twist on it so that it still feels like something new and interesting, but something that I know what the kind of ground is. So like I know what my class is, I know how my class plays, I know what I want and what I don't want, and now I have like maybe a different set of things available to me. So restricting some of the items that we thought were, kind of talked about in the community as being maybe overpowered or not inappropriate in some way. And like Mind Quickening Gem was one where we were looking at how much haste it gives you, and it's bonkers, right? And like it's particularly good in PvP for doing that like sudden burst. And so there was even like a thought like maybe this one we let it slide and just nerf it. I think we originally announced that we were going to nerf it and then changed our mind and just added to the restricted list because we would prefer to leave things alone and not tinker with things. For the most part, we don't want to tinker with things, and that was one where we were like maybe it's worth tinkering with. But ultimately decided, like, if you really want to have fun with it in a PvE setting, right, we don't need to restrict that or mess with that thing that you remember getting and having for a long time. If you got it back in Blackwing Lair and you've got this Mind Quickening Gem and it's amazing and you love playing with it in the outdoor world, why do we need to mess with that? We really only worried about it in PvP. And if we were going to nerf it to the point where you'd want to wear a different trinket anyway, maybe just restrict it. Makes sense. So that's kind of how we thought about that. Does that answer your question? I feel like there was another thing you asked too. Reduced queue times.
Yeah.
And reduced queue times was we had them in there for a long time, and like they've been the same. They've been the same for a long time. There's this algorithm that will broaden how wide a matchmaking disparity you can have between two teams over time as you've been waiting a long time. The idea being that like if we can find you in a perfect match, let's do that. If we can wait a little while and find you a perfect match, let's wait a little while. And over time, if we've been waiting too long, we should find you a less even match. And of course, the score tracking will, deduct fewer points if you've lost against someone who you were expecting to lose against. So that's all covered too, and has been forever. What we realized as we were looking at it, we did kind of an evaluation of how long were people waiting and how long did matches last typically. And we realized that people were, on average, waiting in the queue more than they were playing. And we said, okay, well then these numbers are tuned wrong. We needed to more rapidly expand the matchmaking pool to the point where you feel like you are playing the game more often than you're waiting for a game to be found. And so I think we found that. If we haven't, we'll evaluate that and adjust it again. But hopefully it feels more fair at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's worked out beautifully, I'd say, so far. It's definitely noticeable.
Awesome, glad to hear it.
Yeah, much appreciated. Talking about some of the kind of quality of life changes towards honor gear, there was a lot of changes with those in this most recent patch. So some of them included, some of the world PvP quests rewarding additional honor, the turn-ins for marks and the daily BG quests, just as well as some of the reduction in costs on gear. I think they added the tokens as well, the raid tokens for gladiator gear. So tons of quality of life changes on gear. I feel like the community has been really, really happy with all these changes that have come in. Do you think they've been working out?
I think so. And I want to talk a little bit about like how we came to that decision. A lot of people were saying like cut the costs in half and, like drive them to the ground. And one of the things we really wanted to do was try to provide more opportunities to engage in more systems. So that's why we kind of wanted to go with things like adding more quests to go out and do the world PvP objectives and things like that. Something to give you a little bit of variety, more honor from the battleground quests, so that it felt like it was accelerating your ability to get through the gear, which was what people were asking for, but in a way that was less focused on like grinding it out on the one thing and more like, let's do a variety of things. Let's give you opportunities to experience something else in the game, and then help you feel like that's the best way to kind of move forward. And we're really like, I would say we're excited about it because we want people to feel like they can get their foot in the door. And one of the things we wanted to do with the PvE tokens being available for some of the earlier season Gladiator is make sure that you can get like some resilience so that you can kind of get started. If you're a new player who's thinking like, hey, maybe it'd be cool to do PvP, but I feel like I'm starting from nowhere, right? I have no resilience gear. I'm going to get blown up. Now you can go take your extra raid token that, was going to rot otherwise and use that to turn it in for a piece of resilience gear that, you can kind of feel like maybe I can survive a little better in PvP, get started on this and feel like this is something I could do. There's a lot of we've been talking a lot about how historically it was seen as the raids were really hard and the PvP was really easy because PvP was just participation. You don't have to actually necessarily win. Obviously, you get stuff faster if you win. You get things faster. But there was this perception of, you can just go to the battlegrounds, grind it out. These PvP rewards are so easy to get, and it's kind of flipped now. With this kind of solved raiding game where everybody knows these encounters. They've prepared elaborate strategies for them. Everybody knows how to stack their characters, min-max their gear, and so the raid encounters are actually not that hard now. And so this kind of switched it where if you were a PvP player, it feels like, man, it takes forever to get my gear, and these raid players are getting it in 1 week. And it's not entirely true, obviously. You have to wait for the drops. There's only so many drops per raid.
Yeah.
But we did want to try to balance that out so it felt a little more even.
Yeah. That's actually an interesting way of looking at it. Kind of, the difficulty of PvP gear acquisition versus, some of the PvE stuff. But I think so far it's worked out great. And like you kind of mentioned, it also encourages people to, do some of the old content like Karazhan for their Gladiator gear, which is awesome. But yeah, looking kind of forward, can we expect to see any more of these types of quality of life changes being brought into the game?
It's hard to say for sure. I would say it really depends on what happens. This one in particular, we were listening to the community, trying to pay attention to what people were concerned about. Certainly, people have been talking about the honor grind being a really long thing since the beginning. And it's always something that we're listening to and paying attention to and trying to be careful about where we make changes and where we don't. We don't want to do anything as kind of like a knee-jerk reaction. But once we've kind of made a decision that we do want to make a change, we try to move on it quickly. So it's hard to predict what we might do in the future because if we knew we were going to do it, we'd probably already be doing it. So that's why it's a little bit difficult. As an example, this is a little bit of a topic change. And it's not really related to PvP, but we recently in Season of Mastery, so for players who are interested in that, decided to increase the experience gained from quests a little further than we initially had. It was originally 40% quest XP bonus, and we increased that to 100% quest XP bonus. And as that went out, we started hearing from people, hey, this is actually at this point kind of making you level so fast you can't afford your gear and you can't afford your skills. We're not getting any additional money as we're leveling faster from quests. And so we are adding, and I think it's going live very soon, the ability to get 100% additional gold from quests as well. So the XP and the gold from quests. That's not, it might sound like a lot, it's not a ton, but like we realized that, we got that feedback, we made a decision, we're moving on it. And so that should be live by the time this airs.
Yeah, that's interesting. Actually, what an interesting problem to have with increasing the experience, just not having the gold.
It's something we were aware of and paying attention to, and so we weren't totally shocked when it happened, but we didn't know that it happened until it did.
I'm sure people will greatly appreciate the extra gold. But kind of shifting back the focus to PvP for a second.
Yes, of course. I'm sorry.
No, not at all. That was I like that. I like that tidbit. But I wanted to ask about arena teams and if that's something that's on your team's radar at all.
Yeah, we've been talking about arena teams and how it's a little bit of a challenge. Like people are talking about, like, they were excited. The general sentiment that we're hearing is we're excited that you brought them back, but now that we've seen them, we're kind of thinking maybe it was a mistake. And internally, we're discussing that feedback on the team. Like, we're glad that people were excited to have us bring them back. I love the sense of like team identity and like, you know, making a banner for yourselves and having a cool team name. I think all that stuff is really cool, and I'm glad we got to see that again. But I know that there are a lot of people who are concerned about, various aspects of like, it's difficult to get my team all online at the same time, even with like a doubled size roster. Then people are kind of committed to that roster and they don't feel like they can play with a different team. And so there are frustrations that come out of the team system. And it's, again, like, not shocking to us. There were people on, of course, the World of Warcraft team took the teams away originally, like as we progressed through the mainline expansions, and they did it for these same reasons. And so there were a lot of people when we were bringing it back saying like, are you sure you want to? Don't you know about all these problems? And we said, well, we think we do, and we're going to try it. That's, kind of the classic motto, right? Like, let's see it again, see if in 2022 or 20, whatever year it is for each expansion, whether this makes sense today. And is it something that, maybe we, got rid of too early or had different reasons for, whether it appeals to a different audience, for example. Mm-hmm. And in this case, it seems like people are saying like, hey, it was great, it was fun, but at the same time, maybe not great. So we're evaluating that now and trying to decide what we want to do.
That's interesting. Yeah, I feel like it's kind of complicated because it seems like both the systems have like their pros and cons. Having the arena teams at the end of the season, it's kind of cool to push with your team, but yeah, for just overall queue flexibility, probably the other option might be better. But yeah, it's definitely interesting to discuss. Now, kind of talking about the games this weekend. After taking a look at some of them, has anything in particular kind of caught your eye about TBC Arena?
I mean, it has always impressed me about Arena how fast and what good reaction times people have, and what attention to detail they have about the various like cooldowns and abilities that everybody else on their team and the other team are using at various times. Like, I hear casters talking about, they're saving this for when they do that, and it's like that's I can't. I am not that good. So I am perpetually impressed by how well players can keep this all in their heads and react so quickly to the various things that each other are doing. And it blows my mind.
Yeah, it's really fun to get to watch some of these top players play and kind of execute these different strategies. So, I'm with you on that one, because I get to play against a lot of these guys sometimes, and I'm blown away as well. But I have to ask you, do we have any hints for more events for TBC esports?
Sure, I'll give you a little hint. I have this big unruly beard because I hear that there's a big bear coming soon, maybe of an Amani variety. So there's something exciting for that. Like Zulian, Amani, Zulamani, something. No. Okay. No official announcement yet, but we're planning to do something around that.
I think it's a pretty good hint, but yeah. Well, yeah. Brian, I want to say thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us today. Appreciate all the insights and really excited to see what the future of WoW Classic has in store.
Awesome. Great talking to you too.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that interview with Classic lead software engineer Brian Birmingham. Now we're going to head over to the European finals. As you can see here, this is the bracket that we had for the EU region, and the grand final two teams are Blackwater Gaming versus NAIXI Demon King. NAIXI Demon King, you can see their journey. They dropped down to that lower bracket very early on in the tournament, and they fought their way all the way through back up here to face off against Blackwater Gaming. I'm so excited. I feel like Blackwater Gaming, they're super consistent. Obviously, they haven't dropped an entire game in this tournament, Zico. But then we've got NAIXI Demon King, who's really just kind of on a roll down there in the lower bracket.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a very interesting finals. You know, I think these are probably the two strongest teams in the tournament, so it makes sense to see them finally clash. And also two very strong compositions. You know, in North America yesterday, we saw RLD of Flabbers get absolutely farmed by RMP. And now we see another RLD, we see another RMP. Is it going to be the same, or maybe CHANIMAL and the gang in Blackwater Gaming has something else planned for this? Maybe they bring out the Adam Chan, or maybe they just play the matchup better.
Yeah, maybe. I'm curious as well what they're going to do here. What about you, Supertees? Do you have a take on this?
You really think double Rogue into RMP, Zico?
I mean, we'll see. Could happen.
I feel like I think that's unlikely. I feel like RLD RMP is likely to be our first game. Curious to see how Blackwater Gaming play the matchup. This could be another time for, like, how does Europe do something versus North America? We saw the RLD in North America play a very passive game. They played far away, tried to heal, but actually got out-mana'd by the RMPs. So in here for Europe, is Blackwater Gaming going to play a passive game, or are they going to play an aggressive game? Are they going to be able to out-mana the RMP? Those are the questions that I'm looking to see if the answers for once we see the games.
Yeah, I mean, the way I think about it is some of the matchups where we saw RLD versus RMP yesterday, a lot of it came down to the RLD. They did a good job living, but their offense wasn't the best. You know, you kind of have to pick your moment where the team doesn't have cooldowns, and that's where CHANIMAL, where the Druid and the Warlock are really supposed to help assist the Rogue in staying on target. And I think that's what we're going to be seeing from Blackwater Gaming. I think that's what's going to put them above, is not only will they be able to live for a long time defensively, but they're going to know that moment where they're supposed to flip the switch and actually play really, really aggressive and try to keep the RMP on the back foot.
Yeah, we've seen them do that time and time again, so we'll see if they repeat that here. It's game number 1, Grand Finals, best of 7.
All right, who's going to take it? NAIXI Demon King, they had some flesh wounds in the lower bracket, some teams scratching them, but now they face likely their strongest opponent in the tournament, Blackwater Gaming, Roguelock Druid, Poike, Mir, and CHANIMAL coming together. Powerhouse roster, premier players. NAIXI Demon King, though, nothing to scoff at either, with Chaz and laners. And we're going to have to wait and see how Blaze performs this matchup as well. Very curious to see. We saw some multi-comping from them earlier on. Very experienced rosters. You really can't ask for a better way to end these finals if you haven't gotten your friends in here, your mom, your dad, your grandpa, your dog, whoever. You haven't got them in here to watch this. This is something that you will want to see. The 2022 TBC European Finals.
Yeah, this is going to be a really explosive game. So this game is all about NAIXI Demon King getting control. Laners is going to have to do a really good job controlling Mir in this match. And if he can do that, that's going to be the ticket for NAIXI Demon King to actually win. On the flip side, Blackwater Gaming, they need to enable Mir as much as possible. So Poike going for Cyclones, CHANIMAL denying as much as he can with Curse of Tongues and Spell Locks. CHANIMAL immediately just going for a Drain Life. Things you don't like to see if you're a mage. Instead of going for the dots that are inevitably going to be dispelled or putting up tongues, it's just Drain Life, just slowly creeping ahead, already down around 10% mana. And this definitely adds up over time. But a very passive start here. It looks like we are going to be seeing Horde from both sides right now. I'm curious if Blaze is going Orc. I think he actually did go Orc in the match. Mir going to be playing the Undead Rogue. And Dispel's coming on CHANIMAL. Looks like they are going to be going aggressive on CHANIMAL right away. But Mir is there. Resisted cheap shot. You definitely hate to see that. I think there's a Vanish coming in from Mir, getting the cheap shot into a full kitty shot on Blaze. Already having to commit his Vanish, which is not ideal here for Blackwater Gaming.
Blackwater Gaming still been Poike staying far away from the fight, playing similarly to what we saw from North America. And we'll have to see if Chaz can outlast this attrition style from Blackwater Gaming. Poike into the full blind now, going to trinket out of that as CHANIMAL is being pressured down by Blaze. Laners assisting, Kona Cold, instant damage, trying to get out what he can. A Blizzard behind the pillar to try and get Mir. Mir's trying to go for a re-stealth here. Mir can get a reopener here. It could be devastating for Blaze if they can get the trinket forced out there with maybe a blind afterwards on the trinket. But right now just committing the cheap shot, holding onto the kidney, not committing anything just yet, but CHANIMAL still getting pressured heavily by Blaze. Poike struggling to heal.
Nature Swiftness in his back pocket, but here we see the blind committed. Blaze going to trinket out of it right away and pre-evasion and try and get aggressive. Cheap shotting Minpoike in midfield, trying to stall his recovery here onto Chanimal. Shatter combo. Looks like a Nova may have got resisted onto Chanimal, but he's out of mana. He's going to have to life tap here pretty soon. He's fully hotted. He's life tapping down, trying to avoid the rogue, applying the exhaustion, the Curse of Tongues, and Fear to try and use utility to slow down the damage on himself. And Minpoike is sitting through that counter spell. Innervate available. Where is he going to sneak in this Innervate while Chanimal is being pressured so heavily in game number 1? Same time, Mir is just owning Blaze in midfield. Blaze shadow steps over, but Mir shadow steps to reconnect. Blaze is in trouble. He's trying to kill Chanimal, but he could just go down. Mir hard carrying the DPS right now. Just absolutely slaying Blaze there right when he needed it. That was the most pressure Minpoike and Chanimal were going to be under, with Minpoike at 0 mana having to fate, Chanimal 0 mana having to tap. Well done by Blackwater Gaming.
I mean, that's basically exactly how you want to play it. You actually got a little bit unlucky there with some of the cheap shots and kidney shots resisting due to that Orc Rogue, but still, when it mattered most, Mir going for those restalls, getting the clean cheap shots into kidney shots, and just eventually it was Chaz. I think he actually was going for a potential sip of water there, trying to recover his mana a little bit to play the longevity game, but he just fell behind on healing. Unfortunately, when that wound stacks up, it is really, really difficult to recover, but great defense here by Blackwater Gaming.
Yeah, and that's the kind of the name of the game here. For the RLD, they're kind of just on the back foot, trying to play defensively, trying to get Blaze off of Chanimal. And there was a couple of moments where Chanimal actually ended up not being slowed at all from laners, but still they did get good uptime here. I wonder actually what Chess was running. I think maybe he was running Skull of Gul'dan, I'm not sure. But his mana was definitely a big problem. Minpoike not really allowed to do too much other than just spam heal, stay on max range. Doesn't want to get in there, because if he does, he can get cross CC'd and they can just instantly lose the game. Instead, he gets a couple of Cyclones when he can, and I think this is one of those moments where Chan, I think, resisted the Cone of Cold slow, so he's actually walking at full speed away from Blaze here. Mir doing a great job here, just trying to keep Blaze off of Chan. Chaz sitting down there for a drink while Blaze is slowly dying, and Blaze shadow stepping away there from out of line. Miro cloaking here to make sure that the fear doesn't hit him, and then of course he gets the gouge after the cloak of shadows to stall that fear for a little bit longer. So kind of a defensive misplay there, honestly, from the Demon Kings. I wonder if Chaz can build his character with a little bit more MP5 to actually avoid having to drink there, because it is a bit of a game of chicken between the healers. Whoever has to sit down for a drink first, whoever has to go for the innovate and kind of retreat first, is going to be really, really far behind.
What about you, Supties? What would you like to see? More defense for Noxy Demon King?
I mean, mana is definitely a problem. That seems to be, like Zico explained, that's where the pressure is. Like, do you want your innervate purged? Because that might happen if you innervate right in the middle of the map to keep healing. Or for Chaz, if I have to go drink, then okay, my rogue's just going to die. So it's like finding that moment to regen mana is going to be really tough for them. It'd be nice if it's even possible, to check the builds between the NA RMP priest comparatively to what Chaz is running at the moment. The earring is the biggest difference at the moment, I think, outright, if they're going to play for a mana game. It seems like that's probably the better move, because Minpoike hit that point where he was So if Chaz had mana there and didn't need to drink, then they might have been able to overwhelm Minpoike there, purge off the innervate, and go for a kill. So I think switching for mana regen is going to be the right move here for the Demon King.
Mm-hmm. They've had a really good day so far. They haven't dropped a series at all, but right now they are already down 1-0 in the grand finals. This is where it really counts, Fenriky. So I guess I'm just a little bit surprised that we saw them lose so quickly in game number 1 for the grand finals.
Well, they opted to go for kind of an aggressive build, right? And that's the type of thing that can backfire. Play aggressive, it doesn't work out, then you fall behind defensively really, really quickly, and that's kind of what we saw. But I like the fact that they're willing to take risks. I don't think this is an easy matchup for them whatsoever. Blackwater Gaming, extremely good at their offense and defense. And yeah, I mean, NAIXI Demon King, I wonder if they should be playing Horde. That's kind of the standard thing to do. I did like the flexibility of being Alliance. And I mean, that's something that we saw from Surf's Up. It seemed a bit weird that they were Alliance at first, but then it kind of made sense because playing a Dwarf Priest, it's much harder for you to get all in, and you can afford to play a lot more, kind of PvE gear, mana regen efficiency. And then you also have the perception at the beginning of the game. So you can go in, potentially find the druid from stealth, find the rogue from stealth, and that can give you a huge lead. Unfortunately, you do miss out on that Will of Forsaken, but I think just those two things could be a decent option for them. But we'll have to see. I mean, this game could have gone another way. There was moments where CHANIMAL was scared. I think if Chaz decided to, instead of go for drink, just maybe keep up with the heals, we could have seen a different result here. So very evenly matched teams.
Indeed, they are, and it is grand final, so it makes sense that two of the best teams in Burning Crusade in Europe at the moment are facing off against each other, all coming to a head right here. Game number 2. Let's see if NAIXI Demon King ties it up or Blackwater Gaming going to get another win.
All right, let's see if they can do it here. Ruins of Lordaeron going to be the next map selected here. And let's see if they can go for that same strategy. We did see some teams go for the Druid yesterday, and it's not a bad strategy to kind of just all dogpile on the Druid, go for the cheap shot, gouge kidney, try to fear the Rogue off of the RMP Rogue, and then try to send Minpoike in the opener. A lot of teams, I think it was Surfed Up that did that yesterday. But the more standard or safer strategy is, of course, just go after the Warlock. It can be a little bit difficult, though. Chan right now, I think laners got resisted there on his Cone of Cold. He actually dispels the Nova there as well. Look at CHANIMAL's position here. Very, very nicely positioned here. He's not slowed. He resists another Cone of Cold right there.
Oh my God.
And Chan here with a perfect opener. Blaze is finally going to connect here on target. And Mir immediately going to sheep shot, gouge, kidney shot. Blaze here. And no resist going to come out on that Orc. Minpoike looking for the Cyclone. He's trying to fish out that counterspell. Laner's not falling for it. You do get a DR sheep here onto Mir. And laners so far in fear as well. So I would say this is a good opener for Blackwater Gaming. They already got Mir on all the DRs for Poly. They dispelled the Nova as well. And they got great uptime here on Blaze. I would say Blaze in a little bit more trouble than Chan. Already, I think, forced out the Will of Forsaken there from laners as well. Here comes the cooldowns. Blaze in a full kidney shot. Minpoike can't really go for the Cyclone here. The counterspell is still available. Laners looking for those slows here. Trying to buy Blaze a little bit more time, but a Vanish Sheepshot comes in. Blaze vanishes, he gets blinded. They're full. Oh, this is very scary. He trinkets out of it, and now Blaze has no cloak and no trinket. So Mir already putting Blaze very, very far behind.
That is nightmare. I mean, Blaze just could not connect to CHANIMAL. It's such good positioning. He goes for the Cloak of Shadows Vanish. He gets blinded on it, forced to trinket. Now he's going to have to eat this kidney shot. And Minpoike's mana not doing great. He might have to consider going for an Innervate at some time, but if you fall too far behind on mana, it becomes really difficult. Nice Devour there by CHANIMAL, getting Minpoike out of the fear. Blaze reconnects, but CHANIMAL managing to kite him so far. He trinkets out of the stun. He gets frostbitten. Super unfortunate there for CHANIMAL. Now there's going to be massive uptime here for NAIXI Demon King. CHANIMAL could be in some trouble. Nice Cyclone by Minpoike, slowing down the Rogue, trying to stay ahead of the Wound Poison, keeping up Life Bloom. It's been really, really good kiting here by CHANIMAL so far in the match. A little uptime, but as soon as he gets there, it's a full kidney shot coming in from Mir. Nice Deadly Throw there by Blaze, and I don't think laners has any water elementals left. And this is normally when you see the RLD kind of pull ahead in the match. Minpoike's mana is doing fine. Chaz actually further behind, needing to go for a drink right now, but it might be able to punish Blaze as a result.
Yeah, Mir now going to use that offensive Cloak of Shadows, actually using that Shiv there on Chaz just to slow him down with the Crippling Poison, gets the gouge onto laners, and now he's going to build up those combo points onto Blaze for that kidney shot. He's trying to avoid the fear of Chaz there. That's why he's positioning like this, and kind of trying to line of sight him a little bit, trying to buy himself a little bit of time. There's the Vanish, there's the Sheep Shot, there's the kidney. Finally, the full fear connects. Unfortunately for CHANIMAL, he devours the fear in the last second there, but Mir gets fully sheeped up here. So Mir going to be out of the game a little bit here, but Minpoike once again with excellent Cyclone timing. Minpoike kicking the mana burn there into a bash. Could swap that Cyclone over to Chaz, but chooses not to here. He's just going to play it safe, trying to conserve his mana. Chan here running away, getting a nice first aid here while Minpoike is sitting down for a drink. Blaze not able to actually do anything here. He goes for the Cloak of Shadows. Mir gets the kidney shot onto that, into the gouge, and they're doing such a great job just kiting Blaze, slowing down Blaze, and making sure that Chan gets away here from the team of the NAIXI Demon King. Now Mir is going to be the target here. He realizes it and he goes for the early evasion. Shadow Step Kidney coming out onto Mir. He's got his trinket, he's got his Cloak of Shadows, and Mipoike did sit down there for a little sip. Mipoike now gonna potentially have to go for another sip, and he will sit down there looking for some drinks while his team is winning. Even if they don't get the kill here, they're going to be so far ahead on mana that there's nothing that the Demon Kings can really do here, and they will be able to secure the kill there. Chaz completely tapped on that mana, and Chan, Mipoike, and Mir just doing a phenomenal job here. Mir just slowing everybody down, stun locking the enemy rogue. Chan just doing an excellent job kiting and putting out pressure at the same time. And Mipoike, he can't go for those game-winning cyclones. You know, he can't go for those big CC chains that we typically see from him. Instead, more defensive posture, go for the earlier innovate, go for those cyclones on the rogue as well, trying to just buy up, trying to prevent that uptime.
Blackwater Gaming shutting it down once again, on a roll here, keeping up that consistent, those consistent wins that we're used to seeing from this team. But here's a breakdown of game number 2.
I really like their mid-game adaptations, like the blind early on here in this clip on the Cloak of Shadows. Like you get the cloak is when the rogue is actually going to be able to get uptime. So if you blind it, it's like, well, you really want to trinket it to get value out of the cloak and get on your target. So you get a trinket and a cloak with that chain, and I think it's right around here. They go after Blaze, and they get his Cloak of Shadows, and he's like, I'm going to connect to CHANIMAL here. Nope, blind. Now it's like, okay, do I trinket this? I guess I do, and that puts you so far behind defensively. Later on, we see Mir switch his blind, though, and he actually blinds Mage to let Mipoike go for a drink. And so laners actually just trinkets it, but didn't move in line of sight. And as a healer, like when you win the game, when you're drinking, that's like feels goodest man moment in a game, really, which is how this ended for Blackwater Gaming, which could spell trouble. CHANIMAL jumping kidney shots here to try and get a little bit of extra distance. Mir jumping kidney shots as well, trying to min-max that. Back in the day when you could jump those crowd controls and get a little bit of yardage. There's the blind on the Mage while Mipoike wants to drink. And there's just so much pressure on plays. Like Chaz has 0 mana, and CHANIMAL isn't CC'd. Well, he's counterspelled on Searing Pain, but he's got a couple dots out, and Mir can do more than enough work here to close out the game. So they know they don't really even need to CC Chaz. They're using the blinds to get extra trinkets from the rogue or to set up drinks, and just they're tapping Chaz, which is telling me that Chaz and then their RMP is going to need to change their build somewhat if they're going to be able to outlast on mana.
Yeah, they're going to have to do something, because right now it's looking really solid on the side of Blackwater Gaming. They're on really solid ground. NAIXI Demon King, they're already down 0-2, and if they lose 2 more, they lose the grand finals, and that would be very unfortunate for them, considering how far they had to battle it out in the lower bracket to get here. We saw them play sort of 2 series in a row, so they've been here for a long time. They've gotten those wins in, but they've lost that winning streak right here, and Blackwater Gaming is, putting a wrench in their plan for sure. But they're just playing really consistently, it seems like, Ben. Like, where is there really even room for NAIXI Demon King to do anything?
I think they need to throw them off their game plan. Like, I feel like Mir, CHANIMAL, and Mipoike, they're just so experienced in this matchup. I mean, you could tell CHANIMAL very comfortable being trained down, doing such a good job with his spell stones to break out of crucial snares and novas, trinketing after the rogue shadow steps to coil him and get him away, and just creating space. It's a hard thing to do on an SL Warlock, but CHANIMAL does a great job of it, and it just becomes really, really difficult. If you don't have that uptime on the Warlock, every second CHANIMAL's away is a second you're losing the match. So I'd like to see them just be more confident in their play and maybe mix it up a little bit. Go after Mir if he's going to be trading out his Cloak of Shadows, maybe punish Mipoike. He could be using a lot of plus healing and mana regen, lower resilience. These are things you got to test. I think if you're playing RMP, you really got to keep your opponent guessing. It's one of the strengths of the composition. But Blackwater Gaming, I feel like this team has seen it all. They play TVC so much. It's such a high level, always the top of the ladder in 2s and 3s and 5s, playing both North America and Europe. I mean, I feel like there isn't a matchup that these players haven't seen yet. So that's really the difficulty. But I think NAIXI Demon King needs to kind of throw a wrench in their plan and play a little bit more of their game instead of what Blackwater Gaming has expected.
All right, they're going to have to sip back the tea here for the side of Chaz and the NAIXI Demon King if they want to pull this back. They're already down 2 points in this best of 7 Grand Finals Cat Europe edition, and it's looking like Blackwater Gaming's
tournament to lose at this point. The RMP need to throw some curveballs. They need to mix it up here. What are they going to do? What's going to be the winning formula for their comeback in this series? Starting the fight off with a polymorph on the Warlock, crossing the map, trying to find the rogue, but they're not going to. Blaze starts the fight. Mir intercepts immediately, but walks into a double fear. Going to will a Forsaken out of it, but Devour hit it as well, it looks like. So he's stuck in that polymorph for quite a long time. CHANIMAL crossing with exhaustion, removing the snares, line of sighting the rogue on the pillar. Nice feral charge by Minpoike onto Blaze. He's rooted behind the pillar. CHANIMAL can reposition. He spellstones out of the Kona Cold Snare, trying to get away, but now Cotton Polymorph's just trying to keep the rogue off his back. Mir re-stealths, not able to find the cheap shot, it looks like. May have resisted. Blaze pre-evasions to try and anticipate this kidney shot. Mir's caught in a Nova. Nice interrupt by Minpoike on the poly into a clone, allowing Mir to stay on target. He's cloaking aggressively, going after Mir or Blaze here to try and get cooldowns or a kill, managing to force the cloak shadows. Blind now onto Mir. He's trying to sit this, but laners and Blaze are right on top of CHANIMAL. Is Mir going to be able to get away with sitting this crowd control? Chaz is sitting right next to him, stopping him from re-stealthing. Blaze is just rotted down. CHANIMAL is owning Blaze right now. He gets death cold behind the pillar. The snare has been removed. He's just kiting away during that time. Mir is sneaking forward. Cone of Cold Snare. He's trying to get a cheeky re-stealth. He gets a re-stealth. No, Holy Nova pops him out of stealth. Now Blaze is trying to get a re-stealth. Laner is trying to reset. Maybe Chaz is trying to slip for a drink, but CHANIMAL's Fellhunter moves in. Minpoike is the one now out of the fight that can regenerate mana very easily. Mir gets fully feared. Where's the Devour? Doesn't look like the Devour is going to hit the Psychic Scream. Gets covered up by debuffs. Blaze shadow steps in onto CHANIMAL. No crippling poison just yet. Gouge setting up for the kidney shot, but gets cloned on his kidney shot. Minpoike shutting him down. Solid defense so far from Blackwater Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a brutal time in the game here. If you are NAIXI Demon King, CHANIMAL has crossed the map entirely, and it's just so hard to get back on target, to get back that pressure. Minpoike is doing really well on mana, still has his Innervate in his back pocket. They're swapping over to Chaz now. Chaz taking massive damage here, forced to use that pain suppression, forced to use his trinket, and he is still rotting down. Mir now going, nice. They get that low cyclone there by Minpoike. Mir now going for the re-stealth here, gets the blind onto Blaze, and evasion coming out from Blaze. He gouges laners. Minpoike interrupting that one here right there, and now Mir might make it back to the target. If he does, Chaz is dead here, and we're gonna see Chaz actually use that earring trinket right there, so he will be regenerating a little bit of mana here, but still not a great situation here for Blaze. He's got no trinket, he's got no Cloak of Shadows, and more than likely he's gonna be the target of choice. Mir here also not in a great spot. Minpoike has a lot of healing to do here. Mir might just go down here, cheat death procs. Minpoike finally using that nature swiftness here, and now finally gets the Cyclone as well onto Blaze. Mir actually running away, trying to get that re-stealth here. Poike just going to be playing it safe. That was his Innervate. They're playing the long game here. Chan kiting back once again. Mir now in a full blind. Beautiful pressure now onto Chan, but Poike still has a lot of mana to work with. Blanket counterspell comes out onto Pinpoike, and Chan tries to dispel it. Not able to find it. Mir restarts off of the blind, but Chaz is there to knock him out. But Chaz mana not doing too hot. Mir shadow stepping over to Blaze. Blaze does have his Cloak of Shadows ready again, and Laner's doing a great job here, slowing Mir. Mir just forced to go for the re-stuff. Chaz going for the Master Spell, keeping Mir in the fight for a little bit longer, buying Blaze a little bit of uptime here. Chaz now in a Cyclone. Minpoike controlling the game very well so far, and Blaze rotting down slowly here. Poike's mana bar not looking super healthy right now. Chaz moving in here. Mir in stealth. Can they get a nice opener? He actually fears Mir out of stealth right there. Blaze taking massive damage. No Cloak of Shadows for 30 seconds. No trinket. The next kidney shot on Blaze, which is coming any second now, should be the game. And he does get the Shadow Step kidney shot. And now Chaz sitting down for a drink. He can't do anything else. And that will be the game here in favor of Blackwater Gaming. But that was a very close one. They almost took down Mir there, proccing that cheat death. A bit of a defensive blunder there from Blackwater Gaming. Minpoike being super greedy with his nature swiftness, but he does get it off in time, and they kind of reconnect, and they are able to get that dub.
Certainly did. And now it's 3-0. Blackwater Gaming closer and closer to being the European champions for the BC tournament. One more victory needed. If they win this next one, they are champions. Let's take a look, though. We'll break down those final moments in game number 3. But, I mean, Zico, you already said it. They were very, very close. But let's look at the replay.
Yeah, I mean, the main name of the game in this one is just kind of divide and conquer for Blackwater Gaming. They want to isolate team members. They want CHANIMAL to be across the map. When Blaze is on CHANIMAL by himself, it's really not that threatening. That's where Minpoike can kind of stay ahead of the, the ballish poisons to get wound off. CHANIMAL once again crossing the map. He's just so good on that Warlock, creating space, perfect positioning. We've seen it from him year after year in any version of the game that he plays. That's one of the worst feelings possible. You get a kidney shot on Chanimal, and Poike is there just to back him up with the Cyclone. Laner's forced to kind of use his blanket silence a lot, so that 4-second silence instead of the interrupt to try to generate pressure. But then Poike is punishing that in a huge way with these Cyclones. So if they don't end up securing a kill, then Poike is there to shut down the go. This is a really scary moment for Chaz. Actually, a bit of an unlucky resist there on his fear. And Poike pushes in and getting a little bit carried away, and Chaz was not able to punish, unfortunately, due to an unlucky resist. Mir getting incredibly low, and Poike holding onto his Nature Swiftness, playing extremely greedy, and Mir almost paid the ultimate price for it. That could have been an easy win there for an NAIXI Demon King, but after that, it was kind of just the story of Blackwater Gaming just slowly dismantling. I mean, laners, with no water elemental, with no icy veins, it's really difficult to kind of generate pressure against this composition. Your water elemental is just so crucial in assisting in damage on that mage while you're going for crowd control to help you sign up. And Poike, once again, he fakes out the interrupt on the Cyclone. And at this point, Chaz is out of mana, Blaze has no defensive cooldown, and Poike can basically do whatever he wants. He pushes forward, gets the Cyclone. There's nothing laners is going to be able to do. And this is what I was kind of talking about. Blackwater Gaming, they know their win conditions so well. They know when they have to play pure defense and when they can really turn up the heat and go for a kill. And that's what sets this team apart.
Absolutely. I mean, they did their homework. They came prepared. They haven't dropped a single game throughout this entire weekend. I mean, Blackwater Gaming, they're just continuing to get those consistent wins in. They know each other as a team. They know what they're supposed to do, and they implement it. They implement it so well. NAIXI Demon King, they have not won a game yet in this series, and they can't lose this next one, or it's the end of the series for them. So they know that the pressure is on. They know that they're extremely close to losing this one and getting second place, which is still good. But obviously, Blackwater Gaming, they're the team to beat here, and Zico, they're not making it easy for them.
Absolutely not. Just a lot of experience on this roster, a lot of really, really talented players, and they seem to have the matchup figured out. CHANIMAL, a beast when it comes to building up that distance, and Poike as well, doing a great job here, kind of controlling the match. I think for the Demon Kings, it's time to explore a different target. It's time to swap it up a bit. We saw them go after Mir. I think that was good. I think Shan is just too solid of a Warlock. You really can't take him down, even though maybe on paper it's the better target. The Rogue and the Druid are two fine targets, and you can kind of throw the match off the script a little bit. If you do find that Druid, maybe it's time to go for a human, go for that perception and try to take him down, maybe swap it to a different map. I mean, they did go to Nagrand here, but it's time to shake things up here, in my opinion, and at least go after Poike. I would love to see them actually test Poike, because that historically tends to be his weakness. Whenever he's free, left to do whatever he wants, that's when he's just going to own your whole team. But if you do go after him, that's when mistakes can be forced. So I would like to see that, but the gates are open. Let's see what they do.
You can see CHANIMAL already in a polymorph right off the bat once again, crossing midfield, able to get out of it this time around. And Poike still in stealth. Mir got found. Blaze is going to open. This is not the best start for Blackwater Gaming. If NAIXI Demon King were going to get an opener, this is going to be it. Blind onto the Druid, committing a ton of damage into Mir on match point. Looking to turn it around, proccing cheat death. Hellstone from Mir, holding on by a thread. An explosive final effort by them here. Can they manage to stay in the tournament at this point? It's so rough for them now. Blaze getting rotted down. CHANIMAL is absolutely destroying Blaze. Mir is setting up for the kill. Now turning it around. Cheap shot into Kidney. Chaz, what are you going to do in this position? He needs to make a decision. Pain suppression way too late. Poke on 1%. And Blaze almost goes down, but they go for the swap. It's all or nothing on him, and Poike with nothing left. Mir peels him away, but it's not enough. And Min Poike will fall.
That is exactly what you want to see. If you're the RMP, you got to flip the switch. This is what I was talking about. They stay alive in the game. Honestly, a bit of a defensive blunder there by Blaze and Chaz. That overlap ended up being Trinket, Cloak of Shadows, Evasion, Pain Suppression. You just used the Pain Suppression a little earlier, you wouldn't have found yourself in that situation. But they clearly had a game plan going into this one. Big opener there onto Mir. A blind on Poike, which he was forced to Trinket. And then they were able to just commit a really hard swap with that second Water Elemental and claim victory. So they're not out of it yet.
Most definitely are not. They bought themselves just a little bit of time here with that last victory. We're going to break down just a little more how they were able to pull that off, but well done by them. They figured something out. We'll have to see if they can keep that going, but look at the replay here.
Yeah, so they get a nice opener here. They get the full blind on Poike. He's forced to trinket. Then they go for the damage onto Mir here. Poike actually greeting his nature swiftness, but it doesn't really matter. Mir able to survive barely there with his sheet death proccing. But at this point, this is when Blaze uses all of his cooldowns and Chaz uses all of his cooldowns. So they get the cheap shot, they get the kidney, and Blaze really doesn't want to trinket here. So they commit the pain suppression way too late. Chaz should have already used it way earlier, and then now they're forced to just use everything, trinket, cloak, every single button in the game. And Mir actually super unlucky. His blind misses right there onto Blaze, and that's what allows them to get this kill. If Chaz is a little bit cleaner with that pain suppression, Blaze can safely hold on to his trinket. And Blaze really does not want to use his trinket here, because if he does, it's a full blind, it's a full sap, and that win condition that they have on Poike, they can't use it anymore. But that doesn't matter when you have evasion up and you play a rogue with the heightened senses. Blind has a 29% chance to miss anyway, and this time around Blaze gets extremely lucky actually to be able to find that kill there. But it could have been avoided if Chaz wasn't so greedy. These healers are way too greedy, In general, if your DPS is going to sit the stun, you have to use Nature Swiftness, Poike. And in general, if your DPS is going to sit the stun, you have to use Pain Suppression, Chaz. And Mirlo's Cheat Death proc, it could have been one of those unlucky cheat deaths where it procs and you die through it instantly, and then you would have died because you greeted the NS. And same thing here. If you trusted the PS, anything can happen there. PS also can get purged. It's very low chance, but it can happen. And you just have to use those cooldowns a little bit earlier.
Well, we'll see if Blackwater Gaming learns from their mistakes, or do we get another win out of NAIXI Demon King? Time will tell. Tournament very close to being over. Who's it gonna be though? Blackwater Gaming really close to closing it out, but NAIXI Demon King on the up just a little bit. It's game number 5 in the Grand Arena in the Grand Finals.
All right. Let's see if they can do the same thing here. Finally, they're starting to flip the switch. This is what I wanted to see. I want them to see, going after him in Poike. If they can find him in a nice spot, they can take him down. And especially in the start, if he's starting the game out of stealth, I think that is their prime ticket to actually open up onto him. All they have to do is just try to get a counterspell onto Chan if he's trying to shut down Chaz and laners when they cross, and then get Chaz on top of Blaze, and then fear Mir as he opens. Let's see what they do. I do believe Poike is in stealth now. I can't exactly see him. I think, he is in stealth. In fact, staying way back here with Mir, and that's going to allow Chaz and Blaze and laners also to get a more aggressive style opener here in the start. Mir has the stealth advantage here. He has that paranoia buff from the pet. Blaze might run into Poike. Oh, very unfortunate there. Blaze going for that opener right there, and he will get caught up in the full blind here immediately. He's going to sit through this one, and actually it's going to be Blackwater Gaming on the offense here. They're going after Poike. Poike gets gouged here on his charge. Blaze could easily banish cheap shot him here and go for a stun lock. Doesn't go for it. Now finally he does, and they could potentially force Poike's trinket here. Nice kick onto Chan. This is big damage coming out. Poike has to sit through this, and Mir is there to back him up. But trinket comes out from Blaze because he did save it from that push earlier. Poike super low here, 1% HP, counterspell secured, and he will go down. That is exactly what I wanted to see earlier. Blaze sitting through the blind allows him to be able to trinket aggressively like that, and now they force Poike as well to just sit back there in the opener in stealth, and now they're starting to find those targets. They're starting to find the rhythm here in the matchup. Bit of a lucky win the first time around, but this one was very clean, and Poike has no option but to sit through that, because if he trinkets, he can get full blind sapped and then deleted anyway. So that counterspell cooldown is going to come back, and you got to give a lot of creds to laners as well. Starting off that chain with that improved counterspell allows him to get it back up there exactly when they needed it.
Oh my goodness, NAIXI Demon King. Potentially we see a reverse sweep here. 2 games in a row they've won. Let's see how they did it in this replay.
Yeah, that was the blind that we were talking about here, that Blaze sits through, sets up a gouge, goes after Min Poike, punishing him for using that feral charge to try and snare him off of Chanimal. Cheap shot and a gouge, off kick on the fear was perfect. That was the only crack that could really hit him. And they get Min Poike so critically low here between Chaz and laners that Blaze can just trinket for the kill. He even gets gouged, but it's not enough. Chaz and laners finish Min Poike
He did his job, got the stun lock, off-kicked the fear just in time to secure the win here. And they're fighting on just one defeat, taking them out of the tournament. They have to reverse sweep with these risky swaps, take some gambles, try and put it to them. But I am very happy that they are switching their strategies here, because that original strategy of going after CHANIMAL, it seems like, I mean, CHANIMAL's been training in high gravity on being trained for years. Like, you got to mix it up a little bit here if you're going to be able to take this tournament. And now the mix-ups are putting points on the board.
Hey, you know what it must feel like to be on Blackwater? Like, you get 3 wins in a row. You're on match point. It's like, I'm gonna try a Super T's metaphor here. It's like when you get like 5 out of 6 of the letters on Wordle, but then it takes you like 5 more lines to actually get the word. Because it's like you're 1 away, but you can't quite close it out. NAIXI Demon King, they're that swing word, that weird word that no one can quite guess, and now they're switching it up. They've made those implementations, and now they're getting 2 wins in a row, and they're 1 away from tying it up, but they're also 1 loss away from winning the grand finals. But they've definitely had something click on that side, and Blackwater Gaming, you can bet, is a little bit stressed out right now, Ben.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're still just 1 away. These guys are veterans. I even think if Benpoike had instead just kited into the pillar, he might have been able to survive there. But you really got to give a lot of credit to NAIXI Demon King in this one. I like the way they're switching it up. They're being very patient with their trinkets, making it a lot more difficult for Mir to kind of shut them down. And it's what you want to see. And now that they've shown that they can do this, it's interesting, because as RMP, if you're only doing the same strategy, it's easy for a team to adapt. But when you're going after multiple targets, now Benpoike might second guess. You know, if he gets blinded, he might second guess actually trinketing it, and then he'll fall behind, maybe healing CHANIMAL or healing up Mir. And it's these aggressive plays and going after multiple targets that really makes RMP a nightmare to deal with. And I think the fact that they've been able to take Benpoike down twice like this is going to make him play really, really defensive, and that defensive play could end up costing him the game if they go after a different target.
Yeah, lots of decisions here to be made on both sides, really. You know, NAIXI Demon King are over there like thinking, okay, can we do it again? Do we just get lucky for 2 games in a row? But either way, both of these teams really putting their best foot forward. I mean, the level of competition that we're seeing right now is just so high. These are the best 2 teams in the region right now in Europe and Burning Crusade. So what a way to end this day, Zico. I honestly, I kind of hate when grand finals end up just being a 4-0. It's good that we're seeing a team, put up a fight, and maybe we even see a game 7 out of this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are 2 fantastic teams no matter what happens here, and it's nice to see the final live up a little bit to the hype here, because let's be honest, it was looking a little rough there when they were just going after CHANIMAL over and over. Now in the next game, I actually want to see Blackwater Gaming go take it 1 step further. I want to see them do what Enrique was talking about a little bit earlier. It's time to send the human rogue, man. Just go in there, find Benpoike in stealth, and send him in the opener immediately. That's what I would be saying right now if I was on NAIXI Demon King. Just gamble it, because I mean the Will of the Forsaken is nice, the Orc racial, it's nice, but let's be honest, human racial, it's nice as well. If you find that rogue, if you find that druid, you are going to have a field day. You're going to have an excellent opener. If you find the rogue, well, you just open on the rogue, blind Benpoike again, and you can take him down after that. Or you can take the rogue down as well. It just depends on who, trinket cloak, or if Poike uses his trinket. It just depends on who uses what. And same thing, if you find the druid, well, you just open on him and you can instantly win the game. So let's see if they decided to do that. We got another game here, 3-2 for Blackwater Gaming. This is the grand finals, best of 7. If Blackwater Gaming wins it, they will be taking it. And if NAIXI Demon King can win this, well, then they are just 1 game away from that reverse sweep, Super T's.
A reverse sweep. If they manage to do all 4 games killing Benpoike, though, I don't know if that's possible. Like, it's just every game he's going to be getting more and more comfortable with that strategy. So NAIXI Demon King are out to mix it up here in game number 6. Let's see how they want to start it off. They've already got combat. CHANIMAL pinned behind the pillar. Looks like Benpoike dodged all the AoE, though. He's still in stealth, so he's not going to get found. And Mir actually opens on Chaz, so they're really mixing it up, taking some risks in game 6 while they have that room to breathe. And it looks like Blaze was far away from Chaz. Kidney Shot going to sit through here, though, pretty comfortably. Chaz not critically low. He's going to pull away from the fight. Banish on the Water Elemental instantly. Good timing by CHANIMAL, removing that tremendous amount of burst damage from the Mage. Now Mir just marching forward into Poly. Devour not looking like it's going to hit the Polymorph here for Mir, unfortunately. Minpoike staying far away. And I love what Minpoike does is he runs on the outside of the map in front of CHANIMAL, and he kites around the map in front of him. This is a tactic that you need to be doing at the top level. Otherwise, you get stacked up on your healer, and you just walk into free crowd control. So I really like the CHANIMAL and Minpoike monitor each other and move around the map as a unit.
Yeah, they still have a lot of offense left here on Blackwater Gaming. They still haven't committed to their target. Kidney shot gets secured here onto Chan. Mir going for that restuff. He gets it off, and he should be able to get a Sheepshark kidney onto Blaze. Chaz mana still looking pretty okay here, and Chaz should be able to keep Blaze alive in that situation, not having to trade out any big cooldowns here. Poike and Chan playing very, very defensively here. I would like to see them just go after Mir in this situation. Maybe they have a full polymorph secured. Blaze is going to go for the restuff. I would like to see them just resheep Mir and then send the shatter combo onto him. Minpoike stopping that situation before it can happen. Nicely done there with that feral charge. And Mir now going to go for the re-stealth. Blaze actually getting pulled out here from his stealth by Chan. And Shadow steps over now, starting to stack up those wounds onto CHANIMAL. And now they are kind of playing that game that you wanted to see if you are Blackwater Gaming full blind secure onto laners. Laners not going to use that ice block. It would be his actually he has a cold snap, so he can't even use that ice block. And a full sap coming out of here from Mir as well. Blaze firing further and further behind. Blaze with no blind available. Mir with no trinket available and no cloak of shadows available. Has his preparation. Blaze is getting low cyclone here. Beautifully done by Minpoike. Mir should be the target of choice here if you are Demon Kings, but they're going to need that second pet to really do some work here. If they can get a gouge onto Mir into a full kidney shot, they could potentially secure a kill there with an improved counterspell with that pet shatter combo, but they need to stop Shan with potentially a clear. Yeah, let's see if they do it. Here we go. Big shatter combo coming in. The Pet Nova gets resisted. Beautifully done there by Chan as well. Summoning his Fell Hunter with the Fell Domination, trying to make sure that laners can't cast here. CHANIMAL realizing that this was a KO attempt right there. Beautifully played there. Chan basically single-handedly deflecting it, but it's not over yet. Innovate is rolling for Minpoike as well. Chaz is all over him trying to dispel it. Can they catch Mir? Is the question. Mir now has his Cloak of Shadows, should get that re-stealth. And that was the kill attempt right there, being deflected by Blackwater Gaming, and now they're going to be in a prime position to take this finals.
Yeah, Minpoike's though, no mana. Innervate didn't do too much work there. He spent all the mana. Now CHANIMAL in trouble, swapping damage over with those Ice Lances, trinketing to avoid the kill, running laps. They do not want to go to a game number 7. Can they pull it off here? CHANIMAL line of sight. They're not going to reconnect. Mir is now getting pressured, caught into the fear. Likely a stun lock in the near future. Where's the blind? Mir gets stunned before he can do it. One more second before he can blind. Are we going to a game 7? Mir uses the Cloak of Shadows. Blaze goes for a blind here onto CHANIMAL. Desperation blind, trying to stay on target, trying to finish Mir. Frost Nova. Where are the shatter combo? Is he going to be able to get a combo off here? Ice Lance, Frostbolt on Mir, and Poike has 0 mana left at this point in game number 6. Shadow Deaths are coming in. CHANIMAL is counterspelled. He gouges Chaz. Line of sight's the Ice Lance. Laners blinks in. Kona Cold. Doesn't look like it lands onto Mir. He's going to line of sight, but Chaz is on the other side waiting. No, he's into a fear. He can't finish him. Mir trying to kite, but Blaze connects. He trinkets out for a gouge, doing whatever he can in game number 6 to stay alive. Minpoike has 0 mana. 2 life blooms up, but Laners blinks in. If he gets a shatter combo here, a proc, anything, he's going to take him out. He gets gouged again at critically low health. Blaze is chasing CHANIMAL. There's pressure on 2 targets. Minpoike has to heal 2 members with 0 mana, but CHANIMAL, the kite god, is not letting Blaze even touch him. The pet goes down. CHANIMAL gets the hard rest. No, he's kicked it the last second. There's no pet. There's no soul link. They can go for the kill onto CHANIMAL. Full fear on him in Poike. He trinkets out. Do they have any crowd control for the trinket? A counterspell, anything. Laners gets Mir into the Frost Nova. Deadly thrown onto his polymorph. Mir trying to slow down the crowd control from Laners as much as possible. Trying to close the game out. No blocks for Laners. The cloak comes up for Blaze, but suddenly Blackwater Gaming, they've actually tapped Chaz. Chaz actually has 0 mana, and they might be able to pull this off. It's match point. They might just pull it off. I can't believe it.
No way.
I cannot believe it. Blackwater Gaming pulled off impossible in game 6. They're trying to go for the cross kill. And Poike still with 0 mana. Blaze stunned away by Mir, trying to stall out. And Poike going for first aid. It's unlikely we see Blaze cross the map at this point, with Chaz totally out of mana, but they're obviously going to want to play this out. There's still no Fell Hunter. Now there is. I think that's going to be them tapping out. What a close call. Insane survival maneuvers there by Mir to stay alive. And Poike, excellent job. Out of mana, 2 targets dead. Insane game.
What an insane kiting there from Mir as well to stay alive there with the gouges into the cyclones, and Chan as well staying alive there at the end. They find the target as well with laners. absolutely insane match there. Really, really sick game there from both teams.
Yeah, I mean, Blackwater Gaming obviously walking away with the first place here, but that was extremely hard fought by them. NAIXI Demon King putting up an insane fight. We can see them do that here too.
Yeah, so I really liked what Blackwater Gaming did here. The adaptation was go after Chaz and force them to kind of open and peel Mir, make them a little bit less comfortable in the match. So Blackwater Gaming kind of flipping the switch. There's a moment here we're going to see a little bit later on. So at this point in NAIXI Demon King, they're kind of struggling to actually find a target. They do decide to go after CHANIMAL. There's a moment I really want to show, though, where Mir, he obviously trinkets out of the blind. He's got no Cloak of Shadows. Really not too many cooldowns left. They're actually going really, really aggressive here. But this first hard swap on Mir that kind of just sets off this chain where Mir has to survive. Laners got so unlucky with this Pet Nova. If that Pet Nova had landed, the Shatter combo on Mir right here, instead of doing 20% of his health, would have done 60% of his health, and it would have made a huge difference. Mir just gets so incredibly low. And I'm telling you, any other rogue in the game would have died here. Any other RLD had already lost this game. I don't know how Mir does it, just dancing with death, crossing the map. He actually ends up getting a total re-stealth here, but Poike obviously working with Fumes, gets the Innervate dispelled, and at this point, you think the game's over. I mean, look at Laner's mana, look at Chaz's mana. Mir's in a kidney shot, barely holding on. He gets the cloak. I believe this is where he actually blinds Blaze too. So this is where, he's really struggling to survive. A beautiful Nova there by Laners as he's keeping up the pressure. I think he actually resists the Frostbolt. So Mir got lucky a few times here, but the luck plus the skill is what kept them in the game. It could have been a miss. It could have been resist. I think it was a resist. So if you're Laners, you're probably crying. The Pet Nova resists. Your second Frostbolt Shatter on that Nova resists, which would have taken down Mir. And now Laners tries once again to take him down. The Cone of Cold lands, but Mir expertly kind of realizes, you know what, Laners, you just blinked in. You have no Cold Snap. You got no Ice Block. You really have nowhere to go. And this is that divide and conquer strategy. CHANIMAL across the map, and this is an advantageous position for the RLD. Laners blinks away, but Mir just you can. It's likely Laners has really low resilience here, so with no cooldowns left, Chaz out of mana, Mir knows if he can just sit on Laners, he's going to eventually close it out. But a beautiful series from both these teams. NAIXI Demon King, if they had Fortune go their way a little bit more, we would have had a tied series here, but Blackwater Gaming playing it calm, cool, collected. They managed to close it out, and this is probably my favorite series of the tournament.
I would agree with you. I mean, it was kind of looking like it was just going to be sort of a swift 3-0 for Blackwater, but it came really, really close, even more evenly matched towards the end there. But absolutely well done to both of those teams. I think, NAIXI Demon King, they, like I've said so many times before, they had a really long run in the lower brackets. So honestly, well done to them. Well done to Blackwater Gaming. Pretty much a perfect record in this tournament, and they are going to be our European champions. But I agree with you, Ven. One of the best series of the day. What do you think, Super Tees?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, best series of the tournament might be even close. Yesterday was pretty cool too, with Beckinsale coming down to that 1v1 with Willertons as well. I thought that was pretty intense. And I mean, speaking about NA, like we still have the NA tournament. It's not like this is over. This is just the conclusion of Europe. So we hit our peak here for Europe. Now we get to see what NA has to offer.
That we do. We got through all of the European region, and like Sid said, now we're moving on over to North America. There's 4 teams left over there. We're starting off that side of the region with Kicked Aim Shot versus Surfed Up. That's going to be an elimination round. So right off the bat, we're sending someone home, sending someone out of the tournament. But if we look at those teams, those European teams, Zico, how are we feeling about this region compared to EU?
I mean, I think EU definitely delivered. We had some insane plays. I think all of the teams here, if we take a look at the bracket, all the teams that actually played today were phenomenal. SCARABS, they had a really, really tough matchup, but the fact that they made top 4 playing basically Warrior Lock Priest and Turbo, which are No, let's just be honest. It's not tier 1 compositions. That in of itself is definitely an achievement. NAIXI Demon King, I mean, they were that lower bracket Shark RMP. We talked about them on that first day. What an insane performance they had, and what an insane finals there as well. It looked like they were going to get absolutely demolished in the finals, but then slowly but surely they started to find their stride. And who knows, if it was a best of 11 or something, maybe they would have won that because they were definitely starting to pick up some steam there towards the end. And of course, Blackwater Gaming, just that titan, they didn't lose a single full series to anybody. Just so much talent on that team, and of course got renamed as well. That 4-1 scoreline really doesn't do them justice. They had 2 super close games against arguably one of the hardest counters in the game, playing that Shadow Priest Mage Shaman, which is also, I mean, it's a good comp. It's a rank 1 viable comp for sure, but it's not up there with like Roguelock Druid and RMP and things like this. So the fact that they got this far, made a 3rd place with that Shatter, and it did take a game off of that double healer Rogue. They definitely impressed a lot of people, and I think EU definitely delivered, and I'm just excited to see what NA has to offer next now.
Yeah, EU delivered, and I think North America is going to deliver as well. We can see we've got coming up next here. Like I said, kicked aim shot versus Surf's Up. That's going to be the first elimination round that we're going to see. And, we saw those guys play yesterday during the North American matches, and I think they're going to be bringing it today just based on what we saw with EU. I think these teams are ready to go. I'm curious if any of them have been watching, just like, waiting for their match to come up. Then, of course, we're going to bump up to the semifinals. Subfresh versus FISHSTICK Gaming, and then we're just going to go from there. So they're all trying to get to that grand final spot. Any teams that you want to see in particular, Super T's, up there in the grand finals?
I want to see, you could have so many results here, right? You could have a WLD mirror in the finals. You could have an RMP mirror, RMP versus WLD. There's so many different results.
Answering in comps in terms of comps.
There's a bunch of different matchup results. So this is kind of like deciding who's the best WLD in North America, who's the best RMP in North America, and that's like the first 2 series. So will the WLDs get knocked out? Last tournament it was like split. I think one region RMP won, it was SNUTZ, and then in Europe we saw WLD win back in that patch. So it's going to be close. Right now Surf's Up is really impressing me, specifically as an RMP. I'm starting to get won over by them, but I don't also want to count out SNUTZ's team. It's going to be tough to make a call as to who's going to win this. Still don't want to bet against RMP. The fact that Mir survived there, RMP still could have taken that. I think Chaz could have still taken that. If we, like Ezekiel said, best of 11, who knows what would have happened. So I still don't want to bet against RMP right now, but Surf's Up is starting to get my attention.
I think that's totally fair. I mean, and I agree with you. Surf's Up, they had a really good day yesterday. You can see that their score, they had a 4-0 and then they had a 4-1. Now they're up against kicked aim shot. So yeah, that team definitely on the up. They're having a bit of a momentum down there in that lower bracket, but they've got to fight a couple more rounds down there if they want to have any hopes of getting it up to the grand finals. But we saw a team do it in Europe on the side of Nox Gaming, so maybe they can do it here as well in North America. But what about you, Ven? I want to hear what you think about these teams.
I could give you my predictions on what I think, how this exactly is going to play out. But I think it's shaping up to likely be an RMP mirror match. And I think that'd be really exciting because you have, Cloud9's Wealthy Man down on Surf's Up, and then you have Cloud9's SNUTZ up in Subfresh's team. I think it would be a really, really explosive match of some of the best players this game has to offer. One thing's for sure, I think these WLDs are going to have a difficult time. We kind of saw how Roguelock Druid does against RMP, and I think the WLD matchup is even a little bit more difficult. The Warrior doesn't have that same level of flexibility with the Cloak of Shadows and Vanishes to actually escape crowd control. So if we see these mages, Floormat and Wealthy Man, play as well as we saw them play yesterday, I think these Warriors are going to have a really tough time actually getting to their targets.
Okay, well, looking forward to it. Next up, we've got the North American region. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, we're going to see that first match, kicked aim shot versus Surf's Up. See you soon. Hey everybody, I am here with Chan from Blackwater Gaming, the real Chan, and you're looking good. You lost weight?
Oh, thank you.
All right,
Hey,
well,
guys.
first of all, obviously, congratulations. Yeah, you are the European champion of the Burning Crusade tournament. How you feeling about that?
Completely ecstatic. No, I mean, it's a good feeling. I'm more relieved than happy, to be honest, because we put in a lot of work for this tournament. Like, we practice almost every single night, more than any other team for sure. And
Yeah.
a lot of pressure was on us, so definitely just more relieved than happy to win. But yeah, it's nice. I love competing,
Yeah, I
so
mean,
it's a good feeling.
It definitely looks like it paid off. You guys seemed super prepared for basically any situation. What's your history with BC? I mean, it must be kind of cool to be able to compete back in the Burning Crusade.
I played it originally back then when it was retail. I was like 12 years old. I was a rogue main back then. And I don't know, I've just been enjoying Classic a lot more than Shadowlands lately. BC's been a ton of fun. It's when I first got into Arena, it was Burning Crusade. So it's very nostalgic for me. I love the expansion, love the PvP in it, and I'm super excited for Wrath too.
Yeah. Do you hope that there's going to be more BC tournaments in the future?
Yeah, definitely. If there could be something like the AWC for Classic would be awesome. But just like having just these events every now and then still is super exciting for us, for me. I'm not playing in AWC anymore on retail, so this is all the tournaments I have left. So being like having this opportunity to compete, you know, is it scratches the itch, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, a nice little like taste of, being able to be competitive again. But speaking of that, I know that we're used to seeing you compete in the North American region. What's it like being over on the European side of things now?
It's super nice. SNUTZ isn't holding me back this time around, but it's really fun to play with new players, play against new players, and yeah, it's a whole new experience. I've only competed in NA before, right? So
yeah,
yeah, it's nice. I'm gonna keep doing it. I think maybe I'll switch between, but it just depends.
Nice. All right. Well, obviously, congratulations once again. Congrats to your teammates as well, and thanks so much for chatting with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Little slash wave.
See you guys.
All right. See you, Chan. Okay, thanks so much again for Chan for that interview. And now we're going to hop over to North America, CHANIMAL's former region. And of course, like I said before we went to the break, we've got Kicked Aim Shot versus Surf's Up coming up here. I think we've got the casters back. Are we back?
Mic check.
Yes.
I think we're back.
Hey, yeah, we got you. All right, so let's get into talking about this bracket. We've got the first one coming up here. And is this going to be? I mean, I know yesterday that we were talking about how North America, they're kind of the fast region. Are we going to see some fast, really aggressive games? You think from this region, Zico?
Yesterday I said, "Oh, we're going to NA, the fast region," and then we started off with actually the longest game and the longest series that we've ever had.
I got
Double-Elimination mirror. I got lied to just like you. Okay. I thought they were gonna mix it up. I thought they were gonna do something different, but it's okay. It was an enjoyable series nonetheless, and I do think we're gonna see a lot of action here. We're gonna have Kicked Aim Shot versus Surf's Up. Kicked Aim Shot yesterday, they played a little bit Resident Sleeper mode against that PhD in Misery, but then at the end there, we saw them, and especially Shapes, crack things up big time and start playing very, very aggressively and start going for those cyclones and everything. So they definitely have it in them, and I think this is the time for them to bring it up because Surf's Up, they've been just surfing the waves down here in the lower bracket, just been cruising through. So I think this is going to be a very, very nice match.
Okay. What do you think, Soup Teas? Any comment on that?
I just wonder how they're going to play the matchup, because the last time we saw WLD, it was a lot of Priest Zergs. They were just running down the healer every game. I wonder if they're going to be still continuing that here in this series, because it could challenge Brain a lot here on the Priest in the RMP matchup. And I want to see what they've brought to prepare for that, if that is the strategy of the WLD.
Yeah, I want to see as well for sure. Kind of seems like yesterday it seems like they definitely had that aggression. Obviously there were a few longer games, but it was interesting, like sort of the difference in pacing that we saw from one team to the other, where I feel like, especially with the region that we just got done with Europe, like every game was like so quick. And then, like Zico already mentioned, really just kind of all over the board here with the North American region. So I wonder what we're going to expect today. We've got 4 teams left. This is an elimination round, obviously, so they know what they're up against. And I wonder if we see any sort of difference in when we saw them play last Ven and today. I mean, it's not like they had much time to really develop anything else. It's not something you typically see.
Yeah, I'm curious to see too what they decide to bring to the table. I mean, this is just one of those matchups. It's kind of a classic in Burning Crusade. WLD versus RMP, a tale as old as time. And it is kind of, it's curious because back in my day, the tournament scene was actually a little bit different, and I think it was more geared towards WLD being favored. And there's 2 different reasons why I say that. First of all, the tournament realm was always in Season 2 gear, so you could gear very, very defensively as the WLD, and as the RMP, it was kind of difficult to break through. But the second reason is players are allowed to use add-ons now. So compositions like Rogue Mage Priest, they get to track their diminishing returns, so they shouldn't be, at least, diminishing return polymorph, kidney shot, frost novas. You always can be very precise about your crowd control. And if you do that, if a mage is experienced as Wealthy Man, for example, and he's always on point with his diminishing returns and never messing that up, that's when it can be really difficult as a WLD to actually develop momentum. Whereas if you were messing that up, you throw a triple DR polymorph on a warrior, all of a sudden that's 18 seconds or 16 seconds of him being able to go on a complete rampage. So I think that's one thing or 2 things that is potentially putting the matchup in favor of the RMP compared to how it used to be. So I think the WLD, if the mage is good, it's really, really difficult. I think your only strategy that I've seen be effective is just all in the priest. You have to just pick a moment on that warrior to connect to the priest, and if the mage and rogue don't do a good job healing, then the priest can die. If he does, he'll likely survive. And I think that's what it mostly comes down to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, quite a lot going on when you discuss the comps that these 2 teams are going to bring out. I'm curious now, you kind of reminded me of something, Ben. Like, if you guys, well, I guess I'll ask all of you guys, if you weren't casting, is this something that you think that you would be competing in these Burning Crusade tournaments?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah? Would you win?
Personally, I don't think I would win, so I'm not sure 100%. I might give it a try. It's been a while since I competed. I think the last time I competed, Venruki and Azale Demon bolted me out of the tournament. I'm pretty sure that was the last time I competed. And that was in WAD.
Do you remember that, Ben?
I remember playing against Super T's, I believe, what was it, what year was it? At a regional tournament. It was in New York. We played against each other.
No, you beat us to qualify for that tournament.
Yeah, it was 2014.
UK farmed us to qualify for that tournament. But yeah, the only next time that we played was in WAD, and Azale was playing Demo. We'd never seen a Demo lock, and I remember my shaman being like, "What is Demon Bolt?" And then,
it's not a great time to learn on the fly, Yeah.
Maybe we need to have some kind of, like, I don't know, charity classic tournament where the 3 of you create a team, and then you get to compete against the casters. Do you think that would work?
Wait, us against?
Yeah, the 3 of you.
What do we play? Double mage?
I have no idea.
No, I would bring out CS Hero, bro. My rogue. That's my man anyway.
Okay.
I can see it. I want nothing to do with it because you guys would lose if I was on the team. But I'll cheer from the bench. But no, that'd be a fun thing for sure. But either way, I think we're getting these teams started, these groups formed. But maybe we can take a look at the bracket once more. We can see the journey that they actually made it to here, because we are in that lower bracket, and we know that that's kind of a difficult place to be. It's like it's double elimination, so you have a few chances to stay in the tournament and not get knocked out. But when you get knocked down early into the lower bracket, I feel like that puts this like sense of looming doom on your back, Super T's, where it's like, you have no more chances left. Like, it's got to be, especially being in it for so long, it's got to be just like this extra stress that you really don't want to have to think about.
Well, I like that about the interview where Chan said like he was more relieved when they won because it felt like
Yeah.
they put so much practice into it. There's such big names at this point. They've put so much work towards that. If they lost, it would be like, what does that mean? So, on one side, it's like being Goliath is cool, but there are other side effects that come with being the expected winner that you may not see unless you're on the team. So here, like kicked aim shot, I feel like they're just the crew. There's a bunch of boys playing together. They're out here. They're playing for fun. And Surf's Up is kind of the same way here, even though they've got Cloud9 Wealthy Man who might be expected to win here. I feel like it's still a little bit more chill for them, specifically, maybe because they're not putting themselves out on social media too much as other teams are to get nitpicked at. But I feel like it's going to be intense regardless. There might be a little bit of pressure facing them because they're in the lower bracket. But I'm sure that it's not going to get to them. I wouldn't imagine at this point with how long these players have been competing together or against each other. Like they've been switching teams throughout the expansion. So I'm sure it's just another day in the office.
Yeah, business as usual for these guys. They've certainly been here many times before, but it's game number 1. Loser of this one eliminated from the tournament. Kicked aim shot versus Surf's Up.
Here we go. And we're going to be looking for all-out control here from Wealthy Man and J-Law. We're going to be looking for him to find his moment on Brain to just basically all in and get as aggressive as possible. If he has uptime, he's going to be able to take him down, but if not, it's going to be really hard. Looks like the side of Surf's Up, they're going to be going with Alliance. So Wealthy Man playing the Gnome, and Swak going to be playing Human for that Perception to try to find the Druid. And if they can find the Druid, it's going to be brutal. Look at J-Law trying to cross the map, but no, Wealthy Man manages to get the Nova. You can tell it's exactly what he wants to actually connect to his target. He gets the intercept, but back into another Nova. Ball Amorph comes. J-Law might want to consider it blinding, but he's not going to. Shape's in a lot of trouble right now. He's getting cleaned. Barskin's already traded. If he gets silence, he gets feared low and dispelled. This is a nightmare situation for Shapes. This is exactly what you do not want. Swacked, if he can get a Garrote, it could be game. Nice fear. Shapes actually gets the Nature Swiftness, so those silences not going to be coming in. Swack decides not to commit fully. Gets the Gouge, though. He has the Vanish cheap shot. Shape's going to have to trinket this immediately. He has to trinket this kidney shot. He's getting shattered. There it is. It looks like Shapes will ultimately be able to survive for now. Brain crossing the map. And Shapes, by crossing the map, creates this situation where Brain, there's these scary moments where J-Law can actually connect and intercept. And Shapes does it once again. Brain kind of being left behind. But this next kidney shot on Shapes is going to be absolutely devastating.
I think it's right now. Beckinsale's trying to get there, trying to assist. Cheap shot, likely into another kidney. They don't have a counter spell, but intercept comes through from J-Law from downtown, stalling the kidney for a moment, but Shapes is now caught into the fear. He's getting purged down, spell stolen, shatter combo coming out from Wealthy Man. Frostbolt after Frostbolt, chunking down Shapes and landing the kill. Surf's Up, riding a game 1 victory.
They certainly did game number 1 victory for them, and they made that honestly look easy. I mean, they shut that down so quickly. What do we think about that one, Zico?
I loved it. I'm a big fan of cooked broccoli. So when you go after the Druids, it's just something that I love to watch. Those Druids, they got a nice opener on him. They did get that Nature Swiftness off after the Fear. And one thing you can actually do in Fears, we're going to see probably here, I think, when they go for the cheap shot, they get the Gouge, they get the full sheep onto J-Law. Both of them doing a good job here as well, getting those Winter's Chills up on J-Law. And then they get the Fear here. Now here is Swacked. I want to see him just spam that shift button here. I'm not sure exactly. He has a lot of energy, and there's no wound poisons on Shapes. That's why that Nature Swiftness literally tops him. He should have died there in the opener, in my opinion. They just spam 5 shivs on him in the Fear, get the wound poisons, and then double silence him. But however, they get another opener here. They get a full blind onto J-Law on his cooldowns there when Brain is in trouble, which is nice control. And then they reconnect here with the final moment here. And Wealthy Man doing a phenomenal job here. He gets a couple of Frostbolts out, and then he gets the Ice Lances here. They get the full Fear, and then they connect with the Kidney Shot. Wealthy Man going for the Polymorph, and then here comes Frostbolt number 1. Frostbolt number 2 perks a Frostbite right there. And then Pet Nova into the Ice Lance, into the Cone of Cold, and they are able to take that Druid down. But I do believe they can all in much earlier, actually, if they get those wound poisons stacked up, because The way Fear works in TBC is it kind of breaks on damage, and Shiv, it does very, very minor damage, so it's very unlikely to break a Fear. It can happen if you crit your Shiv, for example, the wound poison, the damage that it does can crit and it can break it, but it's such a low percentage play that happens that for the most part of the time you just stack up 5 wounds, Vanish Garrote, prep Vanish Garrote, counterspell, buy Druid.
So that wasn't fast enough for you, Zico?
No, they could have done it way faster. I don't like seeing Druids sit a stun lock and live, and then sit another stun lock. Like basically, I don't like it when a warrior is sheeped and then a Druid sits a full stun. If the warrior doesn't get out of the sheep to stop it, and the Druid doesn't trinket to stop it, then you all in and send them home.
I think actually J-Law came in for the hero intercept. If he had gotten that intercept and actually disarmed, they would have avoided the kidney, and Shapes could have maybe lived, but for some reason he didn't disarm him, which would have avoided the kidney in that situation entirely. And at that point, when you're playing the RMP and you no longer have any vanishes to kind of set up those cheap shot kidney shots, that's when, as the WLD, you can maybe start to pull ahead a little bit in the match. So really, really close call. I'm surprised that Shapes lived that long. Although there wasn't really that much pressure, it's at that point of the game where the WLD can maybe start finding their stride.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I mean, they've got quite a few more chances to try and find their stride. I feel like that's something we're kind of seeing. It's like so unfortunate. I feel like we've seen it time and time again for whatever reason this weekend, Super Tees. It's like, maybe it's the best of 7 thing. Maybe it's just because like some people are still figuring out the meta just a little bit in BC because they don't play it often enough. I'm not sure. It just seems like a team is stuck, and then at the very last minute, they kind of figure something out.
I mean, I feel like these teams spam play the game. I don't think that's the problem.
Yeah, that's why I'm
it might be like a first game thing, you know? You lose a game like first game. I got it next time. I'll disarm there. It's my bad. First game. The tournament realm is a bit different gear, so maybe you got to get used to like the armor penetration differences between last season and this season that you haven't got to completely flesh out on the live game. Might be a little bit of it, but it's kind of a minor detail, I think. It's definitely just a first game of the tournament. I don't know if they got to get a warm-up game or a war game or something. Like maybe they could have fought SNUTZ's RMP as a warm-up and Surf's Up fight the other WLD in the upper bracket as a warm-up, but it's definitely going to just get better and better as the teams get more comfortable and they see the matchup and they maybe remind themselves. Sometimes you have a strategy, but then you forget what it was, or a specific build, maybe an item you forgot to switch before. You're like, oh no, I should have been wearing that the whole time. Why wasn't I wearing that? That type of deal. I feel like there's been lots of tournaments where people forget to like even put up water shield, for example, before the game starts. They play the whole game without water shield because it's just something that's passively in the back of their mind they're forgetting to do. There's a lot of stuff like that. So it's kind of just first game. All right, it's out of the way. Here we go. We got Runes of Order on in game 2 now.
Yep, and this map, it's kind of a double-edged sword. I don't know. This map forces Brain to be in the open a lot more, so those all-ins we kind of talked about from J-Law could be a lot more devastating, but it seems like Wealthy Man is always there to kind of back him up. And getting dispelled out of the first fear from Beckinsale. Swacked right now, going to be sitting back as they're just going for Brain right away, not giving Swacked enough time to actually find Shapes, but he just goes for the gouge immediately. Beckinsale actually gets him out of stealth, I do believe. So there's the cheap shot. Are we going to see a big shatter? Wealthy Man actually going after J-Law, so they're mixing it up. They're going for the cheap shot, or sorry, the gouge, into the kidney shot, into the fear, but it gets devoured, a beautiful devour there by Beckinsale. However, J-Law still in a lot of trouble. Wound Poison has stacked up. He's getting lower and lower Shapes. He needs to get the NS. It doesn't do anything. That heal is just so minimal. Finally, another heal coming out onto J-Law, but you can see Beckinsale being left alone is kind of dismantling Surf's Up right now, and still J-Law and Shapes have their trinkets. Shapes might want to consider trinketing this blind to not fall too far behind, but now there's the potential they could make a swap on Shapes.
Yeah, I mean, now they have a excellent opportunity here. They can just keep riding Swacked here at Shapes. They don't have a Vanish for him, so if they want to swap to Shapes, it's going to be very hard to get those combo points here. Swacked kind of needs to get a re-stealth. He's looking for it. He might get it. No, J-Law is there, gets the intercept. Now Shapes needs to get that Fury Fire if he can. And honestly, Shapes at this point just needs to drop combat stealth and then run out, or try to not get trapped in that room. Maybe charge over to Wealthy Man with that bear charge. Let's see what he does here. Yeah, he is in bear form. He's looking for the charge. He does get it onto Swacked. There's actually a sheep shot still left in the tank. They do get that Vanish sheep shot. shot. Nice intervene. Nice disarm here to stop that kidney shot. Nice fear, though. Actually going to buy them some time. Swag, though, not going to be able to reconnect here. He does have the shadow step, but he's so low on HP. He needs to stay back. He still has those combo points here. Actually goes for the slice and dice, so he doesn't have any combo points now, and it's going to be extremely tough for him to swap over to Shapes. He's going to get absolutely demolished here, and this is kind of sloppy work here for Surf's Up. They went for that early strategy to go with the Sheepshot Gouge Kidney onto the Druid, into the full fear, and then going after the Warrior with the Mage and the Priest, basically soloing the Warrior. It's a fine strategy to use against WLD, but unfortunately for them, I don't know if they had the Winter's Chills there or not on the Druid. I don't think they did, because, yeah, or maybe they just got unlucky when they did that fear, and they got that Devour on the fear. And if that happens, then you fall super far behind because you don't get that Druid's Trinket, and then you don't have that blind to kind of checkmate with. Oh, we can see it right here, actually.
In the replay, there's the kidney. They get the fear, and it gets devoured right away. So, I mean, if this fear doesn't get devoured, J-Lock could be in so much more trouble. But they just get to escape the opener without trinketing. Although it was a very close call. I think this is where the NS comes in. We're like, wait, did that even do anything? Like, he almost dies here. If that Devour if it didn't hit the fear, like, I think J-Law was dead right at that moment in time. But because he wasn't, it let them ride a ton of momentum, huge mana advantage, huge trinket advantage. It almost intervenes the blind there, actually. So nice read by J-Law, trying to stay ahead of the pace here. But the blind gets the trinket. And as soon as Shapes doesn't have a trinket, he is just 90 yards away from the fight. He knows that he's the target. Like, his Orc Warrior is going to resist a stun, trinket a stun. Like, he's not worried about J-Law. He is worried about getting attacked. So I really like Shapes' positioning. He maxes it out as well by using Innervate during this time, so he can regenerate his mana, stay far away from the kill. And as soon as they dogpile on top of him, decides to charge out to Beacon Sail in the mid here, so he can get some help from the rogue with the fears. But Wealthy Man actually wins the exchange with Beacon Sail. He lands the counterspell, but it doesn't matter because J-Law has disarm. He has really good peels this game. That disarm shuts down Swacked for so long, and now Brain just has no mana, no cooldowns. There's a Warrior that's being unpeeled, instantly removed on the polymorph. So there's no hope here. Like, J-Law is just going to do whatever he wants. Searing Pain executes, clones coming out. Really well done from Shapes to adapt to that mid-game and switch to that defensive max range strategy, and then also switch gears and get offensive at the end there. Really well done by the WLD. But again, kind of the RMP leaving that up in the air for that opportunity to be taken. So I don't know if they'll be granted that here moving into game 3.
So you're saying you don't think they're going to be able to repeat that moving into this next game, Sid?
There's a bit of luck, and I think the RMP gave it a little bit to them. You know, just kind of like, here's a chance for you to win, and then okay, we're going to take that. So Surf's Up could definitely do a better job of not giving them any opportunities, I think, at least early on.
Right. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I mean, what do you think then, Ven? Do you think this is still Surf's Up series to win, or is Kick Dame Shot going to, continue on here?
Honestly, I mean, when you look at that game, if the fear didn't get devoured, they would have looked like geniuses. They would have been like, oh man, that was such a great setup. But the fact that it got devoured basically threw their momentum way off. And I honestly feel like I don't mind that they do this strategy and mix it up, but I think that they could literally just go after the Druid every single game. Just keep it simple, crowd control the Warrior, crowd control the Warlock, and just train down the Druid with these consistent setups. And I think they could walk away with it. But they gave Kick Dame Shot a little bit to work with there. Like Super T said, they were able to kind of gobble up that opportunity and managed to put a point on the board. So Surf's Up, definitely going to have to clean it up. We'll see what they do here in game number 3.
I just want to see, I don't think I saw Wealthy Man going for the rank 1 Frostbolt there on the Druid. I would like to see him put up some debuffs either before they go for that push or during that push on the Warrior. And then if they do that, they also need to combo it with like a rank 1 Shadow Word Pain. I'm not sure if Brain did that. Couldn't really see what debuffs the Druid had there, but if they are doing that, they just got super unlucky. But if they do go for that play, they're going to be more than likely to not get that fear devoured, and then the game, like you said, is going to be a little bit different there. They're going to look like those geniuses. Wealthy Man going to actually get dispelled out of the first fear here. Beacon Sail still in stealth, Swag still in stealth, not getting found by Beacon Sail here, and looking like he wants to go after Shapes. They do get a full Frost Nova onto J-Law, and this is going to be a big opener for the RMP. I think they can go after the Druid here, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Shatter combo comes through. Shape's forced to trinket out of this one, and that is beautifully done here. Now they have a win condition. They can blind Shapes and go after J-Law, or they can just blind Shapes and set up on him, or they can just kill Shapes and blind J-Law while they're killing Shapes. They have a lot of options here. Let's see what they decide to go for. Shapes now going to be staying on absolute max range here to avoid that situation, and Beckinsale actually going to be the target here. They could cross CC J-Law and the Druid as well as RMP. You can do whatever you want, but I don't like Beckinsale as a target because he is the one player who still has a little bit of cooldowns to work with here. We're going to see if they can get that uptime onto him. Right now, he needs an Abolish Poison because he's not slowed by the Mage. He is slowed by the Rogue, which means he actually can kite, and he is going to get abolished right there, and he's going to be able to walk away. Now, Swag looking for the stun here, but J-Law so swift with it. He gets devoured on the Sheep. He gets the disarm there onto Swag. They get a fear onto Swag as well. And this all in onto Shapes. So far, not going to be working out too well. No, they're going to go after Beckinsale. They have a full blind after this as well. I think it's game over here. They don't even need to use... Actually, they don't even have the blind there. Just a full fear into the counterspell. And Brain here going to be using his trinket there on the bash. Not going to get 2v3'd here. And Surf's up. Based off of that beautiful opener, are actually going to be able to take it. I just wonder, who did they blind? They must have blinded J-Law there in the opener.
In the opener.
It's lining up there. Okay, so they did blind J-Law there to get that Druid trinket, which is fine as well. And then they just capitalize on it and they get that full fear nicely set up there by Surf's up.
This is so awkward for them to try and end because they're out of mana. So it's like if the warrior actually hits them, they could die. So they're just like, all right, CCJ Law, let's try and drink, reset, make sure that they don't take this away from us. Like they got to play it kind of slow. But now that they've isolated the Druid here, I don't think there's any chance. And there really shouldn't be. At least J Law now Frost Nova just locked in CC Jail over here. Jail Law at the end of this one. It was close. They got the Rogue pretty low towards the end of this match as well, that we're going to catch in the replay. So they're still going to be putting up a fight for the rest of the series.
Yeah, I mean, there really is no doubt about it. We'll see it at the beginning. So I think we saw Shape's trinket because of the early blind. So they had committed the blind, so he was feeling confident to trinket out of that first kidney shot, but eventually the one clean setup. And honestly, I feel like they did a decent job healing. We can see that first setup here. So Shapes into the cheap shot, into the gouge, and immediately Swat comes back, throws the full blind on Jayla, who is already trinketed out of a Nova. They wanted complete control of the game as they go after Shapes, so they don't kind of abandon Brain for too long with the Warrior, which I think is a decent line of play if Jayla is going to trinket early. At this midpoint, they decided to switch their targeting over to Beckinsale as Shapes is just positioned a little bit too far away, has the pre-hots up. Swacked actually gets over to Shape, and I have to say kicked aim shot did a great job peeling here. So Swack getting spam feared, he's getting disarmed, but Brain keeps Shape in place with that Nova into a fear, and unfortunately there's not too much left to work with out of that silence. It was just good crowd control, and having the wound poison already stacked up on Beckinsale gave them a great opportunity to kind of go after him. So both events, Swacked and Brain, mixing it up, going after multiple targets in this matchup so far, never making it really easy for Kick Name Shot to know who they're going to be going after.
So would you say then, Ben, that like Surf's Up kind of has Kick Name Shot figured out at this point?
I don't think so. So, like, the way this kind of works is Swacked, Brain, and Wealthy Man, they get to kind of decide whatever strategy that they want to do in this matchup, and it is up to Kick Name Shot to dismantle it. So they have to make sure they're not overlapping their trinkets and kind of reading the situation appropriately, you know, when the damage is going to be committed, making sure they have really great positioning. It's basically a game of defense versus offense. And if Kick Aim Shot can play a good enough game of defense and then pick those really key moments to go offensive and try to all in, they definitely have a fair shot. But Surf's Up definitely going to be in the driver's seat for a lot of this game.
Mm-hmm. And how hard is that as a team, Super Tees, you know, to find those, to first of all, like notice those openings and find them and coordinate well enough as a team to be able to execute them?
I mean, it can be tough. Like for the RMP, at least, it seems like your water alleys and your blinds are like your main timing points in your kidney shot. You want all of those to line up in some order, and it's like the order that you pick them is going to be your main strategy. For the WLD, it's kind of like your intercepts and your disarms. Like you're only ever going to get your disarms off of those intercept stuns, otherwise the rogue's going to evasion. You're not going to have rage or hitting into powered shields. So finding those moments to get those intercept disarms, is going to be important. Beckinsale being top so that he can kind of tap before he's out of mana. Like right there at the end, I think he must have had to tap at least to get his mana back. So it's those types of timings that I'm looking specifically from both sides here. Moving into game number 4, Surf's up, looking to move to match point, but J-Law is recklessly charging it onto Brain once again, rushing down the Priest, but they find Shapes opening up out of Bear Farm. Wealthy Man trinketing to get aggressive, cheap shot, gouge, kidney, and I think they're going to go for the kill on Shapes this time around, and he's going to trinket, but he gets Shatter comboed, massive damage, Nature Swiftness out for Shapes, J-Law locked in crowd control, Beckinsale going for the Death Coil onto Brain, trying to keep the momentum going. He's unable to devour out those polymorphs, now caught into a full Frost Nova. Shapes is all alone. He's trying to run away, but he can't get away from Swacked right now. Brain is supporting him, ready to dispel that Nature's Grasp if he goes for it. Shapes ducks into the room in Bear Farm. He is praying that his team can get to him in time right now. Gouge into Kidney. Wealthy Man getting on top. Icy Veins pop. Full Polymorph onto J-Law. Devour hits the Polymorph. J-Law needs to get there. No, into another Polymorph. Shapes into cheap shots. Manages to survive the stun lock by himself, but now his Warriors into a full blind. It's Beckinsale and Shapes versus Surf's Up for a long time from this point.
Yeah, definitely a really scary moment. It's been great control so far, but honestly, the positioning from Shapes has really helped out. And Beckinsale landed a very key counterspell there on Wealthy Man's Frostbolt, really denying that damage. Wealthy Man right now with only 1 ice block left and no trinket, at the mercy of Beckinsale's fears. Wealthy Man kind of left by himself. They're actually going after J-Law. Shapes now into a full fear across the map. This is a nightmare situation. J-Law is in so much trouble. Does he have the Hellstone? Does he have the Battle Master to actually stay alive? Looks like he does have the Battle Master, but Wound Poison stacked up. I don't know if Shapes is ever going to be able to recover here. The silence comes in. Deadly throw sniped by Swacked, and that's the problem. It's just so difficult. It's such a difficult situation to read, such a fine balance. I mean, Shapes, if he's the target, his positioning, absolutely amazing. He's across the map. He's away from the fight. No problem at all. He runs into the room, but they kind of lock the door. A Brain is there. He's like, okay, well, you want to play in the room? I'm just going to toss a fear on you. You're not going to be able to get to your warrior, and they just switch it on the dime. And it's those situations you really have to read, but it is a lot easier said than done.
Most definitely, especially when you're up against a team like this. Surf's Up, they're really dialing it in at this point in the series. Let's take a look, though, at game number 3 and how they secured that victory.
So already Beckinsale's used his counterspell. Wealthy Man gonna be able to get a sheep, get a counterspell, and start casting a shatter. If you're Shapes in this situation, you have to trinket. There's nothing more to it. And J-Law does get devoured, but into another sheep. And Wealthy Man just at this point, he's already got the trinket. That's the big objective. Now it's just about helping Brain survive. And then here, they I don't know if they did a gouge into this kidney or not, but if they did, it would have been a lot better. They might have actually killed Shapes here, but nonetheless, they go after Shapes, and Beckinsale with that counterspell that Rookie called out, very, very important that he locks that Frostbolt right there, because that was going to be a big point of damage. And then here they do the same thing again. Swacked with the gouge into the kidney. They go after J-Law. J-Law actually getting stuck there for a little bit, and then realizing, hey, they're going to get a full fear on my Druid now as well. I need to pull back. And I do believe Swacked actually has a fear ward here from Brain, I'm pretty sure, because he doesn't get hit by the fear. And J-Law at this point can't really make it back to his Druid in time. Shapes charging out while he's in that counterspell, just trying to buy a little bit of time, but that counterspell going to be too much to handle, and they will be able to kill that warrior. And that's kind of how the RMP sets up a lot of these kills against the WLD. It's the same thing that we saw when they killed Beckinsale. Just force out the Druid's Trinket and then go for a sheep shot into a gouge, into a kidney, into a full fear, and that's your CC chain to actually take somebody down. Beautifully done there by Surf's Up, and they are going to be up in the series.
They are, and it's 3-1 right now, so that means one more win for Surf's Up. If they win this next one, they're going to be moving forward, and Kicked Aim Shot is going to be sent home, which would be an unfortunate way for it to end for them. I mean, they made it all the way through here in the lower bracket, all the way to Championship Sunday, and then to get knocked out in the first series is certainly something that a team doesn't want to do, and they have only been able to take off one game of Surf's Up so far. So, Supatees, if you were in their shoes, what would you be doing right now?
It's such a tough call. Like, as Shapes, do you stay close enough to your team there so that they can get back to you? Like, it just seems like the RMP are the ones that get to be the drivers. It's like, oh, if you go too far, then we're going to kidney fear you. If you don't go far, we're going to kidney kill you. And as long as they can shift their strategy based on that situation appropriately, then the RMP can kind of get the upper hand over this. The Devour covers are also super important if J-Law's getting out of CC, so that he doesn't need to use a trinket on something like a Nova or a Polymorph. It appears to be very crucial. Brain's not just falling over either, like even if J-Law is connecting early on. So their offense isn't there. They need to live quite a long time. And it's going to be very tough for them right now after seeing that last game. They're going to Runes of Lordaeron once again so they can have the Druid kiting back-to-back on the room here. Perhaps Beckinsale could do a little bit more to try and help out. I'm not sure if spamming Fear more at any of those moments in time. Of course, Wealthy Man's sitting on his counterspell for him to stop those opportunities. Shapes is pre-hotted in tree form, ready for the fight here no matter what the RMP decides to do, but it's match point. The pressure is on. They're facing elimination.
All right, let's see. Brain now in a death call immediately here. Beckinsale in a sheep. Wealthy Man actually slowing down this assault to get the gouge onto Shapes. And now they're looking for that kidney shot. Do they have the spell lock? It doesn't look like it. And Shapes immediately going to be forced to trinket once again. And I really would love to see Beckinsale save that counterspell for when the kidney shot is committed. He's using it beforehand to try to shut down the CC, and to be honest, CC is going to land no matter what. But now they need to make it count here. They get a Cyclone here, actually. Shapes going for that play here, but Shapes still not out of the woods yet. Wealthy Man and Brain might connect onto him. Swag pulling back here, and I'm not sure actually where Shapes is. They do get a full blind on the Shapes. They can set up out of this blind, or they can just kill J-Law. J-Law needs to intervene Shapes here, and he does. He intervenes the sap. Beautifully done there by J-Law. They still get the full fear, though. Can they get the Devour? It doesn't look like they find it.
Oh,
and
no.
that is going to be lights out for J-Law immediately. They don't find the Devour. It's pretty much GG.
Swag!
Unless Swag actually getting dropped here. Beautiful offense from J-Law, but J-Law still... Swag's going to go for the sheep shot for the kidney, and they still have the improved counterspell. Actually, they did use the improved counterspell there as well. So once that fear lands, it's pretty much game over there. And a nice swap there over onto J-Law. Wonder if he could have trinketed anything. I'm not sure if there was a Nova or something like that he could have trinketed, because I do believe he still had it available there at the end, but it was such a fast swap right there. He did get the intervene, and maybe it gave him that false sense of security. It was beautiful counter pressure as well. But just too much crowd control, and unfortunately it was just a little bit too unlucky there as well with that Devour.
Well, Surf's Up, that's going to be a 4-1 victory for them, and that is the end of the road here for Kicked Aim Shot. But here is that winning game for Surf's Up.
You'll have to wait and see if this replay catches it or not. But you can see J-Law Beckinsale trying to get aggressive on Brain, but Swag sets up the gouge, sets up the kidney. Wealthy Man's there. This is where you were talking about saving that spell lock to stop the shatter combo rather than using it to slow down the CC. And maybe that could have allowed Shapes to hold his trinket, which seems to be the most valuable resource for Kicked Aim Shot. Nice clone at low health. I did like the offense from Kicked Aim Shot here. They got pressure on Swag. They almost took him out at the last second on match point here. It was a very close call. Beckinsale with the Fell Dom, Fell Hunter to try and get extra utility. Great intervene on the sap, like super clutch moment for J-Law here. But the fear, just even if you don't get the sap, we get a full fear. Tosses out the Intim, tries to slow it down, tosses out the Howl of Terror, tries to slow it down. That's where I thought they were going to kill Swag, but Swag was so smart there to save his trinket. If he had trinketed any of those fears, I think he would have died in the stun. So he sat the fears, waited, and then the intercept hit him, trinkets it, and gets the kill and gets away with evasion. So that was actually a pretty tense call for Swag to make right at the end, but he makes the right move, and he's moving on into the lower semis.
Indeed, they are, and they are going to be playing the winner of this the loser of this next one, and that is the NA Upper Finals. We can talk about that in a second, but I mean, Surf's Up, like what a ride, that they've had to get here. They've fought long and hard, and I feel like every time we see them, do you feel like they're kind of consistently growing and adapting to those changes as they come, Zico? I mean, it's kind of what it's been taking to be a sort of a winner in this tournament this weekend.
Yeah, I feel like they've been having a strong performance in general in this tournament. Just in that lower bracket, been able to... We kind of, as soon as we saw the bracket and we saw this roster down here, it's kind of like when we saw Chaz's team over in Europe. We knew this is going to be one of those sharks down here. And you don't want to go surfing where there is sharks, but Surf's Up, they are the sharks. So, yeah, they're going to take that 4-1. They only fumbled a little bit in that one loss, but still didn't let that shake their confidence or anything, and they kept sticking to their strategies, looking for kills on the Warrior, looking for kills on the Warlock that one game, and of course pressuring the Druid a lot, which is key in this matchup. So yeah, Surf's Up looking impressive, and they're going to be moving on to that lower bracket final.
Yeah, impressive indeed. Now next up, we've got Sup Fresh and FISHSTICK Gaming fighting it out in the NA Upper Finals. The winner of that one, Ven, is going to be moving on to the Grand Finals.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, it might be kind of a repeat matchup of what we just saw. It's very likely FISHSTICK Gaming is going to be playing that WLD, and Subfresh is going to be playing that RMP. One thing to note is FISHSTICK Gaming is actually the team that sent Surfs up to the lower bracket. So they've already beaten RMP in a series. They're the ones that put Surfs up in the position that they're in right now. So they might have a fighting chance here against Subfresh. I'm really curious to see how they play this matchup out.
Yeah, I'm curious as well. We'll see if it plays out just different than that first one that we just saw. But we're gonna head to a break. Stick around when we come up. When we come back, it's gonna be the upper finals up next. It is the second North American series coming up here. We've got Sup Fresh versus FISHSTICK Gaming, two teams that have been absolute powerhouses then in the BC scene.
Muted. I would say so. I think Sup Fresh, SNUTZ in particular, I mean, his team with Sam I Am and Toes was a team as RMP that won the last Classic Arena tournament. So obviously very experienced, but this time he's going to be teaming up with Tiki and Floormat. And they've had a very dominant performance so far, staying in that upper bracket. FISHSTICK Gaming is a team that had a deep run in the last Classic tournament as well, running two compositions primarily, the WLD as well as the Turbo. So you have Willertons on that Warlock, switching over to the Enhancement Shaman, giving them some comp variety, but I would say both their compositions aren't the best into RMP. WLD is not the worst, but I would say a really experienced RMP probably has the edge in the matchup. So FISHSTICK Gaming is going to have to play a phenomenal game here. We saw that last series have some really close moments for Surfs Up. And keep in mind, FISHSTICK Gaming was the team that sent Surfs Up to the lower bracket, so could have some signs of life here in that upper bracket.
All right, let's see if they do, and if they can pull it off here. The RMP matchup, we just saw Shapes just get demolished down there. J-Law get dismantled in the lower bracket. So will FISHSTICK Gaming be able to put up a fight here with their WLD versus Sup Fresh's RMP? The gates have opened. Willerton's charging forward, getting combat for the team, spamming out dots, trying to develop some poke momentum. Callie is running Gnome, so there's a big difference already off the bat with the WLD playing Alliance. Callie will get out of Roots, but they know they can go after the Warrior who is an Orc, so Callie may be pressured. He intervenes away from the initial attack here. Line of sighting. Floormat is getting blasted right now by Willertons. Tons of damage on the Floormat. Tiki now getting set up on by Callie. The Mage and the Priest getting cleaned, but SNUTZ is now going after Frank. He's punishing the Trinket. Cheap shot here onto Frank, maybe setting up for a fear. Kidney shot onto the Druid, still punishing the Warrior, and they're going after him. We see an intercept right before the fear, but not clipped in time, but he might just die. MCS, he's going for the kill, and he drains them out, but Callie could fall at a cross kill, and it's likely to happen, and Frank is fully sapped. Warlock Druid versus Rogue Mage. One ice block. Floormat's going to pop that right away. Looks like no preparation for SNUTZ, though. What's he going to do from this position in the 2v2?
Does have the Cloak of Shadows. I think going after Frank is probably his only real option, going for the full kidney shot. This is their only moment to win, and Floormat gets blocked! Beautiful interrupt by Willertons, and I don't think there's any way Frank's going to go down here. No Frost School available for Floormat. He gets bashed up. This game is as good as over, and I love how FISHSTICK Gaming played this one. They were so aggressive from start to finish. Callie just moving in, switching up targets, putting tons of pressure on Tiki. I think they played this one out phenomenally.
I think so too. They very swiftly took that game one victory. I'm curious, Ben, is that how you expected game number one to go?
Well, I think if you're the WLD, this is how you have to win. You have to find those moments to really get aggressive. Every single one of those intercepts really has to count. And honestly, FISHSTICK Gaming has been a very impressive WLD. Check it out here in the replay.
Yeah, and they got so much pressure onto Floormat and onto SNUTZ there with that Death Coil. Then they connect immediately here onto Tiki, get a nice intercept, and they pressure Floormat. And a lot of it is because Willerton's just standing there in the start, spamming out those incinerates and not, allowing himself to get locked on Shadow. And then this intercept here from CaliX, very, very nice. He tries to deny the fear there. They do get the fear, but Willerton's with a beautiful Fell Domination to reset that spell lock, and then gets the blanket off. And they do take Tiki down there. And then if Tiki doesn't die there, well, this game is over. SNUTZ actually with a vanish into the sap here as well, and I want to see exactly why SNUTZ doesn't get the restuff here. Actually, I can't see it. I guess the pet was on him, so he couldn't get that restuff off of that sap. But it would have been a different setup here on that Druid if they actually got the sap into the cheap shot kidney, but they had to kind of stack up those combo points, go for the kidney. Floormat got spell locked on that. I mean, at this point, you're playing Rogue Mage into the hardest counter for Rogue Mage. And I mean, even if Frank dies there, there's a good chance Willertons can actually 2v1 them in that situation as the Warlock when the Mage has no ice block and he's already low and the Rogue has no cloak. So definitely a nice opener here for FISHSTICK Gaming. And this is the team that knocked down Surf Up down in the lower bracket. So if they can take down 2 RMPs there with the WLD, that would be very impressive for them.
Yeah, it would indeed. But how hard is that for them to repeat that win condition again, Zico, in game number 2? Do you think Subfresh is going to be more prepared?
I mean, it just depends on how they play. I'm not sure if they want to. I think it's playing the Horde RMP is probably the right call, but I think they just need to do not take so long to open up there in the opener. They spent a lot of time there. Floor mat just got kind of blasted, lost all his shields. They just, in my opinion, need to go in right away and pick a target and start setting up that CC and start setting up that pressure. Because if they leave the WLD free for too long, even in the start, they can build up a lot of momentum, a lot of pressure, and they can definitely capitalize on it on the side of FISHSTICK Gaming.
It seems like Supatis, we're seeing this happen with a lot of teams in both regions as well. Like we're seeing teams being overly defensive as opposed to overly offensive. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's, you want to make the safe pick, right? Like you're in a tournament, you're thinking like, well, we're Druid lock, let's just play safe. We can live, we can outlast them, and you want to win like that. But it's actually the opposite, where you need to be the aggressive team, getting in there, getting some CC, getting some good swaps, and committing things offensively. You can't just commit all of your eggs to one basket in the defense bin, at least right now with some of these matchups. And you can see that here, they took the gamble. They still almost didn't kill him. Like that drain around the corner, I almost wonder if he would have won or lived if that drain wasn't channeling from Willerton's right there. If there was anything that could have stopped it, because he was very close, and then Cali went down immediately afterwards. It's definitely not over here by any stretch. And now Subfresh know like what faction they're playing, what racials to expect, so they can change their strategy accordingly to this, unless randomly we see FISHSTICK Gaming switch. But I feel like that would be unlikely. Having the escape artist for a Frost Nova and then being able to trinket a poly or a blind seems so much more potent for getting the warrior uptime, and that's what matters. Get Cali to his target. Whatever Cali gets to is going to get wrecked. He just has to get there.
Yeah, I mean, it really is true. If you're the warrior and someone's just primed up with damage over time effects and they have no power word shield, that intercept with just an auto attack and Immortal Strike hits like a freight train. And Cali definitely found his moments in that match. Let's see if he can do it again. Willerton is just going to be charging in with that perception and the paranoia, trying to get SNUTZ out of stealth, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to find him just yet. SNUTZ moving in, might actually find Frank, but no. They dodge each other. Lucky exchange there for Frank. Cali's going to be moving forward, putting some pressure on Format. This is a very similar opener. Format already down to 30% health, having to blink away defensively, getting sniped by these big incinerates. Willerton's just playing so aggressive in this match.
Yeah, Willerton's already committing his fell domination just to build up that pressure onto floor mat, and it's kind of nice to see all that aggression paying off for them. Now they have beautiful pressure onto Tiki. Floor mat still not able to get any crowd control here on that warrior. Full kidney shot secure onto Frank. They get the kidney shot. Can they get any follow-up damage though? Frank is going to be sitting through that comfortably. Tiki is just getting absolutely blasted. Cali and the DR poly. Can they get one more poly and Nova anything there, or is Cali going to just be able to reconnect and take him down? Looks like Willerton's here is trying to fear up Tiki, but Frank left by himself there in the backline. They get a DR kidney. Can they take him down? And they will. Nice counter there from Subfresh, but that was not pretty at all. That was a very, very high risk play right there. Frank actually sitting through that and almost paying the price for it. I think if you maybe trinketing early on that kidney shot can also backfire, so it's definitely a hard choice to make there for the Druid, but a nice opening pressure here from FISHSTICK Gaming is what allows them to be in this situation in the first place, but also beautiful pressure onto Tiki. They're almost taking him down. I think maybe if they just hard committed to Tiki, or if they both just decided to peel back there, I think Willerton's maybe going for the kill, and Cali, when that poly ends, deciding to sit back and try to peel and not being on the same page there. Things like that can definitely kind of throw off the game. I think maybe Willerton should have just stayed back there with his team at that point.
Subfresh taking that game number 2 victory on Ruins, and now we are tied up in this best of 7 series. What were the major differences in play between Subfresh from game number 1 and game number 2, would you say, Supatis? Or you can talk about the replay real quick first.
They committed all in on Frank this time around, but this Incinerate build we've not seen any Warlocks do, where they're just mashing out massive Incinerates on the Mage and putting Format in this weird position, and then Tiki's like, wait, what? You're at like 20% right now? How? He's trying to recover. Meanwhile, SNUTZ is trying to keep the team aggressive.
getting the medallion out of the way on the druid, setting up for the kill here in stealth, just waiting for his team to get there. But while they're marching, they almost die. So they take a pretty big gamble. They pain suppression and push in aggressively. They want to win right here and now on the kidney shot. And then this is where we were criticizing Willertons if he overextended, right? Like Ticky's at 20%. Willertons goes for the kill while his warrior's in a poly. He could have gone back and helped and spam fear for Frank or something. But he's not going to be able to solo Tiki, and Callie was just CC'd that whole time. He wasn't able to get any pressure out or really any assistance. So maybe right there, not the best decision, and that's where it becomes so hard to gauge like offense versus defense. When is the time to push for the kill? When is the time to pull back and start peeling? This time around, Sup Fresh got the upper hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be something that's perfectly balanced, and it's certainly, as we just saw right there, Supti, is something that's pretty difficult to implement. Do you think that comes more with just time played in the game, time played in this comp, time played together as a team? Like, what helps the most, would you say, in being able to figure out when to push in on those moments?
I mean, practice is never going to hurt, right? Like playing together means you're going to get more synergy. You're going to know, like, you get more team awareness. Like, oh, my warrior's in a route. I didn't get the Devour. I'll sit back. But if you get the Devour, okay, we can get on top of them. Let's move together as a unit. I think, of course, you're going to get that more from practice. Both these teams look solid. I really like the opener from the WLD, like the pressure that Willertons is able to push out. It looks a lot more promising than the initial stages we've seen so far for the WLD. And it looks like if Tiki even slips up a little bit, like he can go down. Like he paint suppression really low in that last game and got away with it.
Yep. We'll see what they do here in game number 3. Definitely be curious to see how Subfresh decides to open, because so far, Zico, I feel like they have not had really great openers.
Yeah, I want to see them control Willertons more. Don't tank all these incinerates, and I don't know if Flormet is using his Fire Ward. Probably is, but definitely can help as well here. I just want to see him just go for a sheep onto Willertons early on. He does get double spell locked. He already uses the Feldom as well early on in the match. So let's see what Flormet can do to counter that. At this point, he could also play nearby next to a pillar. They're actually going to open up onto Willertons here and try to avoid that situation. Flormet with a nice counterspell, fake right there. He's going to be able to spam out those frostbolts. Callie with a nice double fear there, and he'll be hitting Flormet. And I think SNUTZ actually able to outrange that one. They're building up the wound poisons. Now they need to get a mage slow here on the Willertons, because if SNUTZ slows him, then Abolish Poison could remove it, and they're going to lose those wound stacks. That's the main thing here. SNUTZ does keep the stacks. They get the Frost Nova, and they get another Frost Nova. Flormet just needs to get a Cone of Cold here onto Willertons. He does land it, and he Spellstones actually out of it. So Flormet gets a rank 1 Frostbolt here, and he gets spell locked on it. Willertons doing a great job here, avoiding all those snares. Frank in the backline already using his Trinket as well there. So beautiful situation here once again for Sup Fresh. They need to get a slow onto Willertons. He resists the Pet Nova right there, using that Hellstone full fear onto Frank. And Tiki here is getting absolutely melted, but now they will connect onto Willertons. Full kidney shot secured, and this could be very, very dangerous here. Flormet doing a lot of damage. Fell Domination coming through here. The Devour comes through, but it's not going to be enough. Willerton is going to fall there, and Sup Fresh mixing up the strategy here. Beautifully played there, but can it take down SNUTZ? He will not take down SNUTZ here. Flormet in a Cyclone. I don't think SNUTZ is going to fall here, but Tiki might actually. Nice intervene coming out. They get a full fear, they get a full sheep. That should be the reset, and that should be the game.
I mean, I like that they mix it up. Like, they saw Willerton's just kind of like putting his body in the front line on a lot of these games to maybe incinerate. They're like, okay, if you're going to do that, we're just going to open on you. We'll do a Warlock strategy, and it worked out really well for them. I think you can see in the replay when we check it out, like Tiki was chasing Frank the entire game.
Yeah.
Like, it was literally just like cat and mouse with Tiki chasing him around, trying to get that fear, and SNUTZ sets him up, and as soon as he gets it, it's over at that point.
I mean, we saw Willetons too. I mean, this Warlock, this is not something you normally see from SLSL Warlocks. He's using Zardoom, so using a PvE staff, maybe a little bit light in the Resil category. That's why it might have been difficult for the Restoration Druid to actually heal him up, but There's one moment it seemed like, honestly, the kiting seemed to be working out a little bit, but it just felt a bit bizarre. There was moments in the match. I mean, we can take a look at the opener. We'll talk about that later, but looking like they want to open up on Willertons right away, getting the kidney shot, and Tiki just immediately is going to start looking like the Terminator, just walking in a straight line towards Frank. Willerton backs him up a little bit with a nice death coil here. You'll see it right now. There's the death coil. Creates some space. Frank decides to feral charge away, but it's at this point where Willerton just isn't even in line of sight of Frank. So not only is Willerton's getting dispelled, but it's at like this moment, once again, Willerton's trinkets and he's behind the pillar. Frank really can't heal him up. You can see he only has minimal heal over time effects on him at the moment. I wonder if Callie should just be kind of going back, maybe making a swap on Tiki or something like that. At that point, it kind of worked out, but once the sphere landed, finally, Tiki was able to find it, just paint suppression on himself. Callie's got no trinket, so he's stuck in this polymorph, and this is kind of exactly what you want to see. Willertons with his low resilience, just kind of getting beat on by all three members of Supfresh, and does go down. But I don't, it's like these risky plays coming in from the WLD, but it feels like they kind of have to take risks in the matchup that they want to end up winning it. If they play too conservatively, then they'll probably just end up falling behind and not be able to win. So maybe running the low resilience, bringing in the gnome, all these little decisions to give them a little bit more offense gives them, that little hope of actually securing a kill.
Yeah, because it kind of seems like then the victories that we are seeing from either side are just kind of barely coming together.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, in the first game, we saw the cross kill, right? Very, very close. That being said, on Runes of Lordaeron, when Supfresh won, it was another really close game. I mean, Tiki narrowly escaped behind the tomb at 10% health, a little bit more damage, one extra crit, and all of a sudden he's finished instead of, escaping behind the pillar. So far, this has been a really, really close series. And yeah, I've been very impressed with the way FISHSTICK Gaming is playing so far.
Mm-hmm. So, if we... Zico, I want to ask your opinion. FISHSTICK Gaming, Ven's obviously impressed with them. Which team, obviously we don't know a winner yet, but if either of these teams made it to the grand finals, do you think that one would do better than the other just based on how they're playing in this series? Because it kind of seems like Supfresh needs to clean up their gameplay just a bit, regardless of the score.
We'll see. Maybe we won't see. We could see both of them in the finals. We could see the exact same thing again in the finals. So it's hard to say, but I do think Supfresh probably playing the little bit better comp. I think they are a little bit advantaged in this matchup. So I think Supfresh are going to get more and more comfortable here in the match and probably take it. And then we could see FISHSTICK kind of test Surfed Up there because they did beat Surf Up earlier in the tournament, so they might beat them again, and then we might see a rematch, and then FISHSTICK Gaming could, learn from this series and end up taking the finals. We've seen things like that happen in the past, or we could just see an RMP mirror in the final. I do think, however, Supfresh will be the team that makes it, but we'll see. This game here is going to be very important because right now it's 2-1, and FISHSTICK still has a fighting chance.
They're just dogpiling on top of floor mats. SNUTZ is going to intercept, opening up on Willertons once again here. It looks like he switched off that Zardoom, so he's likely wearing a little bit more resilience. Frank having to trinket very early on. He's going to get punished for that. Willertons needs to run. SNUTZ sprints after him. Callie's in a polymorph. Frank in a full blind. He's line of sighting SNUTZ expertly right now, but they're just swapping to the Druid out in midfield, switching the poly over. Devour connects onto it, but Frank is getting KO'd in the middle of the map. All three members of the RMP just dogpiling and take him out. Easy kill, 3-1, and moving to match point.
Yeah, I mean, that game was over before it started. The early blind on Frank, going to be forcing out his trinket, and then when he's in the open and Willerton is kind of just hiding behind the pillar, Willerton thought he was the main target, so he was just line of sighting SNUTZ the best he could, but that means when SNUTZ goes for that vanish swap onto the Druid, he's not really in a position where he can actually peel, and at that point, it's a little bit too late. Supfresh with a beautiful swap there.
I mean, a couple games ago, then you said you weren't really super confident in Supfresh openers. How did you think about that one?
Well, I just think Supfresh probably isn't used to. I mean, it's not typical that WLD literally just runs straight on your face at the beginning of the game. Normally, you have a second to breathe, but look at Willertons. He's just running in, kind of smothering floor mat, not allowing to get started. Callie running in as well. So I think the first few games, they were just caught off guard, but Supfresh really seems to have kind of figured this one out.
Yeah, definitely. And a big reason for that is because Wilton's playing human. They're trying to take advantage of that human ratio to pull SNUTZ out there in the start. And at this point, where does Frank has already trinketed before that blind? I'm actually curious what. So he trinketed the fear. That's a big mistake from Frank, and that's what immediately gets punished here. So they get the full blind, and they go after Wilton's. And then at the end of the blind, they just swap to Frank. And that's a beautiful thing you can do as RMP is if you blind the kill target when he doesn't have a trinket, you let all those healing over time effects fall off. You can get, control of the warrior. You have a lot of time to get control of the warlock, to get things like spell lock out of the way. And then when you actually do commit those stuns, then you have a free casting priest, you have a free casting mage, and you have a rogue that's not getting peeled because of that warrior being controlled, and you can just take him down immediately. I think Frank did a big mistake trinketing that fear.
Well, and now they really cannot make any more mistakes. They are now on match point on the side of SupFresh, so FISHSTICK Gaming, they can't afford to do that once again. I mean, what should they be doing as they prepare for this next game, Super Tees? They obviously can't make any more. They can't make any more mistakes. So, what do you want them to see?
You can't be anywhere near the priest. I feel like that's a mistake if you're in range to get feared like that. I think it was like right off the bat. He's right on top of Tiki. So that was a big mistake. And I don't even know if they tried to gamble the Devour on it, or if he just instantly trinketed. Maybe it was one of those moments where I was like, oh my God, I can't believe I did that. I'm just trinketing this. Let's get aggressive or something. Like, I don't know. I don't know. But that was
We've all been there.
That was like a throw moment for sure on the side of FISHSTICK Gaming. But now they're on match point. They don't get another second chance at this. I liked Callie and Willerton's just getting onto the mage right away, trying to get pressure rolling. It's just Frank should maybe linger back a little bit longer than he did, and not get right on top of Tiki at the beginning of the fight. Map, we're going to go back to Nagrand here for game number 5, and I'm very curious to see can they turn this around, because they had such a solid start against. I was thinking like, wow, maybe the WLD can do it, but slowly losing that faith now. They got to get it back for me.
Well, we'll see if they can get that faith back, Super Tees. It's game number 4 here. Game number 5, excuse me. SupFresh, 1 victory away from moving on in the bracket. FISHSTICK Gaming, if they lose here, they drop down to that lower bracket, and there are some sharks down there. Let's see what they can do here.
All right.
All right.
Let's
see. I feel like, I think Zico, you and I could both agree that we need to not see a fear on Frank in this opener.
Yeah, we can definitely agree on that. Frank needs to stay far away back, but look at SNUTZ kind of trying to scout out the area here. They're going to open over onto Callie, and Frank can't take too much time here. He gets fully blinded. He has to trinket out of that one. He's going to actually try to gamble sitting it. The gnome racial comes out. Ooh, he does trinket late. That is not going to be the move there. You get a full fear onto Frank. Now they have time here for that disarm to fall. They have a kidney shot. They're probably going to kidney shot Frank and just take Callie down. There's the full kidney. And do they have a spell lock as well on format? They do, and that is good night, Mr. Callie X. Frank right there with a big hesitation on that blind, sitting through most of it. And at the start of it, I was like, yeah, that's probably not the move. But they used that escape artist from the warrior. They used that trigger from the warrior. They used a lot of defense there. And I thought maybe they can get the intervene in time here. But Frank just trinketed out into a full sheep shot, into a fear, into a kidney, into a counterspell, into a loser's bracket.
That was brutal. That was absolutely brutal to watch. They just went super aggressive on the warrior very early on, and then at that point, SNUTZ can just shift his focus onto pure crowd control. We can see it here in the replay set.
Yeah, it's just an overcommitment, right? Like they don't want to use both major defenses of the warrior and the druid, so he gets blinded at such low health. The warrior commits a lot here to try and stay alive. He's thinking like, I'll be fine. I got this. You sit the blind. And then Frank's like, yeah, no, I don't trust. And then he trinkets, pops out a big heal. And it's just a matter of like being put under pressure, not being sure 100% of what to commit at that moment in time, having died so earlier on last time, not wanting to throw that game the same way, that I think it just got to them here in the final round, really. So it was just going to be miscommunicated, but excellent punish by SupFresh regardless to capitalize on it. They immediately knew what they needed to do from that point to take it to a W. And they're going to the grand finals, and SNUTZ is in the grand finals again with new teammates, looking to try and get a back-to-back TBC championship.
It's Groundhog Day whenever whenever SNUTZ is around, I feel like. But you're right. I mean, there he is once again heading up to the grand finals. We're going to see FISHSTICK drop down. But I mean, really, honestly, difficult series for them. They managed to take one game off, but it kind of seems like they did everything they could. Obviously, there were places here and there, Ven, that they could have cleaned things up. But how do you want to see them improve upon what we saw here in this series before they, move on, or maybe even have a rematch against this team? Like, what's the number one thing, do you think?
It's hard because what earned them their wins in the match is also what cost them their wins later on, which is getting really aggressive. Like, they played really aggressive and they really threw Supfresh for a loop, and that's why those earlier games are so close. But then Supfresh was like, okay, well, if you're just going to run on top of us, we have a few options here, and we kind of saw them explore those options in some very one-sided matchups. So I think, I like the aggressive play, but we need to see them kind of clean up their defensive gameplay a little bit as well. Like, don't be afraid to commit the trinkets. Getting feared in the opener is a massive mistake too if you are that druid, and just kind of snap trinketing it. So these little decisions end up backfiring in a huge way if you're playing WLD against RMP. So keep playing aggressive, take some chances, but those really key moments you can't be messing up. And if you do, it's going to be a result like this.
Yeah, good advice. And we'll see if they are able to implement that, because next up, we're going to see them once again, FISHSTICK, as they drop into that lower bracket. They're going to be facing off against Surf's Up. We saw Surf's Up play earlier today, first one of the North American region, and they kicked Aim Shot out of the tournament. So stick around. We're going to a break, and then we're going to go to the lower finals. We're going to see another team get knocked out. It's FISHSTICK Gaming. It's Surf's Up. I want to hear a quick prediction from you, Supatias. What do you think?
Well, I mean, they've got some time now to kind of clear the air after those last two games. That's the main thing they're going to have to do, is like, all right, let's just go back to the basics, not overcommit our cooldowns together, take a minute, take this break, take some time to diffuse moving into this, because they have beaten this team already. They can certainly do it again here. But Surf's Up, they're the ones that want to take advantage of that kind of turmoil in the team right now. I think they're the ones that are going to want to take it to them, like, oh, you trinketed fear last game, we're just going to rush you down, like, and really mix it up and keep that momentum, and keep the other team kind of just in a tilted state, really. I think is going to be the real test. So FISHSTICK Gaming, just get some presence of mind, take a break, maybe go get some water before coming in this series, and I think they could still have a shot.
All right, let's get hydrated. Let's take a break, and we're going to come back nice and fresh and watch that North American lower finals. FISHSTICK Gaming versus Surf's Up coming up next.
We are in the NA lower finals. Winner of this one will be moving on to face off against Supfresh in the grand finals, and the loser is going home. It's FISHSTICK Gaming versus Surfs Up.
I'm more than ready to see what they've got for us here. A rematch, Surfs Up, comeback opportunity to get into the grand finals for a showdown. Friends, now enemies potentially in the future with Wealthy Man versus SNUTZ. It would be an intense way to end the North American region. Of course, FISHSTICK Gaming still stand in their way, and having beaten them in the past, I don't think it's going to be too easy. Let's see what type of builds we're running here for the WLD. Still playing Alliance. We don't see that as our doom, though. Willertons is committed to a little bit more resilience. Doesn't want to get all in. He got away with being a little bit greedy in that last series, but now the other teams have had a chance to see that surprise. He doesn't want to get punished. The gates have opened. Where are we going to start here? Welterman right away, just lancing, trying to get some Winter's Chill stacks going here for crowd control in the future. Callie's just going to intercept right onto the mage, soften up through those shields, try and get some rage, but caught into a Nova. Holding on to the Rachel here. It looks like maybe a potential Devour. No, they're just purging down the Warrior. It looks like the Warrior's likely to be the target. He intervenes immediately out of midfield. Callie knows he's the target. He's trying to get behind the pillar, but Swacked is all over him. Gouge onto Frank. Brain is charging in, uncontested for a full fear here. Cheap shot onto Frank. They can fear or kill him at this point. Mark Skin on the killing shot. They're going all in through it. Will Callie be able to stabilize him? He goes for the Death Wish. Callie's going for a counter assault, but no, he's caught in the Frost Nova. He gets out of it. Intercept onto the Rogue. Instantly trinketing out of the Poly, trying to take down Swacked here. The prep is available. Paints up is rolling. Swacked has cloak. He looks like he's going to be A-okay. Frank is repositioning, but at the same time, Callie has no trinket. They shadow step in for the blind.
Oh,
Callie
no.
is just getting smoked right now by Wealthy Man. Wealthy Man might die at the same time. Has to go into the block to swap to Brain on 30% health. Can Callie go for the
Full
kill?
sap.
Doesn't look like it. He intervenes out, but it is too little too late. Sap has been secured, and Surfs Up ride the game one victory.
It's so difficult if you're the WLD and the RMP is playing this way. I mean, there's just so many targets they can go after, and that's why you have to see Druids greet it just so hard on that initial cheap shot kidney shot, because if you trinket it and they still have blind available, you are just in an unwinnable situation where you get full blinded into a full sap. I mean, honestly, he could have cheap shot out of that into a DR gouge, into a full kidney, into a silence. It's like 30 seconds of crowd control where all your hots are being dispelled off by the priest. The water elementals just soloing down the mage, but this is really nicely played here by Surfs Up.
Yeah, and I, to your point there, man, I think they have to greet it here. At the same time, if you do, you might just get all in, and they get the kidney shot. Frank trinkets out. He gets the NS. He gets the full fear. And look at Swacked here. Look at the wound poison stacks. This is what I was talking about earlier. He's just spamming Shiv in that fear, getting 4 wound poison stacks. Here, Swack can even blind Frank and just wait for the blind to end. Go for a Garrote, Vanish, Cheap Shot Kidney, and then just win the game on Frank. But they have so many options now because they force Frank's trinket and Callie's trinket without actually committing that blind. And that's why I'm a big fan as well of holding that blind until you've done that first setup on the Druid to kind of see what's up. But they do get the blind, they get the full sap. And I mean, at this point, they have a counter spell coming out of that sap. They could do another sap if they want to. They could do a Cheap Shot Kidney. They just have all the options. It's such an overkill. Frank is not playing his character for anytime soon, really, and it's really up to the Warrior and the Warlock to either survive that situation right there or survive in the opener without Frank having to commit that trinket. But it is tough for sure. It's very, very hard to survive there and to deal with that pressure once the RMP gets to collapse on your Druid like that.
Well, I mean, where do they go from here then, Zico, if that's their plan on the side of Surfs Up, to just shut them down like that?
It depends on how the opener plays out, but in general, the highest priority in the opener is actually to get that hamstring on the priest. If the priest gets allowed to run on top of the Druid and get to him when they're doing that stun lock, there's no way that the Druid can sit. If it's just the Rogue and the Mage, you might be able to actually sit through that stun lock because the Warrior might be able to intercept the Rogue or get a fear and buy a little bit of time or get a disarm or something like that. But if the priest is there as well, even if the mage doesn't cast a single spell, he just does Cone of Cold, Fire Blast, and like a Pet Nova lands, no way you can sit through that because you're going to get feared after, you're going to get 5 wounds, you're going to get garroted, you're going to get counterspelled, and you're just going to die without using your trinket. And also the priest is just going to be there dispelling you and making your life in general miserable. So highest priority for the WLD is just don't let the priest get there. Now, with that said, you are a warrior against a mage, so a good mage will stop that from happening, and that's what kind of the hard thing about this matchup is. It's to have the warlock control the mage and have the warrior make sure that the priest doesn't reach. If you can do that as a WLD, you can buy yourself enough time to actually get the win. But if you can't, then yeah, you see what happens. Your druid gets put in infinite CC on your warrior dice, or your druid dice.
Yeah, quite a lot going on. So it just kind of seems like then it's like the opener is really, obviously it's always a crucial moment in series, but like if you mess that up, you're really not going to recover in this series.
Yeah, I would say so. Honestly, I think one thing I like seeing warriors do is put the RMP in a difficult spot by trinketing early. Like, first polymorph that lands on you, first Nova, escape artist out of it, first polymorph, just trinket and go for it. If you get full blinded, unfortunate, you're going to have to sit it. It's annoying, but at least you take that out of the way as an option on your druid, and you can more comfortably trinket without worrying about, you know, these massive CC chains that come from the blind into a Van or Sap. So just more aggression potentially in terms of the trinket from Cali. FC, beautiful, intimidating shout going on early. Cali actually on Wealthy Man. Don't typically see the WLD going after the mage, but we've seen FISHSTICK Gaming really try to pressure these mages to prevent them from actually getting out crowd control. He gets interrupted on Polymorph. This is not a bad start here for FISHSTICK.
Yeah, they do get that hamstring now onto Brain, and they get Death Call as well. Brain triggers out, then you get another hamstring, and they do find it here. So this is the best opener we've seen so far. Just try to keep those slows up. The Piercing Howl is going to happen. Get the Mortal Strike effect. They get a lot of uptime here. They're just waiting for Frank to come out. Resist on the cheap shot as well. They have to commit on the Warrior in this situation, and they need to make sure that that slow stays on Brain here. Kali actually being very aggressive here, going for the intercept. Gets resisted by Brain. Full blind secured onto Frank. This is where Kali might need to go for the intercept or for the intervene rather, but no, he's just gonna go and send them down. Kali just resists everything, but he might still die though to the rogue mage pressure to get a blanket. Can they take him down is the question. Intercept comes through, regrowth's being casted here, and Kali will fall, but at this point it is a rogue mage. Actually, they still have the Cloak of Shadows. They might be able to take somebody down here. Let's see what what Wealthy Man and Swag can do here. If they can go after that pet, there's no fell domination. They killed the pet. Oh my goodness, they actually can win this. Swag here just needs to survive these dots. He needs to run into the room here and go for the eat, because Frank will stop him. The only way Swag survives here is by actually eating, and he's not sitting down for it. He's not getting the ticks. He gets the cheap shot, and he will rot down there to that last dot tick. He gets one first aid tick. He gets the full kidney. Can he get the restuff here? If he can get it, it's going to be clean. He does not get it. The Hurricane snipes him down.
Often is Hurricane, dude.
That was so close.
Often is Hurricane even used?
Not very often.
Looking through it through his spell book. Could you imagine?
Absolutely insane.
I like it.
Oh my
I like
gosh.
FISHSTICK Gaming. I like that they're playing this way. You know, going after the mage is something you don't typically see, but with that escape artist, you can be very annoying getting out of those initial novas. And we see them flip a switch. As soon as they interrupt the polymorph, which is what Willowtons did, he got the interrupt on the polymorph. Then your warriors on Nova diminishing return. There's going to be no polymorphs incoming, and that's their chance to actually go after the priest, which we're going to see here in just a few short moments.
This was such an insane game. Like, I was thinking, like, man, the RMP might have this, but then they managed to actually connect onto Brain. And as soon as they weren't getting him off of Brain, it became such a nightmare. It's right here they make the decision. It's time to go Brain. Intercept. They set up, I think, for the Death Coil. Fully dotted. Ready to go. Brain knows he's dead, so he's going to trinket that, not take any gamble. Try and line of sight the Warlock. Frost Nova over onto Cali. Ends up breaking, I think, to Water Elemental and Shadow Fiend. So he's able to reconnect, and that's the resist. If that cheap shot didn't resist right there, I mean, Brain might even just be full health and Cali's dead. So I feel like that was a really big deal here. And Cali gets a mace stun also. That's really critical, I think, at some point here. He resists his intercept stun, it looks like. But then he gets a mace stun to compensate. So back and forth RNG. And he gets stunned up in execute range right when they were going for the setup onto Frank with the kidney shot. And then they still could pull it out. They had enough damage here with the MCS. Kona Cold, max stacks. Cali tries to intervene out of range of the rogue. Intercepts back. Maybe he shouldn't have. Maybe he's trying to predict the shadow step, but there actually wasn't a shadow step there. Cali could have just kept running away, maybe, from this position. But regardless, this is where Swacked is like fully dotted. Like, what is he really going to do? Run out in the middle of the map, get moonfired, or get killed off by the Warlock? Like, it's just such a tough choice. I love that moonfire got casted there by Frank.
If that Moonfire didn't get casted, I think Swack lives here. That Moonfire was really a lot of the added pressure. And then right here, he gets cheap shot into Kidney, and he's waiting for his dots to fall off. His cheat death procs, and could he have somehow held the first aid global for one more tick of that dot? Like cheat death, the timing there. And then he was going to get a re-stealth here. He can't run in line of Willerton to the right. He can't run in line of Frank to the left. So Frank knows he's locked in that spot and just casts Hurricane right on that spot. And the little lightning bolt kills him.
He actually could have lived there if Wealthy Man spammed Sheep instead of Blizzard. Or maybe.
You think they still would have won from that point?
Well, the luck has no path. They actually can win at that point, but it's an uphill battle for sure. I mean, it depends as well. They probably would have killed Wealthy Man by the time the road was resetting, but he might have been able to actually get that re-stealth. And if he gets it, it's a SL Warlock with no pet, so you can just sheep him forever. But yeah, it's still impressive that they almost brought that back on that 2v3.
Oh yeah. Do you think that 1800 damage is that Hurricane right there?
The Moonfire, yeah.
Moonfire too, yeah.
I don't think he did anything else that game.
Yeah. All right. Well, whatever gets the job done, but FISHSTICK Gaming are going to walk away from Ruins of Lordaeron with a win. But it was just kind of like they just kind of barely squeaked by with that one. I mean, like you guys said, there was a few moments where Surf's Up could have won that. It was anyone's game, but FISHSTICK Gaming, they finished it off. Now we're tied up. Does this series continue on like this, Zico? Are we going to continue seeing these really close calls, or do you think this goes favored towards more for one team over the other? What do you think?
It's hard to call. I think FISHSTICK Gaming, they're playing, a matchup, like, I wouldn't say it's like a hard counter, but it's definitely, a matchup that they shouldn't be winning that easily. Surf's Up, they've been doing a pretty good job, but, they've been... In that last game, I would say everything went kind of the way you want. If you're FISHSTICK Gaming, you resisted all the stuns, you got the main stun procs, and you just got a really, really insane opener. So if that can happen again, they might be able to win. With that said, with all the luck kind of going in their favor, they still almost, it did happen. They did get a cross kill, and they almost could have lost that one as well. So Surf's Up, I think they're heating up here, and if I had to predict a winner, I would say it's probably going to be Surf's Up. But historically, FISHSTICK Gaming did beat them, and they've had some great games so far against RMP, been very impressive with that WLD. So really is a toss-up right now.
What do you think, Fen? Do you agree with Zico's prediction, Surf's Up?
I have to sneeze here, but yeah, RMP versus WLD.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. RMP versus WLD. I would say it's in favor. I mean, having played the matchup myself, it feels like you have a lot of control over what happens. Things can spiral out of control. Like a lot of the matchup, something we don't talk about that much, but a lot of the matchup comes down to Devour as well. If you get good Devours on Novas and Polymorphs, all of a sudden your team gets a lot of momentum, and it can be hard getting control of the situation as the mage. If nothing gets devoured, then you're so happy. Every Nova just sitting full, your priest is just in heaven, just chilling hard, no worries in the world. But yeah, things can unravel, and I think that's the thing I like the most about how FISHSTICK Gaming is playing this matchup is they're mixing it up. They're not making it comfortable for these RMPs. They're playing very aggressive when typically you wouldn't as a WLD, and they're just kind of going for it. I mean, you get a few cheap shot resists, and your warrior can just turn into a little wrecking ball and run in, get those crits. It becomes very, very scary. But I mean, I feel like if these teams played out 100 games, I would say Surf's Up is going to win, 80 of them or so. I think the more they get comfortable with what FISHSTICK Gaming is doing, the better off it's going to go for them.
Yeah. So it's like one of those games where they have a good strat, but it only works if the other team can't catch on to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly, it's literally exactly what we saw in the last series. Normally, Tiki, floor mat, SNUTZ are not caught off guard, but those first couple of games, I think it really did throw them through, especially as the mage. I mean, if you're Wealthy Man, if you're floor mat, it's not typical that the warrior is, intervening to the warlock to get to you and, committing tons of spell locks, and they're fell doming first global to get those double interrupts off. They're just trying to stay ahead and not allow the RMP to develop momentum. But once you kind of figure that out, I feel like there's still opportunities here for Surf's Up to just literally just attack the warrior. Just go on the warrior, blind the druid, and start the game off that way. Don't allow them to develop any sort of momentum. They can even just go on the warlock. They don't necessarily have to go after the Druid. So I would like to see Surf's Up actually even mix up their game plan a little bit and make it more difficult for FISHSTICK.
Yeah. And you know, speaking of adaptability, like that's really what you need in a competitive play. It's not you know, you only have so many chances to in this weekend's tournament. They have 7, and normally you'd have 5, but it's like you only have so many shots. It's not like you're queuing ladder all day again and again and again. So it's like if you don't have that skill as a team, Supatees, to be able to adapt mid-series like we're seeing right now, and like we've seen so many times this weekend, like you're not going to do well, period. It doesn't matter how good you are and how skilled you are as a player.
Yeah, I mean, it could be the fact that it's like a tournament setting too, right? You got teams with players that are really experienced and well-versed, played hundreds of tournaments, years of tournaments. For FISHSTICK Gaming, they're kind of just coming in, I think, here, unless the history of the players is escaping me, or they've changed their name over time. So playing up against like Brain and Wealthy Man, right? Like these are long-time contenders. They've been in tournaments forever. Could be a factor. FISHSTICK Gaming, they've got to get dirty. They got to take risks. They got to pray for the RNG, that the coin flips hit in their favor. That game they did, and the coin flips hit their favor a little bit not as well with the intercept resist, but I think a cheap shot resist is a bigger deal. And then right when you proc a mace, it's going to matter too much. So I am glad that they were able to get that combo, that intercept coil set up on the priest, and just tunnel him down at the same time. I just want to see them get dirty, throw everything they've got, and try and close this one out.
I know half this desk doesn't eat fish, but when's the last time you guys had fish sticks?
High school?
I feel like it's like a childhood snack.
I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people watching this stream would disagree with you. I think
Really?
There's a lot of people that enjoy fish sticks. Yes.
It's not that I don't enjoy it. I cannot remember the last time I had them. I feel like it was like my mom made them for me when I was a kid, and that's the last I even saw them. Only me?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
I'm asking I'm asking the vegan about when the last time they ate fish sticks was, but I'm curious, chat. Tell me the last time you had fish sticks. I actually want to know. But anyways, game 3 on the grand. We're tied up 1-1.
All right, let's see what they can do here. Wealthy Man, Swacked Brain on that RMP going up against FISHSTICK Gaming, Cali, Frank, and Willertrons. This is the lower bracket final. Loser will be sent out of the tournament in 3rd place. Winner will move up to the grand finals, where Subfresh and SNUTZ are waiting with that RMP. And we're going to be seeing the Alliance once again selected here from FISHSTICK Gaming. And we're going to see Wealthy Man leading the charge here once again, getting some Winter's Chills on Willertrons. Willertrons with a nice fear here. It's very important how this kind of 1v1 happens. And it is going to be Wealthy Man getting that polymorph, which should allow actually... Oh, Willertrons breaking out of that. I think that was a heartbeat because he already used his Devourer right there. So I think Willertrons actually got lucky there, getting another fear here. And that's going to mean that Cali can kind of connect here onto Brain. They're going to open up on Cali here behind the pillar. He's going to immediately go behind the pillar and run back. Intervene comes out. Did he intervene the blind? No. Double trinket used here between Frank and Cali. So they could sheep Cali and go after Frank, or they could all in Cali and try to go for that sheep trick gouge kidney shot on Frank into a full fear. And if they get that fear, it's most likely going to be a win here for Surf's Up. If they can avoid it, let's see. Swacked here is already moving in. He's looking for the CC here. Can he get it is the question. There's the vanish. There's the cheap shot. Brain in a full fear. Into the full kidney shot. Into the fear. Into the counter spell as well. It's going to be good night for Cali. And once again, that same mistake that we've seen earlier coming out from FISHSTICK Gaming, that double trinket. They cannot use 2 trinkets on that first setup. And unfortunately, once again, they did use it here, and immediately it's punished. There's so many ways for the RMP to just win the game at that point. Cheap shot gouge kidney, kill the druid. Cheap shot kidney, fear, kill the warrior. And they still have more CC to go with that counter spell as well.
They can't make that mistake. Double trinketing is just, it's death against RMP. No matter what year it is, no matter what expansion it is, no matter what patch it is, if 2 people trinket at the same time against RMP, your clock is run out. So they've definitely got to make a change there for the rest of this series if they can't afford to keep making that same mistake. And you'll see it in the replay here, Ben.
Yeah, we definitely will. We can unpack exactly what happened, but it's just so much pressure. These rogues that know how to do this strategy of going over cheap shot, gouge, kidney, interfere, it's absolutely devastating. So you see Callie trinkets out right away. Frank overlapping his trinket as well. So already Callie and Frank, no trinkets available. Callie's kind of just tanking damage in the middle of the map, but this isn't really the moment that they care about too much. Wealthy Man's going to be doing the damage that he can, but they're basically just waiting for diminishing returns, saving their cooldowns, saving their damage. And now big dispels coming in from Brain. You can see there's no heal over time effects whatsoever. Wealthy Man gets a huge shatter here, and it's at this moment where you get shattered. Your druid's in a cheap shot where you basically just throw your hands in the air and say, you know, what can I do? Callie tries his best to get away with an intervene, but it's just unfortunate. The timing of all those events. It's good timing there by Swag Brain of Wealthy Man, and there wasn't that much Callie could do in that situation.
They certainly put up a good fight, but that is another victory on the board for Surfs Up, and the pressure just keeps mounting on the shoulder of both of these teams. They want to get back to that grand final spot. Both of them have had such a long weekend of fighting it out here. These are some of the best teams in North America for the Burning Crusade game, and it's kind of it's going to end for one of these teams right here. And at the moment, it's kind of looking like Surfs Up's going to be the one to prevail and move forward. But there are a few more chances left for FISHSTICK Gaming. It's not quite the end for them yet, but it seems like, you know, even when they do play games like that, they're just not able to get those victories, Zico.
Nah, it's just such a fine line you have to walk. You have to walk the right line between greeting it on the druid, sitting, you know, that deadly stun lock or the deadly CC chain, and trading it out early. And of course with Callie as well. This is what I want to see as a rule of thumb. If you're the WLD, warrior trinkets first, and then druid trinkets second. Because if the druid trinkets first and the blind is still on the table, it should be an automatic loss, because the warrior's trinket won't matter if you get a full blind sap or a full blind fear and a counterspell, etc. Because those don't share DR in TBC. You can get a full fear and a full blind, and you just win the game anyway. So if the warrior still has his trinket, it's an auto loss if you do have that blind in your pocket when the druid uses his trinket. So you can't overlap those. So the easiest way to navigate around that is just have it as a rule in your team. Warrior will always trinket first, no matter what, and the druid's just gonna have to greet it, and we're gonna have to hope that we get some lucky devours. And also, it's nice for the opening pressure to use those Feldoms aggressively like that, but another nice thing to do with the Feldom is to actually go for a double devour. If you get an unlucky devour, you can just Feldom summon a new pet, and that pet won't have its devour on cooldown, so you get another chance at dispelling a crucial fear and using maybe a secondary blanket. So a lot of the time during those fear setups, that's what you can do if you are Willertons, but they've certainly been getting a lot of pressure from those early Feldoms as well. I think it's just a bit situational. Sometimes could definitely be worth to explore though.
And I'm excited to see here. Surfs Up are looking to secure and move to match point and have their revenge series here against FISHSTICK Gaming and get into the finals for an RMP showdown in North America. And they're going to come out guns blazing. Let's see what they can get done. Willerton's charging to the tombstone, getting combat, lobbing out damage right off the rip. Polymorphed early on. Devoured does not hit the polymorph. Is he going to heartbeat out of this? I thought that because he heartbeated last game, that might have given him a shot, but no, he's stuck in this polymorph. Callie is still on his mount, trying to get to the priest to slow the priest. So important that Brain is not able to walk up to Frank, but Swacked is right behind Frank. He might be able to see him in a moment, but with that paranoia, perhaps Frank will see him first. Regardless, we see Frank moving towards Callie. Callie intervening Frank in stealth to try and deny that sap, and he's actually going to jump out of stealth, get some hots, get into bear form, but Brain is uncontested. He's unslowed. He's running into midfield. They're purging down the Warlock right on top of him. Early Shadow or Death, but maybe a swap over to the Druid. No, kidney shot setting up for the full Psychic Scream. Double Fear. Deathwish gets popped. Callie's trying to pull out all the stops to get some counter pressure for his team, but they're not finding it. Frank has to trinket, goes for the NS, but blind is still available at this point. Willerton's is getting overwhelmed and swarmed by Surfs Up. That MCS should be the final nail in the coffin to the full blind. That is more than enough to dispense of the FISHSTICK Gaming.
Willerton's, that staff is a dead giveaway, my friend. I mean, that's the second time where he puts on the Zardoom and just gets tunneled down from start to finish. So definitely really rough. I mean, if you're Willertons, I guess you're trying to take the risk to try to get that extra pressure, but you're definitely a target in this matchup. I mean, we saw Surf's Up really mixing it up in basically all of the games, and they are able to pull out a victory, and they've earned their spot in the grand finals, and we're going to be getting a huge RMP showdown.
So pitted. Guess what that is? I keep getting reminded of that stupid interview with that surfer. Do you guys remember that one?
So pitted. Just
So pitted.
ride the wave, spit him out just like that, and that's what's happening to Willertons right now in this replay.
Yeah, then they get the full fear here, and Frank here is in a tough spot. Trinket, NS comes out. Wilson's already had 5 wound poisons, so it didn't do too much. And then here, I mean, honestly, a little bit of BM not even using the blind here. They're just thinking, okay, let's see what we can do here. They go for the full counterspell, or the blanket counterspell instead, and they go for the blind, and it's full, of course. And yeah, that's it. They are able to take that victory very, very swiftly, and very, very nice presence of mind there for Surf's Up. Kind of seeing, okay, Willertons is playing aggressive again. He's got the Zardoom equipped. He's probably wearing a little bit less resilience than you would expect. So we're going to go after him. We're going to mix it up. And also, Frank just staying in stealth for a really long period of time as well just allows, Wealthy Man and Brain to really get some work done. And again, it's all about Brain. Brain is not slowed in the opener. If Brain is not slowed in the opener, he's just going to walk up and get those fears for free. Whereas... earlier in their matches, I think it was on Nagrand up against when they saw Subfresh, we had that really, really clutch intercept, almost timing it with the fear. And that's because, the priest just had to kind of waddle there very, very slowly and barely had enough time to actually get those fears. So if you can put him in those situations more often by making sure that the priest is slowed, that's going to be the recipe for success.
Yeah, and they pulled it off very nicely. Surf's Up looking really, really solid. And, they had a couple of moments of, of weakness there, but they pulled it together. They adapted mid-series, and that's exactly what you want to see. So we are going to head to the Grand Arena, game number 5. All
right. Now, Grand Arena, going to be a nice large map here selected by FISHSTICK Gaming. And let's see, does Willertons have the Zardoom? Is he going to use it offensively here? Going to see once again, Horde is selected here for Surf's Up. No surprises there. They're going to need it. Otherwise, that Warrior Fear is just going to be too disruptive. And on the opposite side, I want to know if Willertons is running Gnome or anything like that. Probably not. Probably just still rocking that Human, trying to get that stealth advantage, trying to get swacked out. And he's going to be charging in here once again. Let's see if he can get him. No Zardoom here on Willerton's back. He's come to his senses again to wear a little bit more resilience. And he's going to get a fear onto Wealthy Man. Gets dispelled here by Brain. Frank sitting back here in stealth, just kind of chilling. And Willertons not getting lucky there with the Devourer. He's going to be caught in that full sheep. And now Callie actually going to move in here, getting CC'd. And Brain, once again, not going to be slowed right now. This is going to be a lot of pressure onto Wealthy Man that they're going for instead. And Brain now... You see Brain? He's not slowed whatsoever. He can just walk over here freely to get the full blind. Frank going to have to trinket out of that one. And now they do stop Brain, so he doesn't get that fear at least. Actually didn't get hamstrung there, though. So still going to be a little bit dangerous here for Callie. A lot of heals going to be needed from Frank here. 3 wound poisons. He's stuck in a Nova. He trinkets out of the Nova. Beautifully done there by Callie. And this is the CC chain. And that's going to be the intercept onto Brain. They don't get the fear, but the counterspell is going to be enough anyway to secure that kill. And just again, they fall so far behind there right at the bat of the opener. Surf's Up really finding this matchup, finding out exactly what they want to do. The teabags are coming in as well, and it's going to be 4-1. Surf's Up looking prime to face off against Subfresh in that grand finals.
Yeah, I guess I called them being the grand finals a little bit early. The years of best of fives caught up to me a little bit. But
I've done that today too. Don't worry, it's confusing.
The game number 4, really, really clean, and it's such a rough spot to be in, because if you're Callie, and they attack you, you want to be a dwarf so bad. It helps, being able to take off the wound poison. But if they don't then you're just stuck in Novas the whole game. So you have to make a really, really difficult decision. And the fact that Brain is able to just get into position, get that crowd control out. Swag has already committed his blind at this point. Callie's in a really, really rough spot. I mean, he's just getting dispelled. Wound poisons aren't really falling off. These Novas are sitting. And once this kidney shot lands on Frank, the silence is available. Callie just doesn't get healed for such a long time. He's getting pummeled. And it was just really, really aggressive strategy coming in from Surf's Up that allowed them to take them down. And you can see how momentum-based this matchup really is.
Yeah, absolutely. And they rode that momentum all the way to victory. And like we've said, they are going to be moving on to the grand finals. Well done to them. Well done to FISHSTICK Gaming as well. It's they've had a lot of rough series in this tournament, especially today. So they held their heads up high and they tried to make it through, but just wasn't enough. But they still made it pretty far. Surf's Up though, moving on to the grand finals to compete against Subfresh, and we will soon have our North American champion Subfresh, having come from the upper bracket, and Surf's Up having battled it out to the lower bracket to make it to the grand finals. I feel like I know that you guys have kind of been rooting for Subfresh this whole time, but like now that we saw their performance in that last series, has anyone changed their mind, or are we still all team Subfresh?
Well, I'll tell you this. I'm in the guild Subfresh, and SNUTZ is my master looter, so officially I'm going to be rooting for him in this one. No, I don't know. I think it's just going to be a really exciting matchup either way. I mean, these players, all of them veterans, whether it's Burning Crusade or Shadowlands, any of the expansion, these guys have risen to the top. And yeah, I'm really excited to see this one. I would give a slight edge to, the champ right now, SNUTZ. I'd still say this is probably his series to lose.
All right, maybe a prediction from a non-biased caster. Who's not in SNUTZ Guild?
I mean, I said at the start of the tournament that Surf's Up is getting my attention. They're definitely performing at a high level. They had the comeback here. They didn't lose to the team that knocked them down to the lower bracket, so they've earned their spot here in the grand finals. Face the reigning champions. Friend, now foe, Wealthy Man versus SNUTZ. Can he take away that two-time championship away from SNUTZ? That's what's going to be in this grand final. That's what's on the line. And it's going to be really awesome and cool to see. We just saw Europe conclude earlier on. Now we get to have that big finale in North America, RMP showdown. And RMP versus RMP is very explosive. So I'm more than excited to get this underway.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. I think it's definitely going to be an explosive grand finals that we've got. I mean, the European finals earlier today, if you missed it, were so good. And Zico, I can only hope that these two teams are going to bring it just the same.
Oh, I definitely think it's going to be an explosive finals. We got some RMP mirrors, and it's always exciting to watch. It's going to be fast-paced, and it's going to be, two of the best teams to do it. Yeah, I'm excited.
I'm excited. Hope chat is excited. Let's hear from you. Who do you think is going to win the grand finals for North America? While we do that, we are going to go to a break. When we come back, it's Subfresh facing off against Surf's Up in the North American grand finals. Welcome back, everyone. We crowned our European champions for Europe this morning, and now we are on the North American champions. It's Subfresh versus Surfs Up, one team that has dominated throughout this tournament, one team that has completely just fought their darndest to get back here into the grand finals from the lower bracket. But the question is, Zico, who comes out on top?
Well, much like Vanruki, SNUTZ is my guild master, and more importantly, my master looter. So I'm going with Subfresh, stealing Ben's answer here. But yeah, I do think
copied my homework.
Well, what can I do, man? Your homework was good. Okay, hopefully nobody noticed. And I mean, Subfresh has looked like the cleaner team so far, not dropping a single series yet. Actually, only losing 2 games so far on broadcast. Definitely been putting on a show.
Yeah, they most certainly have. You can take a look at their journey here. This is the North American bracket. We saw them play yesterday, and then also today we started with 4 teams this morning, and now we only have 2 remaining. You can see them all the way there on your right side. But what's your take on these 2 teams, Supties? What would you like to see them do?
I mean, in terms of strategy, or in terms of like just overall kind of like mental state for the finals here, I feel like they're both.
I usually expect a certain answer from you no matter what, and if you interpret it the way you'd like. What does your heart tell you?
I mean, I'm curious to see how they play the matchup here. If they want to be going after the rogues and just tunneling down each other's rogues, or go after the mages. They have a lot of options. That's the thing about the volatility of RMP, is like you can really do anything. So entering this match, we're not really 100% certain on anything, other than the blinds are very important. Where are those going out onto? What trinkets are they forcing, or what trinkets are they trying to punish with it? And then the kidney shots. Where are the kidney shots going? Because that's going to be where most of the pressure is riding between the 2 RMPs. I think they're pretty evenly matched. Whether or not Subfresh ends up getting the upper hand here, they've been looking solid in all of the same matchups that we've seen, so it's going to be a treat to see them now go head to head.
So you nailed it. Classic Supties answer right there. Well, do you want to take a stab at like their mental state then? I mean, surely a lot of these, both of these teams have kind of had a bit of a long day. Like, what would you say to them if you were kind of trying to rally them up?
Well, I think they've both got a lot of positive momentum, right? Like we just saw the comeback against the FISHSTICKs. They had lost that earlier on with Surfs Up, so having that good positive momentum going into this. They're also warmed up. You might argue the counter to that is that Subfresh have just been chilling in the upper bracket waiting for them. So is it better to go into the finals cold, or is it better to go into it hot, right? Because you could say it's an advantage or disadvantage either way, whether way you want to take it. So I kind of feel like Surfs Up are starting to rise. So I'm excited to see what they get done here.
Yeah, that is kind of the question when you mentioned that. Like, is it better to kind of come off the back of a game that you just won, or maybe you made it into that grand finals position a couple of series ago, and you're just kind of waiting and watching your opponents? Like, is there one that you preferred a position to be in, Ben, back when you were competing?
I like playing. I think building up momentum is nice. I mean, it's nice to get a break, but at the same time, being like really, really warmed up. I feel like there's advantages to both. I mean, it's nice if you haven't lost at all. It gives you a lot of confidence. But also if you're coming off the back of, winning. If you're Surfs Up, you're probably not feeling too bad either. So no one's really going to have an advantage here. I would say going into this game 1 to Grand Arena, I'm curious to see what racials they decide to go with, whether they're going to be playing Horde or Alliance. What's interesting about RMP mirrors is anyone is a target. There's not one correct strategy. It's all about who you can kind of clean. If you do find saps in the matchup, if you can get early polymorphs, it gives you a lot of options. Normally what this comes down to is one team kind of committing to the opportunities that they find, and they can ride that momentum into a victory.
All right, we got SNUTZ moving in. Both sides potentially running Horde here. I have to wait and see Brain here onto the side. He's in Alliance, I think. So Alliance versus Horde RMP game 1. Any humans here? I would imagine that Swack must be running it, but SNUTZ is just going to open right away onto Wealthy Man here. Swack is going to garrote floor mat, but he's moving towards SNUTZ, going for a very early blind, potentially trying to bait the trinket. SNUTZ tries to pre-evasion it. A nice read by him, but regardless, blind is going to land here. Swacked into polys, nice dispels, vanish for the sap.
Clean sap by Swack. Now looking to reopen here onto floor mat. Wealthy Man backing him up with that water ellie. A lot of damage going to be chunked out here. Pain suppression forced onto floor mat. Swack shadow stepping over, really keeping floor mat grounded right now. As SNUTZ is trying to get back into the fight to stabilize. Cheap shot swacked away, healing him for a moment. Needs that kidney shot out, but floor mat's getting iced by Wealthy Man. Almost soloing him there. Master spell on the ice block from Brain, ticking now into the full polymorph. No trinket. Floor mat on hypothermia. They blind Swack. Swack getting a trinket here on his Cloak of Shadows. He's trying to play it patiently, hold on to the trinket, but Tiki is still in polymorphs. Wealthy Man is owning right now in game 1.
Yeah, beautiful. Wealthy Man tries to cone the vanish, but SNUTZ does a really good job of avoiding that. But Swacked, he trinkets out. He's on target. Floor mat in trouble. He tries to get away. He's incredibly low. Can Wealthy Man finish him off? Big cone of cold. Floor mat out of line of sight. But Pet Nova lands, snipes him, and it is going to be floor mat who drops first. A really, really aggressive play here by Surf's Up. I like the early blind on SNUTZ. SNUTZ didn't want to trinket. He was afraid that they were going to swap to him, but he set the full sap as well as the blind. And I talked about how important momentum is in the match. I feel like Subfresh just fell way behind in the early stages of this game.
I mean, I guess they went into that cold. Surf's Up took that game 1 victory pretty quickly as well. I mean, they looked really ready to go here. Zico, what do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's kind of interesting because we got Surf's Up, that's Wealthy Man, and then you got SNUTZ on the other side. These guys are both from C9. They're usually competing in the AWC, which the signups are open for, by the way, on the same team. But yeah, anyway, right now they're going to be opponents. And like you guys already kind of mentioned, that sap into blind onto SNUTZ. SNUTZ doesn't want to trinket in this moment right here. And honestly, I think Floormat makes a big mistake here. I think he should just ice block on that opener of Swacked right there and try to reset the momentum. Instead, he blinks and then he sits a full stun lock, and he doesn't want to ice block here. And then he's forced to ice block right now anyway. So I think you ice block first. You use the pain suppression second time if Swacked gets uptime, and then you will have that ice block as well later on in the end here. By the time that they're stalling here, you can see his hypothermia is only a couple of seconds away right here, so he would have had it if they used their cooldowns a little bit more efficiently. I think it's worth the PS first if you are going for a pure mage race and you want to protect those buffs. Otherwise, in a situation like this, it's much more better to just use that ice block first, because you're not going to out-heal a rogue that has uptime anyway. If the rogue has uptime, you have to block. That's basically how it goes for a mage. So I think a little bit of a defensive mismanagement. If they maybe manage those defensives a little bit differently, use the ice block first and then use the pain suppression. If Swack committed more, then they would have been in a more prime position, and SNUTZ might have been able to sit through that CC, or SNUTZ can just trinket as well since they still had that PS in their back pocket, and try to make it a pure mage race. Just trinket and then blind Swacked, and if he trinkets, then you can kind of take it from there. You're going to be on even footing. Surf's Up, definitely looking hot there, and they are going to be taking game number 1. And it is interesting that we have one team playing Horde and the other one playing Alliance.
Yeah, it definitely is. There's been some interesting choices that we're seeing these players make on the tournament realm in general. But yeah, Subfresh, they are down 1-0, or down 1 game right now. But I feel like something that Subfresh is really good at, these players individually that we see them do, even in AWC and on this team, is they're really good at adapting. So even though, they did mess up that first game, obviously they got a loss, I think that they're going to be able to take that, move on from it, and try and push out a victory for game number 2. I think it's just something, given their tournament experience, they can easily put behind them.
Yeah, I mean, they should be able to. All of these players really should. I mean, Surf's Up, also tournament veterans. I mean, Brain, we don't talk about that much, but I'm pretty sure he's the back-to-back champ in Shadowlands in North America. So this guy is winning. He's no stranger to winning. Let's just say that. A very exceptional healer, normally playing Paladin, playing the Priest now here in Burning Crusade. But yeah, really solid team from Surf's Up. And this is a series that really could go either way. Can't count Subfresh out ever. I mean, this team has a capability of just winning 4 in a row here. So I think they'll probably end up changing what they do in that opener. I think Zico kind of hit the nail on the head, talking about floor mat and how he rotated his defensive cooldowns, having to basically trade out everything just because he wanted to greet it while SNUTZ was sitting all the crowd control. So if that didn't happen, it could have been a bit of a different game. And I expect it to go a little bit different here in game number 2.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be interesting for sure. Both of these teams, there's a lot of experience just all around from all of the players on both sides, from Supfresh and Surf Sup. So yeah, it's going to be super interesting to see how far we do make it. I don't think this is going to be one of those finals at all that's just going to be a quick 4-0. We know how Europe ended, how close that one was, and I think that this is it's a good guess on Ven's side. This is going to be another really close one, and both of these teams are going to try and leave everything on the table. But what does that look like for you, Zico? If you were on Supfresh, like what would be like the number one thing that you would say coming out of that game that you'd want to try and implement going into the second one?
Well, I think it's one or two things. They can rotate their defensives a little bit better. The reason why I want to see the ice block first is because you remove the rogue's poison. So even if you get mass dispelled, the rogue still has to basically use a gap closer to reach you. And it's all about staying ahead. If you're playing a mage in TBC, if let's say you blink and a warrior intercepts you, and you trade pain suppression, you try to out heal that, the warrior's still going to have that uptime on you, and he's just going to chunk you through that PS. And then eventually, if you don't get away, he's still going to be able to force that ice block, which is what we saw in that last game. Swag got uptime, he got the sheep shot, he got the kidney shot. They traded out the PS, they tried to heal through it, and then he had to use his ice block anyway. So then they got two major defensives instead of one, plus they don't get that ice block back. So I would like to see that rotation change if it's a similar situation. Of course, sometimes it's better to pain suppression if the mage has a lot of shields, for example, and he's getting spammed dispelled. It really is situational. The other thing is maybe you don't trade out either of those, and SNUTZ just trinkets, and then if they do swap to SNUTZ, you swap out your pain suppression. So just better split-second decisions. Try to just play with more confidence, and we are going to see the gates open up here. Interestingly enough, they pick Ruins of Lordaeron. Swag going to be playing on the outskirts right there, and floor mat going to be getting opened on by Swagged here. They're going to be trading out big cooldowns early on, full blind onto Swagged. Swagged's going to trinket, go for the cheap shot into the kidney shot onto SNUTZ, and now back on to Floormat. He actually gets sheeped up here, out of line of sight from Brain. Floormat doing a fantastic job here. They're already getting the ice block from Wealthy Man, and now a full kidney shot. There's the pain suppression. Can they get Wealthy Man out of the game here? Can they get the damage? Wealthy Man doing a good job kiting here, and he should be able to drag SNUTZ a little bit further away here on that no mage. Brain trying to rebuff Wealthy Man, but still not out of the woods yet. Wealthy Man might just die here. Floormat ice blocks aggressively to take him home, and now Tiki could potentially go down here as well. Cross kill potential. Swag looking for it, but that stone form means that he has no wound poison on him, and now SNUTZ going to connect. Cheap shot comes through, and that should be enough to peel Swag off of that situation. So Fresh going to equalize it.
Wow. Love to see that. It's even just the gearing. It would be so interesting to see how they're gearing. There's a few like telltale signs. I mean, Wealthy Man is using the Zardoom, so already resilience is going to be a bit low. So maybe that's why they decided to go after him in this matchup. I'm a big fan of if you're going to gear, in a way that lets you play a little bit more aggressive and you're kind of greeting it with less resilience. You should try to pick pieces that are a little bit more hidden, so it's not so obvious. But yeah, really, really good start here going after Wealthy Man in this one, Sid.
In the replay, I feel like we see a mirrored situation. Like Wealthy Mat is Floor Mat in game one, and he does what you wanted Floor Mat to do. He blocks first. So he ends up blinking out into the open. He's getting pressured really heavily the same way that Floor Mat was. And then he blocks somewhere right here on the Shatter combo, but he just gets Mass Dispelled. And then he has to Pain Suppression on top of it. So it's almost the same result as the last time around, even using the Ice Block first. Both cooldowns have to be used. He actually almost dies through pain suppression even afterwards, and they were able to ride the momentum. I think a big difference is that SNUTZ is human now, whereas last time it was undead, I believe, or at least horde, and he had to open right away because he didn't want to get found by Swagged. So this time around, he didn't feel that type of pressure, and he was able to get the same type of opener that Swagged got in the first game, which was a big difference, and that might spell trouble for the side of Swagged, Wealthy Man, and Brain, if now playing Alliance as well allows them to get comfortable.
Well, I think a big difference there is that actually Floormat is the one that forces the ice block there with his Shatter. It's not the Rogue. So he ice blocks, he blinks out in the open, then he ice blocks, and then the Rogue just shadow steps over, sheep shots him, and then he trinkets, and then he gets full kidney shot. Whereas in the other game, Floormat blinked and then got fully stun locked by the Rogue, and the Rogue basically solo forced the ice block and the pain suppression. So it's never really a one-to-one situation there. I think the reason why this game was so one-sided is actually because Floormat got so much control. He sheeped up Swag, and he got damage onto Wealthy Man and basically solo forced his Ice Block. So I think Floormat just kind of had a field day in this game.
Yeah, we'll see what happens in game number 3. We're going to get that game started when we can. But what are the major differences do you feel like we're seeing then between these two players, just like in terms of play style? I mean, they've got the same comp, but are they going in with different strategies, would you say, or are they pretty similar?
Well, I mean, definitely in this game, it was similar strategy, basically a mirror. I think a big difference was Swack went and he committed a stun to SNUTZ, I do believe. And by going after SNUTZ and stunning him, it let Floormat stay open, like Zico mentioned. So Floormat was actually able to get a polymorph on SNUTZ when he was out of line of sight, onto Swack when he was out of line of sight, and then actually go over and get the shatter combo onto Wealthy Man. So it's just really, really little decisions. But it seems like at this point, both these teams are pretty comfortable with going after the mage. That's how this mirror match has kind of evolved into. But you can mix that up. Like if a rogue opens on your mage first, you can just go cheap shot, gouge, kidney their rogue and make him have a difficult decision if he's going to trinket to get aggressive. If he does trinket to get aggressive, then you could blind him. So there's lots of options here. I think we're going to continue to see this matchup evolve between these two teams.
Mm-hmm. I think they're both really comfortable with these compositions. I feel like it takes a lot of confidence to mirror, from either side, to say like, I'm going to mirror you into these legendary players that we know that they've had such a successful past. So I love when we see teams not shying away at all from a mirror, and what a way to end a region as well in Burning Crusade with these two teams up against each other playing like this. Super Tees.
I mean, I don't know if it's a matter of shying. I feel like Brain and Wealthy Man are so experienced now, like there's not like nervous newcomers to the tournament scene in regards to tournaments. And as far as mirroring them, I don't think they would have played any other comp in the matchup because it's just what they've prepared for this. So I don't really know if there's any sort of tournament jitters. Like in my sense of this, it's like these are equals. Like SNUTZ is maybe a little bit older, like in terms of experience. But it's like, okay, 8 years to 6 years or something of the difference of that. It's not like this is the first tournament Surf's Up has ever played in, and they're going up against SNUTZ. I think they're a lot more equal than what might appear on the surface just because of the name with SNUTZ on that team.
Okay, let me rephrase. I'm excited to see such long-term players, like you said, mirror each other. How's that?
Yeah, I mean, having the talent, the experience, the synergies built up here. It's cool to see SNUTZ bring in new partners for his team. But like Tiki and Swag have been playing together for a really long time. Or I'm mixing up the names of the rogues and the mages and the RMP here. Tiki and Floormat have been playing for such a long time now in TBC. Like they've grinded the twos ladder for a long time throughout season 1 and season 2. So it's an obvious pickup for SNUTZ here to pick them up off the ladder and bring them in here with his experience. So it's just really exciting to see all of that practice culminate together, like CHANIMAL talked about in his interview, having practiced every day preparing for this. And this is like the one, although it's a one-off tournament, right, for the classic event, the fact that it's still only one of it, right? Like this is it. Like this is the premier TBC event. So this is the only shot you get. You got to bring everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do wonder. I mean, we really only have insight, at least myself, on how much Chan is playing. He said that their team practiced so much. Do any of you have any ideas, Zico, maybe on like how these other teams and what their practice schedule is like? Because I know some of them are still playing retail, some of them are gearing up for AWC. Like, what is that like? Because it's just a one-off tournament. Like, it's kind of like how much hours do you put into this? And is it on the tournament realm, or are they queuing ladder? Like, how does that work? Do you know?
Well, I've played against both of these teams a lot on ladder last season. Everybody on both teams got rank 1, so they were some of the top teams in the region. So at least on ladder, they've been playing a lot as a team. I don't have any insight to how much wargaming they've been doing on the tournament server, or if they've been practicing together on ladder or anything like that. But I do know that, like Super T said, Floormat and Tiki, super phenomenal duo. They've been playing a long time together, been super high ranked, and of course SNUTZ as well. We don't really need to really say anything about this man. He is quite literally World of Warcraft. He has it in his blood. And same thing goes for Wealthy Man, Swag, and Brain. Those guys did play as a roster last season, and they were one of the top teams on the ladder as well in North America.
All right, Rogue's in stealth at the moment. Perception likely popped here. SNUTZ looks like he's going to start right away onto Wealthy Man. And Swax is trying to move towards floor mats. And he does manage to get the Garrote. SNUTZ caught in Frost Nova, breaks out very early on, committing a lot to Wealthy Man here in the early stages with that initial vanish. But Wealthy Man now popping his Water Ellie, trying to counter assault on floor mat. Floor mat down to half. Both mages in midfield. Close call. Ice block immediately mass dispelled. Wealthy Man trying to blink away, but he's in dire straits with Brain now into the cheap shot. He's desperately trying to Nova Swack, or Nova SNUTZ, but not able to find it. SNUTZ cloaks out to continue the crowd control, and Wealthy Man could get KO'd in game number 3. SNUTZ going for the throat. Wealthy Man still on hypothermia, 1% remaining health, popping the mana shields to try and stay afloat, but he cannot. And Sup Fresh are just walking off that game 1 loss like it was nothing. They're like, okay, you want to hit us? We're going to hit back, because they're looking strong in game 3.
Yep. This is what I kind of mentioned. I mean, this matchup is just so much about momentum. If you're the mage, if you're Wealthy Man in that situation, it is so difficult to recover. All of a sudden, you're just throwing out your blanket silence from your counter spell to just try to do what you can. But then, all of a sudden, the enemy mage is having a field day, just getting polymorphs on the rogue, doing whatever he wants for CC. This game was basically over before it started. We can see SNUTZ going for an expose armor on Wealthy Man early, and on top of Brain, and actually just playing super duper aggressive, getting the full kidney shot. Wealthy Man is actually forced to trinket out. Floormat actually gets an early pain suppression right now, so he doesn't have to actually trade it out. Brain actually gets interrupted, and that's how this game goes so bad. A beautiful counterspell there by Floormat. That's why there's no pain suppression. The pain suppression comes in way too late, and Wealthy Man just cannot recover. SNUTZ just goes into full peel mode with a cheap shot gouge onto Brain. At this point, there's just nothing you can do if you're a Wealthy Man. He blinks out a line of sight from Brain and gets dropped there by SNUTZ.
It's like they just forgot to turn on a switch or something. They're like, oh, plugged it in, and then they win. And now here they are, 2-1. It's best of 7 for those of you that are now just tuning in. So it's first to 4. So they've got a few more wins that they've got to get before they're crowned North American champions. But Surf's Up, you can bet right now that they are discussing what they want to do next as they move forward into the 4th game. But it just seems like that was such a clean kill, that last one on the side of Sup Fresh. If they continue to play like that, Zico, I don't know what Surf's Up's going to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's a mage race, and it really depends. RMP mirrors, it can be so volatile. It's a lot of it is about knowing, what cooldowns to use first. In this game, you had Priest charging in, getting those dispels on the shields, and in a game like that, it's very nice to use that early pain suppression, try to protect your buffs. And Floormat did receive a super early pain suppression, so he gets to stay aggressive, whereas Wealthy Man, he had to pull back a lot earlier because he didn't get it. So it really just sometimes you just have to use it super early on 80% or something, just to protect those shields and just to allow your mage to have that defense. If one mage gets purged out too much, then that mage just won't recover. In this case, it was Wealthy Man. And another interesting thing is actually that Sup Fresh are playing Alliance now, so they swapped over. And now they will be playing Alliance, so they will have that human rogue versus human rogue, which is interesting because some people do favor Horde in the mirrors because of that Will of Forsaken, because you can get full fierce on the rogue. Otherwise, it didn't really happen in this match though, so we'll see kind of how that evolves. But so far, both teams seems to be kind of liking the alliance ratios more, and it's nice as a mage as well if you're a gnome actually to have that extra escape artist. So from the mage point of view, at least, it can be nice to have that gnome ratio. And also another thing that I noticed is that Floormat is definitely running more resilience compared to Wealthy Man, because Wealthy Man has that Zardoom equipped, and the Vengeful Offhand plus weapon, they give I think 50 or 60 resilience just on their own, so it's pretty significant. But you do get that haste.
It's funny that you mentioned Floormat, because he's actually playing human for some reason. Couldn't quite put my finger on it. So they're playing Alliance, and he's actually playing human, which I think is not as good. But you know what? It's working out for them so far. I will say, when it turns into a mage race like this, the worst thing that can happen is if you get interrupted as a priest. So that's kind of a throw. Brain getting counterspelled. As if you're Wealthy Man, there's literally nothing you can do in that situation. You're getting no heals, no shields, no paramedic, no renews. You're just way too far behind. So you really have to avoid that in this matchup.
Perception pop for SNUTZ, so Swacked is trying to stay far away. SNUTZ is trying to dodge AoE to get an opener on Wealthy Man, and how is Swacked going to respond to the opener? Does he peel the Rogue, or does he go straight for the Mage? Swacked is moving in to get to the Mage, but SNUTZ has already been getting momentum prior to it. Kidney shot, Trinket right away by Wealthy Man. Early paint suppression by Brain out in midfield. Tiki still not having used his just yet. Another Garrote onto floor mat, trying to take him out. SNUTZ caught into the full fear. Dispel from Tiki in the meantime. Now paint suppression forced out, and Wealthy Man could be in a lot of trouble. Ice Block, Mass Dispel from downtown on Hypothermia. SNUTZ all over him right now in game number 4, looking to close it. Will he be able to do it here and move to match point? Ice Block forced to the side of floor mat. Wealthy Man caught in the stun lock. Not much left for him here. I think he's still on Hypothermia. He's likely to go down so low. Heals coming in from Brain off screen here, trying to keep him up. Flash heal after flash heal after flash heal, but a counter spell from floor mat I think should seal the deal. SNUTZ cloaks to the kill. That is going to be it. Subfresh moving to match point.
Oh my gosh, an explosive game for them. Match point is right, Supatees. They are cleaning this one up. They lost that first one, but now they have won 3 in a row very quickly as well, and it's just a complete turnaround from how we first started out in this series. Subfresh looking super, super consistent.
Subfresh looking fresh right now in these mirrors, and just beautiful opener once again for them. They got the early, pressure from SNUTZ. He just charged in and instantly got the opener here. You can see now Swacked opens, but SNUTZ already got in a full expose. Already got a kidney shot, forced a blink. First vanish already being popped here, and Brain using that pain suppression very early on here. Tiki did commit his as well, but a little bit later on here, and SNUTZ with some big crits right there with that eviscerate is going to be able to force out that ice block here most likely. And of course at that point Floormat now finally feeling comfortable to push in and use his ice block, and then after that blink forward. And this is the kind of crucial moment here. Brain is spamming out the heals. Floormat secures a full counter spell on that heal right there, I believe, and at that point it's just over. As soon as that counter spell gets snuck in, Wealthy Man is just going to be dead. And yeah, that's kind of the pace of RMP mirrors. As the mage, your job is basically just do as much damage as possible to the other mage, and you can see Floormat in this match doing basically 3 times Wealthy Man's damage here. I think some of it was probably, after the mage was dead and he probably, killed the rogue or whatever. But still, Floormat definitely had a lot of pressure here, and I think a lot of it is because of that defensive positioning. He kind of stayed back with his priest for a little bit, where SNUTZ just kind of charged in and kind of solo forced a lot of the pressure early on. So I think Subfresh just doing small like little micro plays like that that puts them ahead. And then Floormat with his counter spells have been honestly on fire in this match or in this series so far. It's been hitting a lot of them on Brain.
And now they are super close to winning this entire tournament. All they have to do is win this next game, and if they do it exactly what they did the last time, and Surf's Up doesn't really change much, they're going to be the new North American champions. So it's kind of all on the plate of Surf's Up right now. But I may have to retract what I said earlier that it's going to be a super even match, because at the moment, Supatees, if this keeps happening, it's going to be Subfresh's dominating series to win.
Well, normally in this mirror, the mage wants to be known, but I'm wondering if actually by being human, Floormat is delaying Swacked. Maybe he's just pressing perception, and then Swacked is trying to avoid getting pulled out of stealth, while SNUTZ just gets to beeline straight for the gnome, who isn't going to have that, because that's the only real significant difference that I'm seeing, and I'm trying to think of what the advantage would be, and that's about it. So Floormat's playing human, and he's probably popping perception, sitting back with Tiki, and then so Swacked is kind of just waiting for it, but every single global looks like it matters. If you're just behind by 3 globals in that mage race, you're going to lose, and that perception from the human mage might be what's buying that time for the side of Subfresh. So I do wonder how they're going to play that around, because it seems like they need to do what they did in game 1, which was blind SNUTZ, kind of get him out of the fight right away, if that's what's delaying Swacked from opening.
It could be that, or it could just be because he doesn't want to be short. If you're a gnome on Nagran, for example, you see how the ground is uneven there in the middle? There's actually spots where you can't blizzard because you're a gnome, because your character is going to be out of line of sight because he's short. So a lot of people actually opt for the Draenei and the human mages simply because of those annoying line of sight spots that you have to deal with as a gnome, because both of them are charging in and getting combat here. And I think Swag can just Shadow Step and open, and he will. Actually, well, I guess SNUTZ does open here without using his Shadow Step, so quite a large win already, actually, based off of that human racial. Do get a Frostbite proc here onto Swag. A lot of pressure coming out onto Wealthy Man. Wealthy Man going to be already getting that pain suppression, whereas Tiki still holding onto his to get a sheep there onto Swag. And now Flormat blinking and aggressively. SNUTZ in a full blind. He's going to Trinket out here immediately, and this could be a rogue attempt. But SNUTZ vanishes the vanish there. Beautifully done right there. Wealthy Man getting massive spell out of the ass block. Tiki going for the Mind Blast and the Shadow Ward Death. And that is going to be it. Sup Fresh, North American champions here for wanting Surf Up in the finals. And it is going to be the Priest that gets the killing blow. And SNUTZ with a beautiful vanish right there, preventing himself from getting stun locked, putting Swag in a very awkward position there because he can't really reopen after that as well.
Wow, Sup Fresh cleaning that one up 4-1. Very, very nicely done by them. Unfortunate for Surf's Up is, they won that first game, but they just weren't able to keep at it. They weren't able to figure out something, whatever Sup Fresh did after that. But let's take a look at the replay.
Swag has to Shadow Step because Floormat has Perception. SNUTZ doesn't have to, so he's going to get way more uptimes. And Swag, I think he's like fed up in this series of not getting to open on the mage at the same time, so he just goes for it. But that means that SNUTZ can get way more uptime. Like SNUTZ still sitting on his Shadow Step at this point. Swax is cloaked aggressively, trying to stay on target. Like Swax is throwing everything but the kitchen sink at them, but SNUTZ doesn't care. They've already forced a block. He's still holding on to a step. At any point, he could just step stun. Like, they have complete control of this game. Both of them blinks, and then SNUTZ can just immediately step over and reconnect. So it feels like that was a pretty significant edge for them to have in the matchup, considering we saw game one where they were undead and they had to like sit back for a little bit and then they got peeled in their opener. So I do really like their adaptation there, and it seems like there's always kind of like an evolving meta choice and strategy in TBC, even though it's, how many years old is the game now? People are still trying different things to try and get different edges, and that was a nice one. I would almost want to ask them, like, was that if we get an interview, like, was that their thought process for format?
Yeah, we just might not. I'm not sure on that. I know we did get one for Europe, so maybe we'll get one for NA as well. Stick around to see if we do get that interview, but in the end, well done, Sup Fresh, our North American champions. If you missed Europe, it was Blackwater Gaming this morning. And I mean, what a tournament. Like, both finals, super fun to watch. I don't know. I don't know what more I can say. It's awesome to have these teams play back in Burning Crusade, especially seeing some familiar faces that we see in AWC competing. And it's just like a nice little warm up, little taste of what's to come for the rest of the year for WoW Esports, Ben.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. It's a great way to sort of kick everything off. Great to see these teams put on such a show. So that's SNUTZ with his team putting on a very dominant performance here in the finals. I think just quicker with the adaptations, playing overall a little bit more aggressive. They're able to pull off a win, and a huge congrats to Minpoike, CHANIMALS, and Mir as well for winning in Europe, who also, just showcasing basically the best you can be at this game, I would say.
I think it's funny that Chan and SNUTZ, they got like split up into the regions, and now they're like winning both regions. It's just like,
and Wealthy Man too. I mean, Wealthy Man got second.
Wealthy Man, sorry, Wealthy. But it's just funny. It's like, okay, Cloud9's winning now in both regions. But anyways, yeah, awesome weekend. Super cool to see. And I hope the players are having fun. And they've got to be, Zico. Like, it's one event. They get to play in the tournament realm. They get to play back in BC, which I don't have the data on it, but I'm sure a lot of these players started back in Burning Crusade. Like, it's got to be a good time for the players as well as the viewers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, speaking as one of the viewers, I had a lot of fun watching these games. I love watching RMP mirrors. It's always grats to Enrique and Zico on the math-eluded items. Thank you. We wanted to be a little bit more subtle than that production, but yeah, we can admit it. The Mage Trinkets, the Skull of Gul'dans are on hard res after that series. Thank you to SNUTZ and congrats. But yeah, no, for real, it's been a lot of fun watching the games, commentating the games, and just seeing what these players can do. It's been a lot of interesting strategies, a lot of comp variety, and yeah, it's just been a fun time.
What was your favorite moment, Super Tees, from North America?
Again, I still think it was the WLD mirrors. I really liked the Beckinsale versus Willerton moments. I thought that was really clutch. What the experiences that we got to have, seems like we had a lot of those. Like, I'm trying to like filter through the mass amount of them, but that one was really fun. Just watching the Warriors zug around, trying to set up big swaps, cut people down, and seeing so many cross kills from that series was great.
And I think we've got a little bit of time while we're setting up that SNUTZ. We are getting a SNUTZ interview just to confirm, so stick around for that. We're going to get that set up as soon as we can, but let's look at the bracket. In the meantime, we can see the journey that SUPFresh took. They did not drop a single series at all, and that is just incredible considering the talent that we saw in the North American pool event.
Yeah, I mean, they've been dominant, right? I think this is the same kind of run that SNUTZ had the last time with their RMP, where they kind of just blew through the upper bracket into the grand finals. All their series you can see is 4-1, so not completely flawless, but very impressive adaptations, kind of realizing their mistakes and then really fixing it quickly and pulling out a very convincing win.
Yeah, most definitely. And I don't know if we're going to look back at EU, but I mean, you know, that just a reminder, if you didn't see that, that was Blackwater Gaming. So two very, very strong teams. Kind of, I wish we could see them play against each other. Who do you guys think would win if they had to face off? Zico, do you know? Want to guess?
That's just something that
Is
we
that
would
hard?
never really know, Aya. That's your guess is as good as
It's
mine.
fun to imagine, though.
Yeah, I don't know. I think yeah,
fine.
it's hard. It's hard to say, you know. But yeah, I would have to go with Blackwater Gaming probably. They looked super clean against the European RMPs at least. But like I said, you can never really count anybody out. And NAIXI Demon King,
Wow.
they were on the comeback there at the end. I don't know, Ben. Who would you like to see win then?
Wow,
No,
of
who
course.
do you
Who
think
would you
win?
like? Who do you think? Yeah.
Who do you
There's a
think?
difference
Master
there.
loot's being
Yeah.
taken away as we speak. I can. Yeah, SNUTZ just DM'd me, Zico. What do you think?
Thanks,
though, Ben?
Aya.
I want to hear.
Me? I just
Yeah.
think there's a conflict of interest in this kind of, I think we're going to have to defer to Super T's to see,
What?
you know.
I'm the one that has to pick a side here and make someone not like me. That's not fair.
I think C9
Yeah.
would win.
C9 would win. Yeah, there you go. C9 would win.
Gosh. All right. Well, that is both regions. We do have a interview coming up, so just stick around for just a couple of seconds while we get him logged in here. But yeah, well done, Blackwater Gaming earlier today, and then SUPFresh just now. SNUTZ, of course, being on that team, and we're gonna have a chance to pick his brain just a little bit. I think we have him here. Hello, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hey, there we go. Oh, look at
Hi,
that. We
hello.
even get a camera. Hey, how you doing? How was this weekend for you?
Good. I'm relieved. Excited but relieved. It's been stressful. One of the more stressful tournaments for me, to be honest, but it was fun. I had a good time playing with Tekken format for the first time.
Yeah, it's funny you say that you're relieved because that's exactly what Chan said when we interviewed him earlier today. But I mean, when I'm going to ask you the same thing also. Like, I want to know your history with Burning Crusade. Like, I don't know exactly when you started playing WoW, but it must feel like pretty nostalgic and meaningful to win a tournament in BC.
Yeah, it feels good. Honestly, at this point, well, I guess the first tourney mattered, but at this point, I'm comfortable in saying I've won at least one tourney in every expansion now. So I'm happy. I'm done. We'll see if there's more for me in the future, but I'm really satisfied now.
Yeah, no, I love that. Well, talk to me about that last series. Like, what exactly, went on there behind some of the decisions that you were making behind those plays? Were you worried at all that you weren't going to be able to pull it off in the end?
No, not really. I have a lot of faith in Format and Tiki in the mirror matches. Honestly, the first game when we lost was really was all on me. On the first game, I actually pressed my Cloak of Shadows in stealth, and it kind of just threw the game off. I kind of lost momentum because of it. But we adapted. We swapped to ally. We knew that I think if we just played the mage race, which was happening, I think we were just better than them at the mage race. I think if it comes to rogue v rogue, they're great at that too. But in this meta in this year, I think the teams are forced to playing the mage race, which is what we're comfortable at.
Yeah, it was really fun to watch. I don't know if you got a chance to watch any of the European games, but your former teammate Chan won. Are you proud of him?
Oh, Chan is so lucky. yeah, do you see this vape here? Let me smoke it.
Dude.
That would be Chan if you decided to play on NA this tournament. Oh my god, I would have smoked him. But yeah, I'm happy for him.
Oh man, okay, well hopefully he heard that and won't touch the North American region with Burning Crusade. But thank you so much for interviewing with us, and good luck in everything that you do in the future coming up here.
Alrighty, thank you very much.
All right, thanks.
Bye now.
Bye. Okay, and just as a reminder, we do have AWC coming up here live on youtube.com/Warcraft starting March 18th. Open sign up, so anybody can join. You can be on the tournament realm. You get to have a chance to sort of fiddle with whatever comps and whatever classes that you want, which seems like such a good time. So definitely make sure you're checking that out. Go to WoW Esports on Twitter if you want more information on how to sign up and how to be eligible and all of that good stuff. Do I have my co-casters back? I can't see.
I'm here.
Oh, hey!
I'm here.
Welcome
Hey.
back, guys.
Aloha.
Okay, cool. Well, I think then on that note, we're all good to go. Super Tees, do you have any final words before we say goodbye?
Good games to everybody. I really appreciate the show that everybody put on. Like, even if they were playing at a disadvantage, I really love the comebacks, the strategy swaps. Like, even though they got the pressure of the tournament, they still put on a really good show. And I enjoyed it very much. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you for everybody involved for producing it. And thank you guys for casting with me. It's been a great weekend.
Yeah, it for sure has. And that's a good point as well. We've got a lot of new people on the WoW Esports team. I don't want to start naming them because I know I'm going to forget people, but there's a lot of really great people working behind the scenes. You know, we've got mods, observers, admins, producers, all kinds of people to make this happen. So thank you so much to everybody that tuned in, that worked on the show. It's been such a good time. So we will see you guys soon, hopefully. And it's going to be youtube.com/Warcraft. Of course, make sure you're following us on WoW Esports as well for updates on all future content to come, and make sure you're checking out those AWC signups, and it's going to be such a good time, and I'm looking so forward to the rest of the year here for WoW Esports. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you next time.